we are coming together. We are no longer leaving out our overlooked neighbors, our brightest ideas, and our most promising solutions. Our next step forward is bringing innovation home. This housing crisis is Los Angeles, we are coming together. We are no longer leaving out our overlooked neighbors, our brightest ideas, and our most promising solutions. Our next step forward is bringing innovation home. This housing crisis is not just out there on the streets, it hits home for all of us. And this crisis is bigger than any one person or any one idea. We all have a role to play in building a better Los Angeles. In this city of dreamers, innovation is who we are. If you can dream it here, you can do it. We can lead the way in bringing innovation home. We are the optimists, spreading the light in the darkness, the idealists, finding the best in all of us. We are the bold visionaries pioneering the pathway forward. We don't accept the status quo. We simply rise above it. Even as we are driven further apart, we bring ourselves closer together, embracing new ideas, designing new solutions, innovating as one collaborative community. We bring each other in for the soul of our city. We innovate together to lift the burden we all carry. We create a better home, not just for ourselves, but for future generations to follow. In this city of angels, they are not only up there, they are here amongst us. We are in this together. This is our home, and this is our moment. To lead the way, to come together and bring innovation home.
We are essentially designing a grand scheme for ever-expanding homelessness. So there are a number of ways to address this issue. But in the final analysis, the question is, what will the market bear? What incentives will government provide to cause more affordable to be built? We have an obligation to facilitate that. Just a little ingenuity resolves a whole lot.
Mark Ridley Thomas currently serves as the council member of Los Angeles' 10th District, elected in 2020. He began his career in public service in 1991, serving 3 terms as council member of the 8th District until 2002, where he pioneered initiatives in resident engagement and neighborhood empowerment. He then went on to serve as state assembly member, state senator, and most recently as Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 2nd District from 2008 to 2020. A lifelong resident of Los Angeles, Mark Ridley Thomas, also known as MRT, is widely regarded as one of the region's most creative, effective, and progressive voices for change in Los Angeles. Over the course of his career, he has been at the forefront of addressing the region's most pressing issues, including major funding initiatives for affordable housing and co-chairing the statewide task force on homelessness for Governor Gavin Newsom. Earlier this year, MRT introduced a motion that was unanimously approved by City Council to have the city explore establishing a right to housing, part of his 11-part policy brief to end homelessness and build more equitable development. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for your time.
I've been fully prepped.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. This right to housing policy brief that you put out and also the motion, there was a point in there, point 9, that I wanted to look at around building up our safety net. There's this issue around, the unsheltered population, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of those impacted by the housing crisis. how do you build up more housing for teachers, janitors, our essential workers in our community? And you sort of touched on this point of looking at the statistic over the past decade of what's been built in Los Angeles. 91% of new housing production is for above moderate income households. Is the call to action for development to occur in a, I guess, more equitable fashion?
What will the market bear?
Yeah.
To the extent that development is profit driven, the point of it is to maximize profits to the extent that that can be achieved. And the profit margin is more readily available in market rate housing than in affordable housing, generically.
When you look at the income distribution of how our housing is being built, you have 8% on the 60% AMI and below, and then 91% on sort of the 140 or 120% AMI and above, which leaves 0.5% for the entire moderate income levels. How do you solve that problem? Is the market's not building it, and public subsidy is already limited and should be focused on our most vulnerable population. So how do you address this deficit gap in the middle where the market and the public sector do not really focus?
Well, I think just a little ingenuity resolves a whole lot. I subscribe to the following: where there's a will, there's a way. I just simply am guided by that, my public policy of making work. That brings about the discussion about inclusionary zoning and the range of other things that can and should happen. It brings about the question of redevelopment law that carries with it requirements about the amount of affordable that has to be built. So there are a number of ways to address this issue. But in the final analysis, the question is, what will the market bear? First of all. Secondly, what incentives will government provide to cause more affordable to be built on the strength of our assumption that that's what can be afforded? Therefore, we have an obligation to facilitate that. Otherwise, we are essentially designing a grand scheme for ever-expanding homelessness. In other words, the lack of putting incentives in play, tax credits, writing down the length, et cetera, et cetera. The lack of doing those things make for blighted communities where properties can't be afforded. Homelessness deepens, broadens. It expands because of the lack of public policy that's driving and informing what can and should happen in real life.
The right to housing, more than anything, seems to be sort of a moral obligation. It's sort of clearing the pathway for getting the funding lined up, getting the different parties together to build the housing you need. The first thing you need is for everyone to be on the same page with a moral obligation to value housing at a certain level, right? Is that sort of the mission behind the right to housing? Is sort of a call to your value of how people see housing?
I think that's fair up to a point, Charlie. You might argue that it's an attempt to construct a policy framework that has at least two dimensions. One is philosophical, the other is very practical or pragmatic. Right. There are four pillars on which this right to housing rests. And if we were to be guided by it, we can build more consensus on how to confront it. You would have more conversation about housing production in its various expressions, how honor the dignity and worth of every person. I know that a significant problem that stares us in the face in the form of homelessness and its stubbornness is in no small measure attributable to the lack of a right to housing as it expresses itself. You have a right to vote, you have a right to education, a right to clean air, you have disability rights, but with respect to a right to housing, no matter how deeply ensconced it is in the rhetoric around democratic sensibilities, going back to FDR, going back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and a range of other foundational documents. It is my view that government has an obligation, and it ought to be an enforceable obligation. To the extent that that is the case, we will then see those who were formerly homeless accessing that which is theirs by virtue of the fact that they have a right to housing, to a roof, to a door, to a bed, not to a sidewalk or a park bench. And so I think a right to housing goes a very long way in addressing this issue. In other words, we have to scale up our approach to addressing this homeless crisis.
That's great. I mean, it kind of goes to the ingenuity that you mentioned earlier is,
Exactly.
you know, if you are united on the right to housing, people are behind this code.
Right.
You are able to also bring in the markets, the private sector, and trying to hack at this problem too, because like there's sort of a whole market value that we're not really seeing in this essential workforce.
It's important that people know what they're talking about. There's a whole lot of education that needs to go on, and I trust that the Housing Innovation Collaborative is doing its part to cause people across the board, both policymakers as well as stakeholders, generally speaking, to have a higher IQ as to what we're up against and how we should go about it.
Yeah, that's great.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
I love it. Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for, once again, your wisdom and your leadership. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Take good care. Appreciate it.
By October of this year, each city and county in the region has to plan for their share of the state-mandated 1.3 million unit housing goal. It's a major task for many cities who have not had big housing targets in the past. This regional data platform is an instrument to facilitate better planning at the local and the regional scale. The part of this platform allows cities and any stakeholder to explore the region's 5.1 million land parcels to see where the new housing might be accommodated.
Where are the 1.3 million units getting built across the 5.1 million parcels? Where are you going to fit it all?
Here's a sport analogy. SCAG is helping with the game plan. We need to make sure that they have the best planning, they have the best team strategy, that they have access to the technology they need to execute a perfectly executed game. But at the end of the day, the players on the field need to make the plays. I'm Long Beach Vice Mayor Rex Richardson and President of Southern California Association of Governments, the largest metropolitan planning organization representing 6 counties, 191 cities, and 19 million residents right here in Southern California. And I'm here to share with you about SCAG's Regional Data Platform. This is an initiative that's a revolutionary system for collaborative data sharing and regional governance. The idea for the Regional Data Platform grew out of a recognition that the well-being of our region is ultimately and intimately tied to the ability of local jurisdictions to plan for their own futures and share those plans in the form of land use and data with SCAG and the entire region. I've been involved in Southern California Association of Governments for about 6 years. I've served on the executive board for about 3 of those 6 years, as second vice president, first vice president, and then president. And the SCAG Regional Council is made up of 89 members. These are elected officials representing all 6 counties, very different, very diverse region, both geographically diverse, culturally diverse, and economically diverse right here in Southern California. There's a symbiotic relationship between regional planning and local planning. SCAG can only do robust regional forecasting and planning if it has access to timely and accurate land use data from its member agencies. Individual cities like mine in Long Beach, or counties like Los Angeles or San Bernardino in Orange County, they can do more meaningful planning for their communities if they have access to data from neighboring communities and the region as a whole, so they can plan within the context of a bigger, more interconnected system. Regionally, you'll have your arena targets and your TAS maps and all of those things. You'll have your Connect SoCal plan. Then within your city, you'll have your general plan. Within your general plan, you'll have your land use elements and your housing elements. And then within that, you'll have your zoning documents, your zoning plans. Zoning is probably the third level. And so there's multiple layers of planning that need to happen in order to produce housing. What SCAG is doing is being a facilitator to make sure that process is happening collaboratively and advancing equity for smaller cities who may not have the capacity to lead these efforts to plan more appropriately within the context of the region. The task ahead of producing 1.3 million units in Southern California means that we have to have an all hands on deck approach, identify the resources needed to advance housing, make sure that we streamline the processes development communities and cities utilize in order to produce housing. And it also means we make sure that we clear the path, identify the spaces, the places, the parcels, the sites that are eligible for housing. And that's why SCAG began the process over the past few years in developing our regional data platform. The regional data platform is a sum of data that we collect here at SCAG from member jurisdictions and from other sources. And it helps us to shape our long-range plan. SCAG's recently completed its long-range vision plan for 2020 to 2045 called Connect SoCal. And in order to realize the vision set out by Connect SoCal, characterized by bold targets to address climate change, our housing crisis, economics, and public health, SCAG recognized that a more coordinated local planning effort was key. Local comprehensive plans, known as general plans within your cities, are individual puzzle pieces that help bring the vision of the region into focus. These blueprint vision plans are for the community's future. Yet, many counties and many cities within the region have not updated their general plans in a very long time to help solve that problem. The regional data platform really designed to be a tool for cities, but its ability by providing universal access to modern planning tools and data to every member agency of all 191 cities within the SCAG region platform is an instrument to facilitate better planning at the local and the regional scale. Access to web-based tools for data management, analytics, land use, planning, resident engagement, access to standardized regional data sets, indicators, and performance metrics. So the suite of capabilities will allow your cities and your counties to do the important work of planning for the future of your communities better and within the context of regional goals for sustainability and a healthy, thriving economic future. SCAG's role with Connect SoCal is to help set a regional vision. And each city has a general plan that sets their general vision and direction for the future of their city. Within each general plan has specific elements and ultimately gets more and more specific through zoning and other policies. A jurisdiction does not have to plan and design their city alone. They can do it within the context of what's happening within their neighboring jurisdiction. So it's a sophisticated system of systems for regional data sharing and collaborative planning. Collaborative planning is key. These plans across our region within our cities are really the guide to how we're going to create a more thriving Southern California where people have places to live and open space and access to jobs and transit. As a regional planning agency, SCAG is interested in both upward and downward information flow within the cities and counties in the region. And that helps us to hit our regional targets like our greenhouse gas emissions or housing production, and even to coordinate growth and transportation demand between all the varying cities and counties of SoCal. And we need downward information flow to make sure that cities receive that information. And in December of last year, SCAG released the helper tool, the housing element parcel tool. And this tool is based on SCAG's open data goals, specifically the region's 5.1 million land parcels. It has information on land use type, infill potential, slope ownership, how close parcels are to individual everyday destinations. It allows you to look at things like environmental justice and whether they're in constrained or priority areas. So it's just one example of how the power of open data can be used to promote regions' goals, and in this case, housing. SCAG's role is to make sure not that we have a few standout cities or a few cities that have their act together. All 191 cities have the resources they need equitably in order to advance and meet some of these regional goals and to make sure that their cities are healthy and thriving. In the history of America, policies are laced with the values of those in power. And over time, those values have excluded communities of color, Black communities, poor communities from things like housing. One thing we can all agree on is transparency, open data, accountability helps everyone to be able to see inside the policies and the impacts of the policies that we set today. And I think in order to drive a more equitable, inclusive, based on race and other factors, I think open data and transparency is going to have to be core to whatever policy framework moves forward. The regional data platform can be a tool to add confidence, public trust, transparency, and to track key performance measures as it relates to equity indicators on how we are creating either a more inclusive or less inclusive Southern California. Access to homeownership is one of the most significant ways to build wealth within America. And so tracking how communities of color are closing the racial wealth gap through attaining homeownership opportunities is one thing that should be tracked and evaluated. Housing cost burden, whether you're spending 30% or 50% of your income on housing, that's something that we should track. What direction is that going? Are we seeing an over-concentration of one affordability type in one community and exclusionary policies that exclude affordable housing from other communities, trending in a direction that corrects that resolves that? Or are we exacerbating the problem? Those are the questions for our generation, and open data and the regional data platform is one means to resolve that. SCAG is helping with the game plan. At the end of the day, those local mayors, council people, those local developers, those are your front line, those are your quarterbacks, those are your wide receivers, your special teams. They're the ones that need to score the points and make the plays. The winners are the people and the children that are growing up in Southern California right now. 30 years from now, when your children are adults, they're living in an area that has cleaner air, access to jobs and transit, access to housing that's secure. That's the vision. And that once we all sort of agree and acknowledge that what we're talking about here is the future for our children, I think that's where our interests intersect, and we understand that there are no winners and losers here. We're all in this together, and either we're all going to win or we're all going to lose.
Amazing. Great. Thank you so much, Rex.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Charlie. Take care.
Developments don't get the benefit of the doubt. You're guilty until proven innocent, and it should be innocent until proven guilty. This project had 74 separate building permits. You could not do them simultaneously. You had to go from desk to desk to desk. It takes years to get everyone to click that box. In a fit of pique, I wrote it because I thought that if I just had this, my life would be easier and the world would be better, much like the originals. Most of them are pretty apropos even today. My name is Patrick Kennedy, and I'm the owner of Panoramic Interests, an infill development company that has been developing high-density housing near transit in the Bay Area since 1990. Our main office is in San Francisco. We have a satellite office in Berkeley. We have done about a dozen projects in Berkeley, 3 or 4 in San Francisco. Currently hope to build a transit village in Oakland, March of 2022. Largely, we do infill projects with ground floor commercial. As few as 24 units. We just finished a 200-unit project. Our most recent project has 1,032 units in downtown San Francisco. I made this presentation 20 years ago when I was the only developer actually active in Berkeley at the time. In a fit of pique, I wrote it because I thought that if I just had this, my life would be easier and the world would be better, much like the originals. Most of them are pretty apropos even today. It was originally made for the City of Berkeley Planning Department, where if they focus their energies in simplifying the life of developer and providing more housing. Number one, increase allowable density. Density and convenience is a good thing in cities, and I think most evidence shows that. The easiest way, by the way, to increase density, and it's something that's gaining currency throughout the United States now, is form-based code. You don't have to have a Manhattanized skyline to get incredible density. All Parisian buildings had a height limit at 74 feet to the cornice. It resulted in incredible density. Two is reduce or remove parking requirements. Probably the most onerous requirement stopping infill development is parking requirements. You know, in the age of Uber and Lyft, it's one of the easiest ways to make higher density development. Third commandment, reduce open spaces. Open space is one of those fetishes among many planners, even today. I love Jane Jacob. In orthodox city planning, neighborhood open spaces are venerated in an amazingly uncritical fashion, much as savages venerate magical fetishes. We have found our most popular roof decks typically are 1,500 square feet, 1,200 square feet. Vast expanses get less use because they don't provide the opportunities for intimacy and chance meetings. So if you have a high density building, I have had open space requirements that were larger than the size of the lot itself. The same people can use the same open space. Fourth requirement is reduce, eliminate setback requirements, antiquated setback requirements, which in commercial districts serve no value whatsoever. This is one of the best examples of them in downtown Berkeley. But because of inflexible setback requirements, we have a 5-foot wide alley criminal behavior that serves no value whatsoever in the public realm. Number 5, use the state density bonus law to modify local restrictions, to modify setback requirements, parking requirements, open space height limit requirements that add nothing to the built environment and only drive up the cost of the housing. Number 6, streamline your entitlements process. Oscar Wilde could never be a socialist. They have far too many night meetings. He could have easily said that about developers or NIMBYs. 43 public hearings is not enough. I have had projects that had 10 public hearings. It's gotten a little bit better because density bonus law, Housing Accountability Act passed by the legislature have forced cities to move more quickly. Number 7 commandment, streamline building permits. This project, the Panoramic in San Francisco, had 74 separate building permits. This does not include planning or zoning. This is just building. San Francisco has added at least another 20.
So 94 permits to get something like this done now.
At least.
74 permits also represent 74 different officers reviewing.
Just at building and safety, yes. You could not do them simultaneously, and they had to go from desk to desk to desk. Cities need a consolidation of all these permits. It takes years to get everyone to click that box. Allow CEQA exemptions for car-free or car-light projects. Getting rid of cars and putting dense housing close to transit is the most green thing you can do for the environment. The CEQA guidelines should be like the building code. You have to have doors that are 36 inches wide. End of discussion, where you can go to a book, read what the code says, design a project that meets the code and say, you have to give us our building permit because we meet all the guidelines. Air quality, traffic, CEQA regulations have been hijacked by entities that want to use that process to slow things down. And any individual can file a $200 appeal and gum you up in court for 2 to 3 years. Same kind of specificity with regard to CEQA guidelines. Instead of a, quote, detrimental impact, leaves a loophole wide enough for a Mack truck. That's for the project.
The Panoramic is an example of a project that you did without any parking.
It was a micro apartment project with 0 parking. It's half leased to a local design school. Number 9, allow and encourage alternate building methods. We're seeing a lot more of this now because I think modular is the only way the Bay Area in particular is going to see any chance of solving its affordable housing project. Cities are coming around. California, I'm happy to report, pretty sophisticated department, the Housing and Community Development Department, dealing with modular to be approved. And right now, the default position is no, unless you prove to us there's reason to say yes. Something that say our default position is yes, unless we say reason to say no. Developments don't get the benefit of the doubt. You're guilty until proven innocent, and it should be innocent until proven guilty. That alone improved development in a lot of cities. Churchill's observation about the United States hold true for planning departments, and that is Americans or planning departments can always be expected to do the right thing after they've exhausted all other possibilities. A CEQA lawsuit for a modest little project like that, 6 years start to finish to build 34 apartments, probably added $1 million.
Who ended up paying for that?
The renters, $30,000 to $50,000 per apartment, maybe $250 a month. To end on a positive note and remind people of Jane Jacobs' words, possibilities to add convenience, intensity, and cheer in cities are limitless. I witnessed the transformation of downtown Berkeley. I've seen a whole host of improvements that's made it a much more interesting, livable city.
A lot of these are solved by just increasing what the definition is of by right.
Yeah, it takes politicians out of the mixture, and I don't think cities can be trusted to address issues of affordable housing. A lot of cities are quite happy to have no affordable housing, have no new development in their city. They like it just the way it is. I've often said what California needs is a dictator with good taste.
The 10 commandments, it sounds like there's some that are getting better.
5 to 7 of them have made pretty significant progress.
Well, Patrick, thank you so much.
Charlie, thank you.
The call to action is homes need to be where the jobs are.
Yes. This all is broadly a product of there not being enough housing supply in the right places. Nobody wants to be super commuting in their car for 3 hours. Majority of jobs need to be done in person just strictly by the nature of what that job is. LA accounts for nearly 10% of all supercommuters nationally. I think there are actually ways in which remote work could even exacerbate some of these issues. Remote work could add new supercommuters into the mix here. Long-term, LA could actually become a less attractive regional economy if some of these issues persist. I'm Chris Salviati. I'm a housing economist at Apartment List based in San Francisco, where we're studying trends on the housing market with a specific focus on the rental market. Apartment List is the nation's fastest growing rental platform, and we are doing our best to help every renter find a home that they love by matching folks with apartments that fit their needs through a really detailed quiz flow that kind of really gets to know the renters and matches them with properties that fit them best. Apartment List is nationwide. We've got millions of listings across the US and in every major market across the country.
What is an economist doing at a apartment listing marketplace?
So my role at Apartment List is as part of our research team, where we're really taking, the Apartment List mission overall is to help every renter find a home that they love. And on the research team, we interpret that mission as being able to help arm renters with data that is going to be important and valuable to them as part of that apartment search, diving deep on important trends that are happening in the housing market. And we publish that research on the Apartment List research blog. So the report that we're discussing today is titled Rise of the Supercommuters. And here we're really digging into a trend that we've been observing for a number of years now, where we're seeing a sharp increase in the share of workers who are commuting more than 90 minutes each way to work. So supercommuters are folks who are taking on excess commute time, which we define as being more than 90 minutes each way to work. So these are folks that are commuting round trip 3 hours every day. It is encompassing of various commute types. In LA specifically, we are talking primarily about folks who drive. It is definitely a car-centric city, but there's also a lot of folks who are reliant on public transit as well. And many of those folks do fall into the supercommuter category, even if in many cases they might not live a super far geographic distance if they're just dealing with inefficient public transit.
The people that are underserved right now in housing are basically facing the prospect of not only having higher rents or home prices where they live, but also having to drive now further and further away from where they have their job.
Exactly, yeah. So that, I think, it kind of illustrates the way in which this kind of, hybrid model of remote work could exacerbate this trend. Yeah, so everyone that is familiar with LA, I think really knows that the city is pretty famous for having some of the worst traffic in the nation, both in the city and throughout the region as a whole. And so perhaps maybe it isn't necessarily a surprise that LA is one of the epicenters of this supercommuting trend. But nonetheless, the numbers are pretty alarming. So when we look at greater LA as a whole, and here I'm looking at the 5 counties that encompass the Los Angeles and Riverside metros. So LA County, Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura counties. Across all 5 of those counties, so the broader region as a whole, 5% of the workforce are supercommuters. So this is 1 out of every 20 workers is enduring this 3-hour plus commute on a daily basis. In terms of the absolute magnitude of workers here, we're talking about over 400,000 individuals who are doing these supercommutes. And when we compare this to the national numbers, the share of supercommuters in LA is well above that national average of 3%. And with 4.6 million supercommuters nationwide, it's the case that LA accounts for nearly 10% of all supercommuters nationally. And certain parts of the LA region are supercommuting is even more concentrated. So in Riverside County specifically, 8.2% of the workforce are supercommuters, and in San Bernardino County, it's 6.5%. Both of those numbers obviously well over double the national average. And this is a problem that's only getting worse every year. So if we look from 2010 to 2019, the number of supercommuters in greater LA increased by 64%, while the overall workforce increased by only 15%. So supercommuters over these past 10 years have increased at a rate of more than 4 times the growth in the overall workforce.
8% of Riverside
It's insane, yeah.
workforce is driving 3 hours a day.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering when you actually think about it. Take out the hours that you're sleeping and the hours that you're working, those 3 hours end up carving out, a big chunk of the rest of the day that folks, otherwise would be spending on, other things that they have to get done or leisure time. And so it does take a significant toll.
And we're talking about supercommuters. So if you look at further down the scale, just like a bad commute, like an hour-long commute, you're talking about probably more than 8% are, in addition to that, are now in the car for over an hour each way. So it's like,
totally,
this is just the worst tip of the iceberg, is 8% is in this category.
There are a lot of folks that maybe don't quite qualify as supercommuters, but who still have pretty rough commutes. And so that 8.2%, when we're looking at Riverside County, that really is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Supercommuting isn't something that's just strictly relegated to folks that are in the Inland Empire. Even within LA County, 4.5% of the workforce are supercommuters, and actually accounts for over half of all the supercommuters in greater LA. The county that has seen the fastest growth in supercommuters, with 78% growth over the past 10 years in LA County. LA is really the job center of the region. So I would expect that most of these people are commuting within LA County, not just drive, but also those who are reliant on public transit. Here we're looking at a map of supercommuting trends at the census tract level. And you can see, as the gradient kind of scales up, there are some census tracts here where, over 10%, and in a few cases, even over 20% of the workforce are supercommuters. In the areas immediately centered close to downtown LA, the folks that live in those neighborhoods are pretty unlikely to be supercommuters. But as you kind of see that radius sort of expand out, you can see that supercommuting it becomes more and more common on the further reaches of the region. And that's true, again, even within LA County. LA County itself actually is quite large. So there are a lot of folks who do supercommute even within the county. This is responding to commuting radius is right now within the region. Yeah, these are all folks who are commuting daily. Going forward, remote work is something that's going to just complicate how we think about this issue. And so there may end up being, as I said, a lot of folks who end up in these hybrid arrangements where, going forward, we may have kind of a new class of, I mean, what you might call part-time supercommuters, folks who are living far enough out that when they do go into the office, that commute would qualify as a super commute, but they're not doing it every day. We're having this discussion in the midst of, what is really kind of a significant revolution in the way that workplaces are organized. And by that, I'm referring to the remote work trend. So, over the past year plus, we've kind of been thrown into this forced experiment where basically everyone whose job is capable of being done remotely has been working remotely. And now that we're starting to move into this phase where vaccine distribution has become widely available, the virus itself is presenting less and less of a risk. It does seem, that many workers will end up back in offices this year. But at the same time, that pendulum isn't going to swing all the way back. In a recent survey that we did, we found that among workers who are currently working remotely, 3 out of 4 expect that they're going to continue to have remote work flexibility going forward after the pandemic. A natural question is, how is that going to impact this supercommuting trend? And is this remote work trend now something that could potentially alleviate supercommuting if these folks don't need to be driving to the office anymore? But when we look at the data, what we actually see is that it's still the case that the majority of jobs need to be done in person, just strictly by the nature of what that job is. Fewer than 1 in 3 of these supercommuters are employed in remote-friendly occupations. So things, like cashiers, truck drivers, retail salespeople, teachers, nurses, doctors, these are all jobs that just by their very nature need to be done in person.
The jobs that are not remote friendly are underserved communities, are lower income segments of the region that simply don't have this luxury to just work from home a couple days a week. You can't be a cashier or a teacher or firefighter, a cop, stocking the shelves at a grocery store by phoning it in.
Exactly. Yeah. And I really liked that you used the word luxury there, because I think that that's something that not a lot of people are necessarily thinking of remote work in that way as being kind of a luxury perk. But it is the case that, remote friendly jobs tend to be significantly higher paid. So, here looking at the medians within the LA Metro, the median income of remote friendly occupations is $60,000 annually. But for non-remote friendly occupations, it's just under $34,000 annually. And so, these non-remote friendly jobs, we are talking about, folks who are disproportionately struggling with their housing costs. So it is the folks that are struggling most that are, in no position to really take advantage of this remote work trend. Remote work could play some role in alleviating this trend, but it's certainly not going to solve the problem on its own. And I think there are actually ways in which remote work could even exacerbate some of these issues. A lot of these folks that, think that they're going to have some form of continued remote work flexibility also say that they don't think that they'll be able to go fully remote, that they expect to have sort of a hybrid arrangement where they will no longer need to go into the office every day, but will still need to go in on certain days. That could actually counterintuitively potentially spur new super commuters if, folks who are no longer commuting every day may now be willing to bear a longer commute if they're only doing it a couple days a week. And so you may have more and more folks actually, moving out into these further reaches of the region because now they're willing to take advantage of those more affordable housing prices because they don't need to do that commute every day. And so you could end up with, more folks doing these kind of part-time super commutes. And if enough folks move to kind of these further edges of the current commute radius, you could even see the commute radius expand even further. Another thing that I think is important to keep in mind here with remote work is there is now going to be a significant share of the workforce potentially that will be able to choose where they want to live completely independently of where their job is located. So folks that do have this flexibility to work fully remotely. And for these workers, LA could just simply become a less attractive destination. If you're someone who is choosing your housing location, not having to worry about where your job is located, well, then a market that is as expensive and as congested as LA, may no longer seem like a great choice. And so long term, LA could actually become a less attractive regional economy if some of these issues persist. If not having to do this daily commute means that folks are now going to be expressing more demand in kind of the periphery of the metro area, well, then you could be dealing with an issue where folks are kind of even getting priced out of these kind of peripheral regions where that's currently sort of the affordability haven. Regardless of what happens with this remote work trend, we're still talking about an issue that is fundamentally a matter of there not being enough housing supply built in kind of a transit-oriented way. And so remote work is certainly not going to solve that problem. Really, I think what's important to kind of bear in mind here is that this all is broadly a product of there not being enough housing supply in the right places, and this is a trend that is driven by affordability. And so they move further and further into the periphery of the region. Nobody wants to be spending 3 hours getting to and from work every day. This supercommuting trend is one that's really driven by necessity and lack of better options. The underlying issues of housing supply and urban planning are really still the fundamental ones that need to be solved here. So LA is a strong local economy that's been growing at an above average rate for a number of years. That growing population in a lot of ways is desirable if it's driven by a strong local economy. But communities need to be thoughtful and intentional about how they're accommodating this type of growth. And I think the surge in supercommuters that we see in greater LA speaks to the need to really rethink how the region develops going forward. An adequate supply of housing being built with robust transit infrastructure in mind is something that could alleviate this issue. But unless we start implementing creative solutions to get to that point, this problem is only going to get worse.
Well, thank you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Charlie.
There are lots of downsides to single-family homes, suburban single-family home lifestyle that have not been fully explored in balance with the presumed benefits of it. It sort of boils down to social, economic, and environmental factors that could be mitigated by people living more communally, people living closer to each other. We haven't really given people many other options for how to become financially self-sufficient other than investing in buying homes. I'm Diana Lind, the author of Brave New Home, Our Future in Smarter, Simpler, Happier Housing. I'm also the executive director of the Arts and Business Council for Greater Philadelphia. For much of American history, the idea of a home and your shelter were interchangeable. It was a place to rest your head, but it also might be a source of community, a place that you were with your family, the place where you worked. Because people lived for much of American history in live-work environments. They lived right above their store, their shop. People lived in boarding homes. They might have, their own private bedroom, but share a building, or they might be a boarder in someone else's home. And so there were many different styles of living, even into the early 1900s in the US. But the idea of a home being something much more became sort of an aspiration, source of wealth creation, really started in the period following World War I. There were both government incentives to move out of overcrowded cities, and there were media campaigns to encourage owning their own home, essentially as a way of being a better American, that you would be a better parent, that your family would be better off if you owned your own home. And the Own Your Own Home campaign, literally, helped to spur this idea of people living in their own homes, separate from other generations of their family, separate from kin or friends, and to think about their home as a source of financial stability, the inherent focus of your life's aspirations, and also it being a commodity have just inherently always been at odds in the US. And what we've found is that over time, as people have tried to both protect property values, privacy, housing prices have also gone up. People have moved further and further away from their neighbors. We have made it very difficult to build multifamily housing in much of the US. We have built a culture that prides itself on self-sufficiency for a long period of time. That really got turbocharged by people recognizing that you pair that idea of self-sufficiency with a home and a 30-year mortgage, a fairly new financial innovation post-war period. But you could have the home essentially serve as a way to accumulate wealth, and by investing in your home symbolized a certain amount of financial discipline, Puritan value perhaps that has been a part of the US for a long period of time. Investing in your home and building wealth through it, I think we've developed a series of financial tools that really support that over the past century, but by comparison, we've given very little thought to alternatives there might potentially be. The idea of being self-sufficient, we haven't really given people many other options for how to become financially self-sufficient other than investing and buying homes. I think there's been this perception that the interest in single-family homes has always been market-driven, but actually I think it's been primarily government-driven by virtue of the fact that it's the dominant zoning type that's been allowed in most residential areas. We have encouraged single-family homes by building highways in neighborhoods with multifamily buildings. There are certain messages that the government was sending, both in terms of what kind of housing was valued and what neighborhoods are really trying to develop.
This negative perception of multifamily zoning or shared living, where did that come from? Why does America have such a distaste for it? Is it because of that Jacob Riis book highlighting tenement housing, the bad taste of density, or is it because of the 1918 pandemic, or what's the... Why does America not want to share space?
There were legitimately parts of cities that were overcrowded in the early parts of the 20th century. In many of these cases, these were low-income neighborhoods where immigrants lived. If you are seeing that these are overcrowded tenements and public health issues that are related to that, first of all, this wasn't dignified living, and we could do better than that. But then secondly, there were many other people who would say they wanted to escape that living environment. That's sort of an image of crowded multifamily housing that you have from the beginning of the 20th century. And then when you get to the creation of isolated, large public housing projects, again, then people have a bad stigma against multifamily buildings. And even decades later, we have trouble overcoming, because so often we associate wealth and social success with living in a suburban single-family home, which is pretty much the physical opposite of those kinds of multifamily buildings.
What are some of the, negative implications or downsides of single-family home ownership highlighted or found in your research?
There are lots of downsides to single-family homes, suburban single-family home lifestyle that have not been fully explored in balance with the presumed benefits of it. Start with the ways in which single-family homes occupy a lot of space. So in some ways a really good thing because it gives people a lot of privacy and space, but it then becomes a bad thing. It discourages people from living in walkable neighborhoods where they can access their daily amenities on foot or by bike, that require people to travel by car primarily. It pushes a lot of people further and further out of city boundaries into nature and at risk of wildfires or flooding that otherwise might not be the case if people were living more compactly in the city. Living further away from the city, that has implications for people in terms of commute times. That is certainly something that contributes to people's overall unhappiness. And by virtue of not living in a very compact neighborhood, kind of miss out on opportunities for social interactions that encourage people's overall well-being and their sense of connectivity to their neighborhood. And there are some real downsides to people being lonely. It's been proven that being lonely is a potential negative health effect like smoking cigarettes. Some of the economic benefits that have always been presumed about living in single-family homes also mask some of the potential negative side effects. There's a whole host of people who are priced out of housing, right? So if single-family homes increasing average size, increasingly expensive, there's a bunch of people who aren't going to be able to participate in sort of the wealth creation of home ownership, right? And increasingly, those people are younger people, and they're people of color, and it's a growing portion of who's living in the U.S. So that has a lot of negative economic potential impacts for our country overall. It sort of boils down to social, economic, and environmental factors that could be mitigated by people living more communally, people living closer to each other, living in kind of more walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. I think that this is starting to shift. A house that has the backyard cottage could house a loved one in, or duplex where you could rent out part of your homes or live in a multi-generational home. The tiny home and the fact that there are HGTV shows about this, I think they're all starting to change the narrative around what a successful home looks like, or a happy home looks like. I think it's important to be able to find good examples of these styles of living that could be both prototypes and examples that people could identify themselves with.
Amazing. Well, Diana, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
The duplex, the triplex, fourplex, courtyard apartments, the bungalow court, townhouses, all these housing choices in the middle, we've really delivered very little of in the last 4 to 5 decades. In the late 20s, 30s, and 40s, when zoning was ramping up and being applied, the percentage of housing that was missing middle being delivered starts to get less and less. We don't have a development industry set up to deliver these missing middle housing types in the way that we have an entire development industry. For the single family homes, basically this exact same building size, by dividing it up in different ways, you can get either one really large unit or 8 smaller units. Zoning's currently functioning with a 100-year-old operating system. I'm Dan Perolik. I am an architect and urban designer, and I'm the founding principal of Opticoast Design, a multidisciplinary practice based in Berkeley, California. My book, Missing Middle Housing, Thinking Big and Building Small to Respond to Today's Housing Crisis.
I have the book here in case I need to fact check.
Missing middle housing is a topic that I'm very passionate about. I first introduced this concept in 2011 as part of an article I wrote, created the missing middle diagram that seems to be everywhere these days. In 2016, we launched a free online resource, missingmiddlehousing.com. I practiced architecture in New York City for a number of years, have an undergraduate degree in architecture, got a master's degree in urban design, Opticoast Design, practice that focused both on architecture as well as planning and urban design. And our work is about half with municipalities doing downtown plans, TOD plan, the rewriting of the zoning code to enable those plans and enable missing middle. And then the other half of our work is for developers across the country to deliver this missing middle housing, both the for sale and rental markets.
You kind of play the role in the middle between developer, architect, various departments of the city.
Absolutely. I can open up a zoning code and maybe a city adopted a new form-based code, and I know what they're looking for, and the zoning code is the biggest barrier for these delivery of these missing middle types. Why is this discussion about missing middle housing so important? There's an affordable housing crisis in every corner of the country right now. It's only getting bigger. Zoning has played a role in creating this racial wealth gap between Black households and white households. There's shifting household demographics that are an important part of this story of shrinking household sizes, and 30% of households are single person, a growing percentage of households without children. In 2030, 1 in 5 Americans will be over 65. 2/3 of millennials and 1/3 of baby boomers want walkable urban living. High demand and low supply is a pretty easy economic equation to high prices. Our zoning system is really out of date. Our zoning has allowed a lot of really bad infill. It built a lot of distrust in communities. Almost anybody that sees this diagram, whether they have a planning background or if they're just a a community member with, they understand it. The left-hand side of this is development industries are set up to deliver single-family detached housing. And over the course of the last, 15 to 20 years, larger 4, 5, 6 plus story apartments or condos, but it's all these housing choices in the middle we've really delivered very little of in the last 4 to 5 decades. The duplex, the triplex, fourplex, courtyard apartments, the bungalow courts, the townhouses, go into any neighborhood built prior to the 1940s and see a mix of these types. You have to look very closely to notice that these aren't just single family homes, and 10% of all housing units produced between 1990 and 2013 were missing middle scale. I really like to use this image and tell this story, create a master plan for the community of Isla Vista. The community is not going to support a rewrite of the zoning that's more than 17 units per acre. Everybody in the group loved this building. Placed existing zoning with the form-based code to enable this type of housing. Would you support it? And they're like, well, of course we would. And so this building that you all love is 52 units per acre. It completely blew them away. This is just a really great example of a recently built triplex. We knew how to deliver these missing middle types historically. In the early 1900s, you used to be able to pick up a Sears and Roebuck catalog, buy a 4-plex or 6-plex or even an 8-plex and have it delivered to your curbside. And unfortunately, we've come a long way in the wrong direction for the efficient delivery of these types. A broad range of barriers that exist for missing middle housing start with zoning and subsidies for suburban single family development. We just put layer after layer of barrier on these types. And the by right point is really important. Part of the big problem is very subjective, cumbersome, and extensive process to work through entitlement, and it becomes a negotiation. Transactional zoning, fortunately, too many cities, up and down California as well as across the United States, that's kind of what they do. It just makes it too hard to deliver housing, period, too risky and too expensive especially for smaller and medium-sized builders. We don't have a development industry set up to deliver these missing middle housing types in the way that we have an entire development industry, a finance industry, a mortgage industry set up to deliver the single family homes. And part of this process needs to be rebuilding those industries. The barriers in places like California is also this construction defect liability. If it's a builder or developer who wants to just build a 4-plex condo, it's really hard to justify taking on that risk of getting sued for that 4-unit building because the financial reward is not nearly as high. The code just inherently doesn't understand building type. They say 4-plex, but they actually the 4 tall, skinny single-family homes on one lot are sort of fit under that category. And so I think they're really confusing the conversation about what is a type. Rewriting zoning, we start by introducing this full range of missing middle housing types, shifting the conversation away from those typical terms of density and FAR and those other metrics and say, let's first talk about this broad range of housing types so we can refer back to the duplex, the cottage court, the live work townhouse, courtyard building. A form-based code approach steps away from random metrics of density and FAR, lot coverage, have really good intent, but they don't predictably deliver good results. Shift the conversation to form and scale, and more specifically, this broad range of housing types. A zoning district will say, instead of saying you have a density of 20 units per acre or an FAR of 1.5, it'll actually say in this missing middle neighborhood zone, you're allowed to do this range of types. This is a form-based zone district called neighborhood small footprint. Within those regulations, sort of this table on the right, which of these missing middle types allowed in that particular zoning district. It is very graphic. We usually start this process out by collecting photographs and creating poster boards for each of the types. But they don't understand zoning enough to sort of dive into that code and assess the code, but they can point to a photograph of the cottage court and say, hey, I really like this type. The replacement of that zoning district with a number of different form-based zones that will deliver a broad range of housing types, allowed to do a courtyard apartment. It's just really direct about what types are desired and then it regulates the form sort of as the output. There has to be a minimum lot width for each of the types to be applicable. For each of the types, there's a minimum lot size. Between 40 and 50 feet is when the sort of allowance of the 4-plex is triggered. The lot width, for example, has to be at least 75 feet wide to allow the cottage court.
The next step of delivery that
Yeah,
zoning needs to do?
because most zoning districts will define this really big allowed envelope, the neighborhood and the cities like holding their breath that the developer will actually come in and do the right thing instead of the regulations just prescribing and being really direct about what is wanted, and so more predictable results for the community, the neighborhood, but also predictability for the developer. If they meet the requirements of this new form-based code, their path to entitlement should be much clearer and more objective.
How does it tie to the parcel map and the zoning code?
On the lot, it'll say, hey, this is in a mixed housing district. Either we would go into that R3 zone and make really targeted changes, or that R3 zone is completely replaced with this new zoning district that it could be called missing middle housing. It could be called mixed housing. These missing middle regulations are not an added layer, but rather that they are embedded and are the core set of regulations. The last thing you want to do is make it even more complicated. And when we created the missing middle concept, our primary goal was to enable infill, but there's also a really strong interest in this for the creation of new walkable neighborhoods that integrate missing middle types. A project that we've been working on now for 4 years, which is the construction of a new missing middle neighborhood in the Omaha Metro called Prairie Queen. And it's one of the case studies that I included in the book. It's a 40-acre project that will ultimately be a little over 600 units, and it's all missing middle scale from duplexes and townhouses up to eightplexes. There are 132 units occupied, probably another 75 to 100 in various stages of construction. It's been very financially successful. Evolved from a project area scale, like a neighborhood or a corridor, to a citywide and even a countywide scale. Kauai County, city of Memphis, Tennessee, the city of Cincinnati. We've done this up and down the state and are going through, policy changes and even legislators, to be quite honest. I think this is a really important message for the legislation. Instead of targeting number of units, to target the sort of a defined volume or envelope. By dividing it up in different ways, right? You can get either one really large unit or 8 smaller units. Have a really broad range of densities that it's delivering, but the scale and the form of it's exactly the same. So let's focus on defining that maximum volume you want to allow, and then letting a developer decide how many units they divide that volume up into. But they can deliver smaller, more attainable housing choices. You remove the disincentive for delivering the smaller units.
This is more of a affordability by design, not by law. Our cities also include deed restrictions, like an inclusionary zoning aspect of it. If you're going to go and turn a single family home into a sixplex, some of those have to be affordable, or is it mostly just allowing the higher density to happen and affordable by design?
We discourage cities from asking to overlay inclusionary requirements onto the missing middle scale buildings, because it's already really hard to make them pencil out, and by adding the inclusionary zoning, that it's likely to make it even harder. If a developer is going to be able to buy a $1.2 million cottage and tear that down and build 4 or 5 new cottages that have values of $1.4+ million, then math probably works out to have a requirement where that would end up sort of have to have some sort of a long-term affordability tied to them. Management of those becomes the $1 million question. A land trust that sort of takes over management of a larger pod of sort of scattered affordable types, but the middle, it is delivering this affordability by design if it's enabled.
The inclusionary zoning is very prevalent with like a 20 unit plus, where, if you want to build a bigger project, you have to have a set aside. There's no inclusionary zoning component to anything in this missing middle typology.
No, I think it's just harder the project to pencil out. One that's included, the city may, for example, need to require a few more units in certain areas to make the project pencil out. Maybe they need to allow a 6-plex rather than a 4-plex and really deliver housing choices. Working on the citywide zoning code update for Austin, Texas, and it adjusts the required sort of give back, a sort of percentage of affordability or number of affordable units based on the location within the city, as well as whether you're not developing a rental project or a for sale project.
These communities have built triplexes and duplexes and added that supply to the market. How much research, construction of missing middle typologies actually leading to more affordable housing opportunity? It's renting or selling at a discount to what the current, average home price is.
Conversation is too new to sort of have that data. I don't think the entire solution is to just let missing middle happen and hope it delivers affordability. No, I think there needs to be a lot of other tools in a city's toolbox. Enough of it hasn't been built to sort of start thinking about not calling it missing.
And a lot of these typologies you're highlighting, it's, I guess a lot of this is sort of tied intrinsically to back to like the 15-minute city bungalow court. It's like, where are you going to park the cars? And so
Absolutely. To demonstrate the demand for car light, in particular, car-free living, is a project that we're now working on with a developer called Cul-de-sac in Tempe, Arizona, a 20-acre project that will be the largest car-free community in the country. The first phase has over 100 units. There's over 2,000 people on a waiting list that want to live in this car-free community, and people are moving from all across the country to live this car-free lifestyle. So part of my point is, like, number one, cities need to tackle the parking conversation to enable missing middle as well, and that there is a pent-up demand for car-free and even car light living that is not being delivered. We designed in Salt Lake City. All of these units were actually sold before they were even completed. About 15 to 20% smaller than what was being built in that market, and sort of hit a sweet spot of the construction industry is discussing sort of this need for these housing types as well, and is struggling a bit to adapt to kind of meet this need just based on the complexities being outside of their business plan, all the barriers that are currently in place to effectively deliver these missing middle housing choices. There's this big push, right, to update housing elements are not a sharp instrument, they're a really blunt tool. If conventional planning and zoning and policy could deliver missing middle type, it would have already. There's an inherent disincentive for smaller, more affordable units in a density-based planning and zoning system. Because the second you define a density cap, developers is going to do his math and say, hey, I can fit 4 units on here. You're not going to build 4 affordable, smaller units. He or she is going to build 4 of the biggest, most expensive units. Give them the same envelope and say, hey, you can do as many units as you want within that defined envelope. So instead of doing 4,000 square foot units, you could do 8 500 square foot unit. 3/4 of all city-driven RFPs that come out for zoning code updates ask directly for form-based coding, or say we're interested in exploring it. If your zoning allows the right things in the right places, that it's gonna be an economic development tool.
If people are going to reimagine how their communities are built, they literally need the images for it to be imagined. The book illustrates and fills in that missing space in a lot of people's imagination.
My call to action is for everybody to step up and play a role in cities across the country to deliver these housing choices.
Dan, thank you so much for your time.
All right, take care.
I think that the built environment and architecture kind of failed a lot of Black Americans who grew up in Black neighborhoods. If this is what your built environment is, there's no way that you can take a picture in front of your house and have kind of the proper representation of who you are.
Hi, my name is Damar Matthews, the founder and principal of Off Top Design Studio, based out of Los Angeles. Showing the built environment, predominantly Black neighborhoods, through the lens of a Black designer, Black person who grew up in a Black neighborhood.
The pressure that gets put on you for thesis during architecture is like, this could be the work you worked on your whole life. And so I had this weight kind of on my shoulders, like, all right, I gotta find the right thing. I didn't want to just go into architecture and just take the standard route. I just wasn't interested in that. I started to think about where I saw myself after realizing that all the work I've been shown in architecture school up to that point, I never saw a precedent from a Black architect. I never saw architecture in a predominantly Black neighborhood. So I was questioning it. I was questioning, what's Black architecture? Is that a thing? Like, is that established? It ended up sending me down this research hole that took me to the beginning of housing for African Americans once they reached the United States.
To start, I was looking back at what was the first houses for Black people once they arrived in America, really taking that and going all the way up until present day and looking at where Black people have been able to live, cities, neighborhoods, communities, how those come to be. You'll often see that they're hand-me-down housing, which started in slavery and still continues to this day.
Where I'll start you here, present day Black LA, which is South LA. Blue dots on the screen, that's the Black population. You'll notice once out of South LA right here, you don't really see any more blue dots. Once Black people leave South LA, majority are going at least 60 miles east or north, Inland Empire, Moreno Valley, specifically where I'm from, Palmdale, Lancaster area. 30 years ago, Watts was about 90% Black. But today it's less than 30% Black. If my family was there and today we're not there anymore, what brings me back? If there's not going to be as many Black people, if there's not established landmarks for you to go to, or there's a need for kind of cultural imprint on the built environment, stamp out this land. There's neighborhoods that are celebrating specific cultures with specific architectural styles everywhere. But that's not true in Black neighborhoods. Looking at housing for Black people once you arrive in America, you'll see the plantation owners with these beautiful homes, and then the slave quarters, these hand-me-down housing. A lot of them used to be used for like the horses and pigs and etc. And then they would somewhat clean it out and just have the slaves living in there. But this idea of hand-me-down housing is still very much effective and true in Black neighborhoods. Because you look at the image on the right, which is a housing project, which were also made for middle to lower middle income white Americans initially, and they were only meant to be a temporary structure. In a book titled Spatializing Blackness by Rashad Shabazz, he's speaking about the mental and social effects of living in Black neighborhoods and living in housing projects specifically. And in the book, he said, the children here are surrounded by wire mesh and fencing that makes their living environment resemble the catwalks of a prison. The abundance of security measures in these Black neighborhoods and housing projects specifically, such as policing, 24/7 video surveillance, perimeter patrols, apartment sweeps, the appearance made it seem as if they weren't supposed to escape. And when you look at things like this fence and the language that this fence is pointing in, it's as if it's keeping you in. This is a cage at this point. This is in addition to the bars at every window and every single door, in addition to kind of the older, decrepit buildings.
But this exists today.
Right.
In Los
Angeles. Exactly how it looks right now. Yeah. One, this isn't reflective of Black culture, and it's not, if architecture is supposed to be, it's meant to reflect the culture that's going to embrace it, be inside of it, or interact with it in general. And so, really, when you look at the Black neighborhoods in South LA, these are the common materials that you find. You find those same things that Rashad Shabazz is mentioning in the books. You see a lot of graffiti, a lot of bars, you see a whole lot of cops. You see buildings are older, buildings are abandoned. The built environment is not a good state at all. Really, I started to look at how that affects perception, both self-perception and perception. As I'm looking at it, I think that the built environment kind of and architecture kind of failed a lot of Black Americans who grew up in Black neighborhoods. If this is what your built environment is, there's no way that you can take a picture in front of your house and have kind of the proper representation of who you are. But in an image, in a picture, the subject is heavily, there's a heavy impact. The background has a heavy impact on how you perceive the subject. We look at this picture, which is a beautiful picture. It looks like they're at an abandoned place or a prison. It's a beautiful picture. It's a beautiful picture. Kids are beautiful. The background still plays on how you perceive these kids. It's sad to think that, but as we're looking at it, it also has a deeper impact on what they feel for themselves or about themselves. If you grow up in a place that resembles prison, how likely are you to go to prison? Is that an easy transition for you to make if you're already growing up in a place that's similar to prison? And then you start to think, like, how much does the built environment impact a disproportionate number of African Americans and people of color in jail? Does the architecture have anything to do with that? You start to question things like that. And this is just another picture that's speaking to, one, the effect of the background on the subject of the picture. So this is a mom standing with her kid. When you look at the environment that surrounds her, look at the roof behind her, look at the trash that she's standing by. But then you look at where is this scene in Beverly Hills? It shouldn't just be about money to achieve a place of pride. I mean, you know, the number going from 90% to 30%. Like, on one hand, it can be good if they're going to an environment that is now going to accurately represent them. But if they're going to just a built environment that's good, but they're now token in that area, if you still don't identify with the built environment, then it's still, you know, you're only solving a bit of the problem. To address this fully, it's if people are leaving for that reason, because it feels like a prison here, or it's just not a good built environment here, it doesn't make you feel good to walk outside. How do we bring them back? We bring them back with this architecture, yeah. And me personally, right now, we've been looking for a apartment, right, for like a year. But I was really trying to go back into South LA. I'm in Koreatown right now. To look for any amenities, any building amenities, find one in South LA. You know, it's how can we improve this neighborhood with our identity being at the core of this new development, or to have us come back, us take pride in the community and build it up to, you know, to where other people come in as well, because, you know, you have to have an economy to support a community.
The built world, looking the way it does, it has a negative impact.
Exactly. Everything that you do in the built environment is going to either have a good or bad impact. I think that we are still getting hand-me-downs in terms of design services, to build as many units as possible, and that's it.
Because what you're trying to do, instead of handing me down, is elevate a voice and kind of surpass sort of the traditional design that you're handed down. You're taking control of writing the script by elevating the voice.
That's the goal. Yeah, that's the goal. And hopefully, and of course, I don't want to be the only one writing. That's why I call it a black aesthetic, because it's not the black aesthetic.
Yeah.
You know, there's a spectrum of blackness, and this is sort of my shared experience.
Well, Damar, thank you so much for your time.
Oh man, no problem. And thank you.
We thought that the answer to housing affordability was in construction. You know, built 10 Nightingale projects. Our view on that is that the affordability piece actually happens much more in structuring and finance costs, impact investors, lower cost of equity, lower cost of debt. It's got the highest ratio of bikes to apartments in Melbourne and in Australia. The Commons was one of the first buildings to be built, and the idea was that that would be a beacon of hope for other developers coming in, affordability, sustainability. But what actually happened was that we're still kind of business as usual. The Commons was born and make sure that the Commons was seen as a trend or a pathway rather than a blip on the radar. So it would be seen as the rule rather than the exception. My name's Jeremy McLeod. I'm the founder and design director at Breed Architecture. And the project that I want to talk to you about is the Commons, a triple bottom line apartment building that's trying to reshift the agenda on housing in Melbourne. It's located in Brunswick, place of urban renewal. It's an old industrial area, and it's 6 kilometres north of the centre of Melbourne. It's right next to a train station, a bike path, a bus line, and light rail. In Melbourne, we like to call them trams. Very eclectic, diverse community here. There's waves of migration that roll up north, the kind of Turkish and Lebanese quarter. The site size is 750 square metres. There's 24 apartments.
A condo.
Correct. 16 2-bedrooms, 8 1-bedrooms. There's a shared rooftop garden, shared rooftop laundry, 4 small retail spaces downstairs, a yoga studio, an organic wine shop, a cafe, and an architecture studio. So this is Florence Street. There's no car parking, importantly, which is the first of its kind in Melbourne since 1955. There's 72 bike parks. It's got the highest ratio of bikes to apartments in Melbourne and in Australia. And the project cost was $7.1 million construction, and the site cost at that point in time was $545,000. So my role in the Commons was project instigator, design architect, along with Bonnie Herring from Breed Architecture. She's going to talk to you about another one of our projects, Nightingale 1, 5 other architects in Melbourne to invest with me and my partner Tamara, the co-founder of Breathe, to buy the site in Brunswick, to rezone the site from industrial to commercial, to get the planning process and then to get funding to build the project. Yes, in this instance, I am part architect, part developer. Developer comes with a number of connotations in this particular area in Melbourne because developers have been building kind of poor quality housing stock. So I prefer to think of myself as just an architect. Now, we want to bring developers into the tent, right? And, you can probably see some of that behind me in the background. We felt like that the agenda was all wrong. So it was about delivering housing for profit. And it's almost like the housing was a byproduct of the business model or the feasibility spreadsheet. Facing a climate crisis, a housing affordability crisis, a breakdown in our community. So for us, we wanted to prove that you could build a building that was simultaneously sustainable and affordable and built community, and that you could do all of those things simultaneously and kind of change the mindset around business as usual, development for profit. It's about building a owner-occupier community that would be stable. Yeah, we looked for a site that was well located, close to public transport, in an urban renewal area that was, not particularly popular at the time, so it was very affordable. It cost us, less than $1,000 a square metre at the time to buy. To be able to design the new system, we had to control the purse strings. We got other architects to invest with us. We set the triple bottom line agenda so that this building had to be simultaneously sustainable, affordable, and focus on community. The big goal for us was 0 cars and 0 carbon. Didn't quite hit the 0 carbon target, so there is still gas pumped into this building. Evolution of this building, Nightingale, that's carbon neutral in operations. We went through a rezoning process where we rezoned not just this site, but also 42 other sites in the surrounding area. So working closely with the local council about that. Yeah, there are 42 sites in the Anstey Urban Village precinct, and the Commons is one of those. It's immediately adjacent to a train station and a tram line and a bus line and a bike path. The Commons was one of the first buildings to be built. That would be kind of a beacon of hope for other developers coming in, build quality, livability, affordability, sustainability. But what actually happened was other buildings started coming up after that rezoning that were still kind of business as usual. And that's when Nightingale, the kind of evolution of the Commons, was born, to try and make sure that the Commons was seen as a trend or a pathway rather than a blip on the radar. Is the rule rather than the exception. Immediately opposite from the Commons, or diagonally opposite from the Commons, is Nightingale 1, the first evolution, and then diagonally behind Nightingale 1 is Nightingale Anstey. 200 metres to the south is Nightingale Village, which is 6 Nightingale buildings and in a carbon neutral precinct with a car share hub and 450 bikes precinct of 42 sites. There's 10 buildings like this. It's kind of the highest concentration of carbon neutral buildings in the country. We have an energy rating requirement, a minimum of 5 stars. The Commons at 7.5 star, exponentially harder to get than the last. Temperate climate like Melbourne, once we got the building to 7.5 stars, our thermal modelling showed us that we didn't need to put in air conditioning, cross-ventilated in summer, and we heat it through hydronic heating, centralised boiler through winter, and reduce the cost of the build by about $350,000, but then also reduce the operational costs to the owners long term. Very, very cost effective to run. The Common was sold to owner occupiers on the open market. 22 out of 24 apartments were bought by owner occupiers. They're bought under what's called here a strata title. So essentially they own this sort of 3-dimensional space in the building, and they can buy and sell that as they need. And that's kind of bound under a legal mechanism called a body corporate. It's quarterly fees, and that covers building maintenance, to operate a building.
It's like a condo.
Correct. There's no title restriction. When we thought that the answer to housing affordability was in construction, by the time that we've built 10 Nightingale projects, our view on that is that the affordability piece actually happens much more in structuring and finance costs, impact investors, lower cost of equity, lower cost of debt. As we progressed, we got much more into designing a better kind of financial model rather than trying to save on the cost of the nuts and bolts in the building. We do that too. So there's no cap on the resale prices. And I think that, one of the things that inspired us to put the resale caveat in Nightingale was our disappointment at seeing the prices of the Commons go through the roof. It's going from being one of the most affordable places to live in Brunswick to being one of the most expensive. What that told us was that the market was prepared to pay for sustainability and prepared to pay for community. But the problem was second-time owners, only people that were middle class or wealthy that could afford that. Yeah, we bought the site in 2007. We handed over the project. Everyone moved in 2013. In the middle of that, there was a global financial crisis. And so we lost our bank financing just before we were about to start construction. Impact investor called Small Giants had to take the project over, help fund the project with their balance sheet. This is the western side of the building. So we get hot western sun. Ficus shades the masonry behind. So it keeps the building cool downstairs. Don't have air conditioning. They have external blinds which shade the windows, and the offices down there. Local kind of biodiversity through here. Lots of local street artists around here. Middle of the building, that's the stairwell up through there. The western wall of the building is clad in a product called Ampolite, which is locally manufactured corrugated product. Behind that Ampolite is a 70mm cavity, which allows air to move up from the bottom of the building up through, and it's ventilated out through the parapet. The sustainability of reductionism. What can you take out to make the building more sustainable and more affordable? So by taking out the basement car park, rather than having a driveway and a roller door there to get into a car park, we've got a wine shop, was sold for $425,000. Reduction in the car park construction costs saved the project $750,000. Those simple moves saved the project over $1.1 million, which we could then put back into, additional planting, additional landscaping. By the residents occupying the street and the cafes occupying the street, the cars, you basically see this as a pedestrian zone. There was a 1955 croissant bakery here, and that was demolished. Those bricks were saved and rebuilt. That graffiti was kind of re-put back in a pixelated way. So it kind of shows, obviously, the 1955 history of the building, but it also shows 1995 history. It's very unusual to have a fire stair, timber-framed doors, but there's timber-framed doors throughout the whole building, hand-painted signage, the lights above the doors. The car parking issue has been the single biggest threshold issue that we've faced in this building, and we continue to face. Despite being incredibly well located, you can see that's the train platform there. That's the bike path right there. The bus is up at that street corner there, and the tram is at the end of that street there. In Australia, policy decision makers can't imagine a future without cars. So this is a 75 square metre, at least 750 square feet apartment. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. It has one bathroom. Very, very simple bathroom. Lighting is just clipped to the concrete soffit, so it can be, easily moved and adapted. So normally most apartments would have plasterboard ceilings and all the electrical, plumbing and ductwork concealed in those. So you can see that the fire services are exposed, but by taking out the plasterboard ceilings, she saved about $100,000 out of construction cost. She saved all of the steel furring channels, the adhesive, the plasterboard itself. And then she increased the height of the apartments from 2.7 metres to 2.9 metres. So, it's like 9.5 feet. But the floors are recycled timber floorboards lifted from old schools and church halls and old houses in Melbourne. They're top nailed, not glued, which means at the end of this building's life, the floorboards can be lifted and reused. Underneath there is the main hydronic heating line, the main electrical services line. If you want to change something, you can get into that duct and access those to be able to change services over time. The cabinetry is made from form ply, so made in Victoria from plantation pine, not generally used as joinery, but it's very cheap and very, very tough. The sinks are made in Western Australia. They're made from copper, not stainless steel. Wherever there's concrete structure, like the floor slab above, that's exposed, or structural blade walls, that's exposed. Precast concrete columns, post-tension concrete floor slabs. So the floor slabs are formed up on site, and then the precast panels are made off site with good double glazing, outside here with a lift and slide door. Have hardware that's designed in Austria. By using those to insulate the building outside, exposing our thermal mass inside. It means that we have very, very stable building temperatures inside the apartment. And then we have this light court, which comes down into the core of the building. Yeah, so all of the apartments are cross-ventilated, light to the bedrooms. The building's only 5 floors tall. The north side of the roof is productive gardens. There's blackboards upstairs and downstairs, laundry. And then the rooftop deck kind of opens up, has views down to the city, and then kind of, places to hang out. And the mantra on this building, build less, give more. So we take out the basement car park, but we give much more bicycle parking. We take out the individual laundry, give a wine shop. We take out the second bathroom, so there's no en-suites. There's just one bathroom in each 2-bedroom apartment, but the living rooms get bigger. We have a shared rooftop laundry with 6 great front-loading washing machines in there, and then a great kind of, rooftop area.
What would you say is the most innovative aspect of the project?
Is actually accepting that the housing system was broken and designing a new system to be able to fund that. Setting the agenda up front to build sustainability and community into the deliverables on the project. From a built form outcome, trying to approach a building that was zero carbon. Whole mantra of build less, give more. Take things out to make the building more sustainable, to make it more affordable, and to make it better.
Appreciate your time, Jeremy.
All right, see you later, mate.
This is one project that is so much publicity for one little tiny project, and fantasy images that one sees that are extremely seductive. I mean, we were seduced ourselves. Like I say, we thought, where's the robot? We want to just press the button and go. But when you actually get down there, like, oh, here's the design, there's the site, there's a bit of a gap to be filled there. But creating something that's permanent, that's suitable for human inhabitation, and that can also take the structural loading is another level of challenge. 3D printing doesn't make things cheaper, it doesn't make them faster. It essentially gives more control over the form of a surface and translating that essentially from a digital surface into a physical surface. Relationship between robots and construction and what does 3D printing actually mean is a kind of a blurry thing. My name is Ben Piper, and I'm an architect and design principal with Killa Design, a firm of about 80 architects based in Dubai. About 5 years now, managed to do some quite interesting projects. The Museum of the Future, the Address Resort in Dubai, and the Office of the Future, which won a Guinness Book of Records award for being the first fully inhabited 3D printed building we can talk about today. And we have a little model of it right here. We're based in the Middle East. We have a few projects in the UAE, in Dubai, in the broader UAE, Abu Dhabi, and some of the northern Emirates, and then from there into Oman and Saudi, which are our neighbors. In India, in the Seychelles, we're looking to expand. In 2017, studied the possibility of putting the world's first 3D printed, fully inhabited building in that location. It was due to be constructed in Abu Dhabi, which is our neighboring emirate. But there's a kind of good friendly rivalry between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And Dubai likes to be the first and the largest in the things that they do. For example, the Burj Khalifa being the world's tallest tower, the Dubai Future Foundation. They were interested in promoting 3D rapid prototyping technology at a larger scale, a 3D printed building scale. And so we were invited to assist them in reimagining what was originally a villa project, but for a new site in a very central location in Dubai. There's absolutely a lot of precedent for 3D printed constructions, you could say. But most of those, anecdotally, were kind of pavilion scale constructions and not really environmental envelopes. But creating something that's permanent, that's suitable for human inhabitation, and that can also take structural loading is another level of challenge. The end result may be slightly less flamboyant, but the meaning and the impact is slightly deeper because it's a completely different way to procuring traditional buildings. The supplier of the 3D printed concrete, which is an entity called Winsun, working out of China, were actually driving the project from the outset. They essentially were trying to promote their 3D printing technology by, first of all, offering to print at no cost. Other consultants, Gensler and Thornton Tomasetti, involved. Our role really was taking the more or less kit of parts that had been established already, and then trying to reassemble them to fit onto the site.
Gallery space. This is the gateway entry. This is the lobby space. This was a sort of consultants workshop area, private offices, and then this is the executive office.
Half of the kit of parts was already 3D printed and already in transit. The fabricator of the 3D printed elements was sort of saying, you know, here's some 3D printed building blocks. Now you go and figure out what to do with them, which is absolutely not an ideal scenario, because I think the real interesting part of 3D printed architecture is this idea of absolute customization at relatively little cost. It's very irregular, kind of dynamically shaped. It's maybe something that's highly responsive either to the site or to environmental conditions. And we are very interested in all of those kind of things, but this particular project was more of an exercise in delivery, pretty rapid amount of time. And also that the 3D printed elements are structural concrete. So in the sense that they're used to form actual slabs and roofs. This is quite groundbreaking. There's 3D printed elements of buildings that have been used before, but to create the actual envelope and the structure in 3D printed concrete was quite unique. We call them cassettes. They're like C-shapes that are brought together like this. And this gateway element, vertical composition, kind of exciting moment of entry, and then side that's forming the volumes around.
These volumes are kind of slipping past each other.
So it's kind of like tilt-up construction, printed as a circle on the ground and then tilted up.
Wherever you are using concrete, a combination of concrete and steel working together. You take the steel out of a concrete building and it'll fall over. This is a 3D printed concrete building with steel embedments. Every 6 inches, call it 6 inches or 12 layers of ejected concrete mix. As it was hardening, a layer of rebar was added, and then it would go off, and then another 12 layers would be added on top.
What are some of the limitations you found structure?
Trying to 3D print a slab while the concrete hasn't set is nigh on impossible. And of course, there have been a lot of experiments into rapidly setting concrete. Ultraviolet set material volume is filled with a single material, essentially a powder. But yeah, one of the major challenges is you do need to support 3D printed concrete before it goes off. And then only once it's essentially set can you then use it as a spanning structure. But then the next problem is the absolute volume of material you're dealing with. Essentially, you have to have a volume of material equivalent to the entire volume taken up by the building, the actual print volume, and the assembly that was printing the concrete, set by the 40-foot container so that it was possible to ship these things. Then there was constraints to do with span, essentially the structural engineers' calculations of what they felt they could get away with. But at the end of the day, structural engineering depends on historical data, and there isn't too much historical data about the performance of 3D printed concrete. The layers have a structural relationship with each other. Plus, within those layers, there's an additional steel members, and the bonding strength between the steel and the concrete has to play into all these things to make an educated guess about what they could get away with. It wasn't necessarily the absolute end. And they also performed some destructive tests, putting these large beam elements under strain until they failed, essentially. Physics really starts to play a role when you start working at scale. It's 5 meters wide by 17 meters long. One of the things that actually starts to happen is when the concrete is laid down in layers, its self-weight starts to compress, and it basically starts to deform under its own self-weight. So you can't just keep printing perpetually, a taller and a taller thing. Physics comes into play. In this case, it's 12 layers of concrete before you have to wait for it to harden, 1.5 centimeters. And so you're getting about a 6-inch layer at any one time. Because if you go beyond that, it starts distorting and sumping to such an extent that you can't keep the shape. You can use it for printing jewelry, something with micron tolerances. Yeah. But once you blow this thing up, what we found is actually with all of this sumping and everything, you get really major imprecision. And far more so than you would expect in precast. When you 3D print at scale, the actual physical forces, particularly before the thing is set, introduce all sorts of intolerances. So, for example, the glazing, as we came to put the glazing in, and we had put a 50 millimeter tolerance factor in, but still we had to change the glass and cut the glass back and kind of, wedge it in because of all of that physical distortion. There's no reason that you couldn't use software to take out that noise factor or that distortion factor. I personally have an issue with the idea of 3D printing housing at mass scale. Housing doesn't demand the requirements for freeform or optimized shape. The requirements of individual houses are not so different from each other that they can't be mass produced. So once you've optimized the shape, say with a very sophisticated mold or algorithm or whatever, that thing can be reproduced much more effectively using other techniques than 3D printing. 3D printing doesn't make things cheaper, it doesn't make them faster. It essentially gives more control over the form of a surface and translating that essentially from a digital surface into a physical surface. Now, once it's translated into a physical surface, it's possible to do many things with that, including turning it into a mold or using it for formwork. Fantasy images that one sees that are extremely seductive. I mean, we were seduced ourselves. Like I say, we thought, where's the robot? We want to just press the button and go. But when you actually get down there and like, oh, here's the design, there's the site, there's a bit of a gap to be filled there. Set within the context of legal and health and safety requirements and building codes and such like. And the challenge of building buildings is not really a technical challenge. I mean, at the end of the day, buildings are simple things. It's really building the consensus amongst a whole number of people working at all sorts of different levels within society to come together. And that's what creates the construction. And 3D printing doesn't take away that complexity.
If anything, it adds to it.
It does, absolutely, because then you've got a whole nother kind of logistical aspect. If, cracks start appearing, do you go after the robot manufacturer, after the guy who, patented the formula for the 3D printed concrete, or the guy who put the steel in to the 3D printed concrete, but it wasn't the right thickness. So there's a lot of kind of legal aspects. Or this was an exercise in pragmatism, real world constraints layered on top of the challenge of actually trying to make a 3D printed building. The constraints of intellectual property, so the deadline, the ruler of the country already booking into his diary when he would be opening the first 3D printed building in the world. We didn't actually have to go through a highly formalized building approval process. I mean, the building authorities wouldn't have known how to deal with it at all. We would have failed from that point. So it was partly to do with having the right support from the highest levels, so that we haven't experienced any problems so far, and people are using the building in an everyday manner. Relationship between robots and construction, what does 3D printing actually mean? It's a kind of a blurry thing. There's a relationship between low tech and high tech. It's very alluring somehow, that you could take essentially mud and turn it into magically controlled kind of material. The thing that's quite unique about 3D printing specifically is that you can very accurately control form in a way that wasn't possible before. And I think that's one of the shortcomings of this project, is it didn't really push the possibility for form making as much as it could have, because it was constrained by the time frame. The contractor had already kind of had their idea of what the components were. If you're going to use a tool, use it for the thing that tool does best. 3D printing in construction is particularly suited to formwork printing, more traditional methods like CNC, handmade carpentry. And the idea of being able to 3D print the mold, the many thousands of year history of concrete and its mixture and its reinforcement to play. And you don't have to throw all that down the drain. You can say, let's take something that's working great, make it do something that wasn't possible, or at least not possible in economic terms. And that's where you might start to see much more kind of organic design structure in terms of bone or plant forms or shell forms and such like. So you get these incredibly beautiful, rich and complex structures because the constraint has been pure optimization, not easiest way to construct your average standard building. It's more driven by the pragmatism of keeping construction simple and straightforward than by pure optimization without that constraint. Another extremely interesting thing to consider as well is sort of customized building blocks. Building out a brick, every brick is the same. But now we have the possibility to make every brick unique without necessarily making it more costly. For example, a brick molding machine was able to rapidly generate bricks that had their absolutely unique identifiable address in a building. That brick could be optimized for structure. It could be optimized for its form. The age of mechanical reproduction, we're very much defined in the way that we do things now by materials that have already been pre-produced, you could say, sheet materials, extruded materials, into parts. The different disciplines within a building are very segregated. They're literally segregated into different zones. They're different materials. They're different trades. And unlike sort of biological systems, or you could argue highly optimized systems, they're not working in unison. They just do their own thing, and they kind of work in between each other, but they don't work as one. And I think that with the advent of much more sophisticated computer models of buildings, where essentially everything is modeled in advance, you have the ability to integrate systems much more than before. Something that is acting to bring air into a building could also be performing a structural role. 3D printing in timber and in plastic and in cable and in duct and in concrete and in steel, and assembling these components clicked together, and that level of coordination was absolutely not possible before. An architect is always going to be interested in what kind of music can you play on this instrument, as opposed to let's just play the same old covers on a new instrument. Sense of kind of curiosity and playfulness that really allow the tool to be explored. Really pushing the tool and testing to see what it's capable of.
Ben, thank you for a tour.
Sure, absolutely.
One of the big questions that developers always ask is, well, how much can I save? Now, cost savings are there. For the right product, for the right project. It's got to be designed right from the start. But right here, right now, modular is dialed in to be successful. We just got to use it. I'm Darren Seary. I'm principal of Optimum Modular Solutions. We're a consulting company specializing in modular construction, located in Orange County. We'll cover in Southern California, Northern California. We can work pretty much anywhere. Consulting, project management, construction management, full turnkey. So I can combine a design experience with a boots on the ground construction experience. From the consulting side, we're looking at helping clients understand what the best use of modular construction is, how they can use it, where it might work, where it might not work. We work with architects from a very early stage. We'll help them design to optimize for modular, for manufacturing and assembly, the DMFA, to create an efficient delivery team, price the project correctly, and take what has been somewhat of a fragmented process and pull it all together, making sure that there's no overlaps in the scope, making sure that there's no gaps in the scope. I mean, that is one of the challenges in modular construction, is that maybe it's just been oversold as being a very simple process by, say, manufacturers or whatever. It is, in theory, it's a simple system. There's a lot of different nuances and complexities that, unfortunately, because of that mentality, there's been some challenges and mistakes made along the way.
A quick overview of what is modular construction.
There is a lot of different terms used in the industry for what is modular. We're ultimately trying to get to the point where more and more is built off-site, from prefabricated balconies or framing systems. Then you step it up to panelized, but then you've still got obviously a certain amount of work to do on site. And then volumetric modular, which is where a box essentially is built off-site and everything's inside it, is craned into position and set in place. So that's kind of volumetric modular. You can have wood, steel, shipping containers is another example for that. The greatest opportunity to have as much built off-site as possible. Prefabrication has been common for many years and decades. Panelized is literally panels are built off-site, and then they include certain finishes sometimes, and windows and doors and some of the MEP, and they're assembled on site.
In terms of trying to minimize the amount of on-site work, what else could become modular?
And anybody knows construction, it's the elevators that tend to take the longest to get completed and then signed off and inspected. So in the meantime, there is typically hoists, material hoists that are used. You can bring in and drop those elevators in on a crane, either on the side of the building or drop it into an enclosed area. It comes with a shaft and with all of the Densglass and things with it. But, that drops in. But the advantage of the modular elevators is that you can get them online much quicker. You don't need to use those hoists. Well, parking is an interesting one because what we're seeing now is the use of stacker systems. Anything that's uniform, anything that can be repeatable, affordable housing, shelters, etc., they really work well for the volumetric side of things. If a client comes and says, we want to build, a 300 unit, 55 different unit types, all different sizes, and we want vaulted ceilings, octagonal units and stuff like that. Well, that's more for panelized. Volumetric modular is not going to work. Just put some real high level benefits. Schedule is the big one. All hands down, every single time, if it's designed right, constructed right, well coordinated, it will save. There will be significant cost saving in terms of schedule savings. So schedule savings relate to accelerated revenue generation. 300 units, and let's say $2,000 a month for each of those units, and you can finish 10 to 12 months earlier. Cost savings are there for the right product, for the right project. It's got to be designed right from the start. When you're building a module, you're building in a factory and you're building under a roof. The trades that are doing, say, for instance, the drywall, the flooring, the kitchens, you've got repeatability. It's the same crews that you're going to be working on those in the factory on a production line, so to speak. So you get that same quality all the way throughout. You don't have different people moving from different projects, and the trades people on a site, on a conventional site, may get pulled to a different project, and you've got a different crew coming in. And time, quality, and cost is conventional construction. Quality is normally there, but you have to sacrifice timing and sometimes costs. So typically you can get two out of that three. You do get better sound mitigation between units because you've got two walls that you're putting together. A lot of urban infill projects that are going to be happening. Less construction noise is obviously a tremendous benefit, that the modules just come in and there's a very quick setting process, and noise is greatly mitigated. Safer work environment, of course, in a factory. It's more of a controlled conditions situation, and less construction waste. Modules are built with lengths of wood or steel cut to lengths, and that's where the software comes in. You can order it to lengths, and then there's far less construction waste.
There's still some things that no matter how good on-site construction becomes, modular will still be superior.
The schedule aspect, it's going to be extremely challenging to get it as fast, and the reason for that, typical 5/1 podium. While they're starting to do all of the grading and sometimes subterranean levels and shoring, etc., or building that podium, at that time they can start building the modules off-site. When the podium is ready and cured and ready for loading, that you have a completed building in a matter of weeks from that point. So that overlap in construction will always be conventional construction.
Currently, modular is not a widely adopted construction method. So, when you're going down this path, what are some of the obstacles or challenges that you've seen? What can a developer kind of expect to run into as they go down this path?
The benefits, we can talk about all the other benefits in terms of less construction waste and everything else, but everything is about the bottom line, and the fact that there are many subcontractors out there that are unfamiliar with modular construction. They unfortunately overprice their scopes, and the general contractor collects these scopes, and if they're experienced or not experienced, they may or may not be able to challenge those numbers, and ultimately those numbers get added to the numbers from the modular manufacturer, and they're over. When you put the two together, it doesn't pencil sometimes. It comes out sometimes more than if they were to do it traditional construction, and then all of a sudden it goes back to conventional construction. So it won't be like that forever. It's just that, the modular industry is only 4% of the construction industry right now. But as more and more contractors get involved in projects, and I think it starts with the architect. I mean, the architect has to design it to be modular friendly in the first place. Until you've actually worked in the modular world and you've worked with the manufacturers, it's a difficult thing to get right. So that's I think one of the biggest initial hurdles, but an easy fix. Then one that really trips up a lot of projects is it goes further down the road, and ultimately there's a realization that we might not be able to get this funded from a construction financing perspective, because modular construction is essentially off-site stored materials. Lenders will have certain thresholds on how they deal with that, because there's obviously a risk that they are funding for something that's not on the site and is not part of building their collateral on the site. So there's that risk. There's ways around that. And there's a lot of lenders that are educating themselves on that there's a tremendous interest from lenders to work on modular construction projects, because they do like to get it finished quickly and get out. It's not what you might think of traditional lenders wanting to keep a project going as long as possible. You look at different payment terms, different structures, international manufacturers, which obviously create that little bit more of a risk for a lender, but there's ways around that too. But ultimately it's going to come down to developers needing to put in some big deposits and forwarding, fronting some of those costs.
How big is that payment usually as percentage of the unit manufacturing costs?
There's design fees, there's kind of the first contract that occurs. Ultimately the modular manufacturer is the one that submits to the state. Deposits, each manufacturer has different payment terms. Obviously the most manufacturers is that if you're setting aside your production line for a period of time starting on a certain date, you need to have a deposit that if the developer says, hey, put it on hold for a couple of months, or we're going to change this design, that the cost associated with that is huge for a modular manufacturer. So there needs to be a deposit that would compensate them for that aspect. And then the purchasing of materials. All of this is happening before sometimes even a shovel is in the ground on the job site. Conventional construction, with every nail or screw, whatever that goes on that site, their collateral is building. It's challenging to do that off-site, though there are other mechanisms to help secure collateral for off-site stored materials, which is a process I kind of help guide through. Supply bonds that can be put in place and letters of credit to be put in place.
What does happen if you put a deposit in for manufacturing something a year from now, and then you get around to building it and the manufacturer is no longer in business?
The big payments that come down the road before they start manufacturing can sometimes be put into an escrow account. I like to get an early engagement on the projects that we work, and I want to try and get early engagement with the preferred lenders and start talking about the modular, so that we don't get to the 11th hour and find that there's the lenders, didn't know about this, didn't know about that. Try to lay everything out, understand the full process, how the financing will work, and work out some solutions so that we can all rest easy that the loan will close. We would go to the modular manufacturers. We'd want to see the finances. We need to look through those. It's not only that, it's what's in the production line before our project, and then what's more importantly, what's behind it.
Yeah.
There's no other projects following on behind. A lender will look at that and think, if you're a smaller developer, you need a stronger manufacturer, one that's, been in business a long time, that's got a proven track record, that's got strong finance. There might be some manufacturers that help from a financing perspective, and you might be able to negotiate some better terms with them. Pair you with a strong manufacturer and a strong GC too, because that they go in hand in many ways. If you're a big name developer and you've got, high net worth and you want to offer up big corporate guarantees, personal guarantees or whatever, then maybe it's not as critical. You might open yourself up to more manufacturers.
The last risk, in mitigating the last risk, the fragmented industry.
Mm-hmm.
How do we solve that?
Education is going to help deal with that, bringing everyone together in those events. There's manufacturers there's contractors, there's architects. They're all talking to each other and trying to deal with that kind of fragmented approach. One of the big questions that developers always ask is, well, how much can I save? We could always say, well, it's 10 to 20%. But before they really commit to anything, they want to see something for that. And really, the true answer is, well, it depends. The design, the pricing, the team, and everything else that we've talked about. We formed a team to generate 2 case studies, and we've designed 2 different buildings. With these case studies, we're going to show floor plans, elevations, renderings, call them like prototypes, if you like, and then we are pricing them with this general contractor who's familiar with pricing, and we're going to be pricing not only a conventional project, but the modular too. This is a public document. Modular manufacturers can print it, give it out to people, whatever. It's intended to help the industry answer that question in a real world kind of situation. But right here, right now, modular is dialed in to be successful. We just got to use it.
Excellent. Good to see how you are piecing this whole thing together. Well, Darren, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and everything you're doing for the industry.
We have the shortest construction speed for this kind of building, and we have the longest life in the world. Right? Paradox. We have the highest energy efficiency and the least energy consumption. So the best air quality, price, very competitive. And we're all made in the factory. On site, stretch out, and then it's already done.
The one manufacturing line produces 10,000 square meters per day.
Yeah.
So you could build a whole 100 building city in a month.
1 production line. We can have 10 production lines.
Oh, it looks like a beautiful day there.
Yeah, it's a sunny day. Oh, Charlie, I'm Juliet Jiang, Vice President of Broad Group. I'm now on the site of our Garden A #1. 11 floors, and it's almost 3,000 square meters. Here, we completed in 1 day. 28 hours, 25 minutes for the upgrade. Currently, this is newly finished. In August, we plan to sell to people because we're going to launch this kind of buildings worldwide. So this is the first one. We spent 12 years to develop this kind of product.
And talk a little more about the Broad Building Systems prior construction work.
We completed more than 60 buildings worldwide, mainly in China, but also in South Korea and also Mexico. Broad spent 12 years to develop this kind of product. And we used to have the records like 15 stories. We built in 1 week the New Ark Hotel. And then we also built a 30-story hotel in 15 days. And we made a record for 57-story in 19 days with 180,000 square meters.
Wow.
Or we say 1.8 million square feet.
What's the parent organization behind Broad Building Systems?
Okay. Broad Group, already 33 years old. And we developed China's first non-electric air conditioning in 1992. We say non-electric because with our air conditioning do not use electricity. We use natural gas, biogas, solar, or any other waste heat from power generation. For example, Los Angeles, the airport, using our system. Sacramento Airport, Madrid Airport, Melbourne Airport, using ours. We are in more than 80 countries for the air conditioning system. So air conditioning is one of our business, and the air purification system is another business of our company. With this kind of system, we can solve the issue of sick building syndrome. We have solved that issue because 100% fresh air filtered all the time.
Refreshing new way of living.
And
How
also,
did the company expand into modular building from air filtration? How did that
happen? Because we work on air conditioning system, right? So it's energy and consumption, energy efficiency. So we noticed half of the world energy is consumed by the buildings. 70% of the building energy consumed by air conditioning. From our point of view, the more air conditioning we produce, we sell, the better. No, our chairman actually is environmentalist, He was awarded the Champions of the Earth. He was beginning to develop this kind of energy efficient building. In 2008, we retrofitted 15 buildings, old buildings on our campus. Our campus is 250 acres. It's 1 square kilometer. We retrofitted those buildings. We got a rich experience. And then we questioned ourselves, why not build a new building which is energy efficient? So that's why we began to develop this kind of sustainable building, which is good for mankind.
Is the building built in the same manufacturing facilities as the rest of Broad Group?
We have a campus which our headquarters is headquartered. It's called Broad Town. This is headquarters. It's for air conditioning and air purification system. We have another factory which is 2 hours drive from us. It's 130 hectares. It's larger than the headquarters, okay? Dedicated to the building manufacturing. So this tower is made of stainless steel. And actually we call beacorn slab. Beacorn actually is 2 plates and then with thin tubes inside. But this one we call living building. Our slabs is 12 meters long, 2 meters wide. We make it like a module. It's 4.876 meters wide and 3 meters tall. So that's why it's like a container. And this one can be, shipped like 40-feet container. We already got a certification from the American Seaport. They recognize our module as a 40-feet container. And why our buildings are different. One, 100% factory made. Another is no collapse during magnitude 9 earthquake. And the number 3, energy efficiency is 5 times higher or 10 times higher. Our energy consumption is 1/5 or 1/10 of conventional buildings. And air purification, air quality system, it's 100 times cleaner than outdoor air. Quality air like ICU air. But last but not the least, we have the long life service. It lasts 1,000 years. Conventional building, 50 years or 100 years. Okay, yeah, let's see.
What's the main panel exterior
The
made
facade, the steel plate, okay, plus rock wall, the retarded boards. I want to show you a little bit of outside. I want to show you the bay window.
Oh, those are beautiful.
Yeah, people can sit all inside, enjoy coffee and tea. And we all made in the factory. On site, stretch out, and then it's already done. The conventional AC made like this. People cannot really see all its equipment. Also, we have the balcony here. This balcony can be sized different. We have several choices for people. The large, the medium, then the small. So it's hang up balcony. It's built in the factory and the hang up on site. The boat, the boat connection. Yeah. So you can see here, bolted.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like, the length here, the building is like 80 feet. Oh, this is 40 feet, yes. This building can be 22 households, can be 33 households, can be 44 households.
You could do 44 like studios on the same same box.
Right. So this is the entry. We're going inside, okay, to see how it works. So this is the entry. Many people are coming to visit this place. Okay? We have elevators as well. 50% made in the factory and 50% on site. And here we have come to one household. It's a small one, 67 square meters. It's like around 700 square feet. So you can see the living room here. The kitchen, actually, it's the kitchen. So when we supplied this kind of household, you see this one, kitchen ventilator is included, the cupboard here and the dining room here.
So this comes with everything completed in the unit.
Yeah, completed. We have the air conditioning here. You see, this is the AC. Just now you saw outside, right? With grid. Yeah, those are the outdoor units for the air conditioning. This is the indoor, and also we have the fresh air. And I want to show you the bedroom here. And windows. Yeah, yes. So people can have coffee here. The windows already made in the factory. This was folded, stretched out, you know. And like this windows, you know, already triple pane windows. See also. Yeah, you see the internal heat isolator. Our wall itself, you know, it's 22 centimeter thermal insulation. 4 pane windows here. The wooden one and the bamboo one, you know.
Oh, that's bamboo.
Bamboo floors. When we supply customers, we include all this. It's already done. Even the curtains will be supplied. You know? Yeah, if it's like 11 floors, okay, and then the cost is like $2,000 US per square meter. 67 square meters per studio, right? Yeah. 134,000 per unit. This is another bedroom. You can see from here. This one, no bay windows, right? And then the bathroom. You can see here the bathtub.
Like, who's your target
condominium? People can own or people can rent.
Yeah.
We have to take the elevator and to the top. Okay, here we are. We are on the 11th floor. Come to the roof deck. This rooftop of this Garden A. Why we select here? We are going to develop this community that covers 100,000 square meters. The developer is the Broad Sky City Investment Company. Will be Garden A number 1, number 2, number 3, and then would also have tall buildings here.
How many of these towers do you have now in the pipeline for development?
Oh, that's a good question. 10 or 20?
How
you can hear.
many of these towers can you produce a year with your current manufacturing?
Production, our production line, one line, 10,000 square meters per day. Yeah, every year, 2.7 million square meters, one production line.
The one manufacturing line produces 10,000 square meters per day.
Yeah.
So you could build a whole 100-building city in a month.
Yes. So it's like 3 towers per day for this kind of one production line. We can have 10 production lines. So for this Garden A number 1, from February to March, we are designing it. From the March to May, we produce it. And then June 4th, we started erection, and June 5th, we completed.
So yeah, it was designed in 2 months, manufactured in 2 months, and built in a day. How specialized is that assembly work?
Very easy. They can learn pretty quickly.
In overseas, like in South Korea, are you bringing labor out there to help train someone to do it? Or
we brought our own workers there. Our regular speed is 3 floors per day, and 1 worker, 1 module per day, you know. But for this one, we make an exception. We have the capability to build in 1 day, 10 floors.
Introducing this new type of tower in other cities, what are some of the challenges?
It takes time for people to know this kind of product, but actually figures or data, they talk. So like energy efficiency, air quality. We have all the measurement of this, so people can understand. It's a matter of time. But we already got the Chinese standard. It's well established the standard in China now. Whenever we go to a new country, they would ask, how do you meet our standard? Then we ask them, what's your fire rating requirement? It's 3 hours or 4 hours. So then they tell us specifically, we can have 4 hours. We can have 3 hours, you know. So sometimes they say, oh, we need only 1 hour and a half. So we just try to meet all this. No problem for us. So like the stairs, the elevators or the corridors should be wider, and then we can do it according to their requirements. We can easily manage that as long as people share the information with us.
Are there other green or sustainable aspects of this that are worth noting?
So people are talking about LEED certification. Ours is more than LEED. Actually, we have the longest life in the world for this kind of building, and we have the shortest construction speed. Right? Paradox, we have the highest energy efficiency in the world and the least energy consumption. So the best air quality, safety, no collapse during magnitude 9 earthquake. And also the price, very competitive. I want people to, to know more about us, and then they will see, well, this is the healthiest and the most comfortable building in the world. Okay?
Great. Well, Juliet, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Okay, bye-bye.
We always tell our users, you want to start off thinking about the story you want to tell. Then you can apply our tools to create it. One staff member has access to these tools per city.
They're the point person.
Oh, that's funny. So these 9 parcels we have here are generating a total of 190 units, housing 350 people.
We found a way to fit another 5,000 units into the city. How do they convey that?
Virtual reality setting where you have a controller and you can walk through a plan and understand what it would be like as it is fully developed. I'm Robin Franke. I'm a solution engineer on Esri's Smart City Solutions team.
We're finding suitable capacity for housing. Helper helps find parcels. Business analyst putting in your preferences for suitability. Urban viewer, the form of what's going into each parcel.
Right now, how many units are being generated? What is it going to look like for community engagement purposes for the public outreach portion of the housing element? I'm going to go through a walkthrough on how to identify potential sites for a housing element, using suitability analysis to rank those sites on a set criteria, and then develop those sites to understand the capacity and how many units can be generated. Through the regional data platform, member agencies get one account for Esri tools that they can access. Every SCAG member agency can access Business Analyst and ArcGIS Urban. Some planning departments have GIS analysts that work specifically for community development, and sometimes it will be the GIS analyst. And it is one user per city. One staff member has access to these tools.
A GIS joke, they're the point person.
This is the Helper app, a regional data platform solution
for general public.
Specifically for sites inventory portion of the housing element. It's a parcelized data set for the entire region of SCAG. It might be helpful for determining which sites are more suitable for redevelopment than others. Helper is the very first step and is to help do the initial screening and narrow down the sites that we want to analyze more. For this example, we'll use Redlands. 5.1 million is the total number of parcels within the SCAG region, and once you choose a filter or a city, then it will reduce to the number of parcels within the city. And our map will generate the land use designation that will be able to select a parcel, the land use code, the city's current zoning code, the SCAG zoning code, on HCD's opportunity scores to screen parcels that would be more suitable for development using these filters on the left-hand side. SCAG has created preset filters, and they're different category. Here is vacant parcels of appropriate size, commercial, retail, potential infill of parcels that are commercial or retail designated. Turn on that commercial, retail, potential infill filter. We'll see the number drop. A variety of parcels were canceled out, and now we only have a handful left, reduced to 164. And we can add multiple filters for our parcel selection, but they are preset just by default, have something to work with. Wanted to add inside priority growth area, outside constraint area, turn that on. Our number will reduce to 18 parcels. So let's say for city planning, if they wanted to look at only commercial retail site to do infill development, and they wanted to make sure that they're in priority growth areas for the region, for a density bonus, let's say, and outside of constraint areas for the region, they would be left with 18 initial parcels that have been initially screened by the helper app to get a better idea of the existing conditions of the parcels. So if we can zoom in, we can see a lot of it is surface parking lot for these commercial uses. We'll say they have potential, right? But it doesn't show us how they compare. That is something that we can use Business Analyst for. You can download either a shapefile of the selected parcels and the CSV information, a zipped folder downloaded to my computer, open up Business Analyst on another tab here, and you can click Add Data and import the file directly that was downloaded. Business Analyst already has information from census data, ACS data, even business and facility information. So we have just a list of 18 parcels that were screened, but we don't know which ones might be more suitable than others. With the demographic data, score our parcels, not polygons, do a point layer for us to analyze. Click Run Analysis, and we want to do a suitability analysis. I'll click Start with Features on Map, create buffers around the points, applied that 5-minute walk shed on each of our points using the actual street network. And now we can add our criteria already existing on the parcel level. Click Add Attributes from Sites, all of the information located on the parcel. Look at 3 different attributes to add: unbuilt square footage, grocery stores within 1 mile, healthcare facilities within 1 mile. Being close to healthcare and grocery stores makes a site more suitable. We'll see our criteria has been set. See the information as a point. The higher the score, the better the parcel is. I'll go ahead and change the ranking color to dark green. Business Analyst will automatically weight each of the criteria equally. The parcel that has the most unbuilt square footage, we can weight that at 60%. This parcel has deemed to be the most suitable given our criteria. We have about 6 different criteria added that are scoring our parcels. So ironically, these are parking lots. The next step is to take that parcel data set with the final score attribute and bring it into ArcGIS Urban, the 3D web-based scenario planning tool. Apply building types onto parcels and generate capacity metrics. So when you export, it creates a feature layer. And then we can bring that feature layer into ArcGIS Urban, extension of ArcGIS Online.
ArcGIS Urban, this is digital twins. This is sort of your SimCity of your city. Are there cities in the US that use this tool currently?
City of Boulder is currently doing that for one of their specific plans. City of Fullerton as well. They can create plans and develop new building types and new block typologies and understand how tall they are. You can see all of our 18 parcels. Right now, I'm in a zoning plan for Redlands, and we're taking that final score from Business Analyst. Let's say we only want to look at parcel in the middle versus highly suitable. So we have 9 parcels that have been chosen. Go ahead and allocate building types or different building types to the selection. 45 different building types generated and applied those building types to our parcels. Given the city's zoning parameters, auto assign them. So 33% will be low-rise residential with retail.
It's just maxing out the density-based code.
So these 9 parcels we have here are generating a total of 190 units, housing 350 people. And I have this parcel selected, right? I can go ahead and turn on the zoning envelope. Maximum buildable area, that transparent box, right? That is the zoning envelope. I can choose to change that as well. So draw to fit the new zoning parameters and the new building type. This is essentially where they would be and how tall they would be to generate the amount of units that we're looking for.
Let's say the planners said, hey, we found a way to fit another 5,000 units into the city. How do they convey that?
Essentially, you can create a plan in Urban and bring that into a virtual reality setting where you have a controller and you can walk through a plan and understand what it would be like as it is fully developed. Now we're looking at a zoning plan for Fullerton's Rail District. They actually developed their parcels with different building types. You have the ability to generate shadows at different times of the day, apply different textures, streetscape. Shared this link to the public or embed our urban model into a website for scenarios, right? So you can compare one scenario versus another, have different densities, different zoning requirements, different building designs or structures. That's the purpose of Urban.
Can you skip business analyst, go straight from helper, and then add the capacity to that?
Yeah, of course. We always tell our users, you want to start off thinking about the story you want to tell, right? And when you have the story or the project in mind, then you can apply our tools to create it. Always propose a meeting after the initial onboarding meeting if they want to meet. About half have requested, the other half we haven't heard from. We are continuing to engage with those that haven't requested yet.
Awesome. Well, Robin, thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're at a point where if we keep doing things the way we're doing them, we will never solve the housing problem in Los Angeles.
This isn't necessarily just a pitch to Los Angeles. This is any city or county could take the initiator approach.
That's right. The city can bring a lot more to the table than money. And if we only remain in the lender role, then we're missing the opportunity to really scale up housing. The question I'm asking is, how do you get to 30,000 units of affordable housing? I'm Helmi Hisaric. I have recently left the city of Los Angeles after spending 20 years working on housing and economic development. I have served in 2 mayoral administrations, first with Mayor Reardon and then second as deputy mayor for housing under Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. And I spent about 4 years in the redevelopment agency and about 11 years with the housing department. I spent a number of years kind of running the overall housing development program, every financing program that we have, low-income housing tax credit program, the bond program, first-time homebuyer program, managing portfolio, which is about $1.9 billion in loans and about 40,000 restrictive covenants of affordable housing, which we monitor, working on affordable housing and real estate and recognizing we're at a point where if we keep doing things the way we're doing them, we will never solve the housing problem in Los Angeles. And so the report, Scaling Up Equitable Housing on Public Land, was something I put together after having spent a lot of time really studying different models and thinking about some of the emerging trends in Los Angeles. It's really about looking more expansively at the role of the public sector in scaling up housing. In the last couple of years, I shifted into a strategy position, really focusing on new strategies. I was awarded a grant, the Durfee Foundation, called a Stanton Fellowship, $100,000 in 2 years to really explore, deeply think about new ideas in housing, meeting with major housing leaders in major cities across Europe and places in Asia. I started to think about how some of the models in those places could translate in the Los Angeles context.
The work at HSID, so you were part banker with the $1.9 billion in loans for affordable housing, and then part regulator looking at a 40,000 unit portfolio.
The housing department of the city of Los Angeles has historically functioned as a bank. The city can bring a lot more to the table than money. And if we only remain in the lender role, then we're missing the opportunity to really scale up housing. We also function as a regulator. When we make a loan, the loans are subordinate to regular bank loans. So we're not really exactly like a bank. We're a subordinate lender or a public lender. We're basically lending and looking for specific outcomes. We're also looking at the financial outcomes of those loans.
Yeah, what's like the fiduciary responsibility to them exactly? As far as return versus it's like more social-based outcome. It's basically like don't lose money and then try to get maximum impact with the dollars, or how does it, how do you balance those two?
Yeah, try to lend with enough security that you're not going to lose the funds, but you're also not looking for immediate returns on the funds. So you're not expecting payback immediately. You're not looking for immediate payback on those loans. In the affordable housing context, we make residual receipts loans, which means we're making a loan to a project and we're getting paid back after they have paid their hard debt costs as well as their operating costs. If there's anything left, any residual left after all those costs or expenses are paid, then the city starts getting its loans repaid. So typically in an affordable housing project, for the first 10 to 15 years, you're not seeing anything come back. You've lent, $4 or $5 million to a project and you're not seeing any money come back, but you still have a loan on the books. So we sit there in the loan and every year we do an analysis of what the operating costs of that project are. We take a look to see if there's any money left over to repay the city. Eventually projects start to level off. The city will start getting a revenue stream over time. And then eventually when the projects are refinanced, or if they change hands, then the city will get repaid. So very often we do get repaid, but definitely trying to prevent losses. We're trying to prevent projects from going belly up. And actually one of the roles the public sector plays when we lend is that we are kind of monitoring the health of a development and we can take action. We have some rights to take actions if we see things going sideways in a project. If we start seeing a lot of complaints or they're not complying, they have regulatory agreements they have to comply with in terms of making sure that the people that are living in the units are in fact of low income, so annual certification of incomes. And also quality of the housing. If the housing quality is not being kept up and the housing is deteriorating, we can step in as one of the lenders to enforce that projects either the owners take responsibility to bring the project into compliance or that the owner changes. Maybe it goes to a new owner that's actually better equipped to handle the project.
You're using the lending position to hold developers or the managers accountable.
It's a great relationship to have. It puts you in a partnership role with the owner, but also a little bit of an oversight or compliance role. This is really about sort of looking more expansively at the role of the public sector in scaling up housing. The strategy I've been putting together with the new strategies team at the Housing and Community Investment Department. The audience was really the mayor and city council, was the leadership of the city. It was really an attempt to say, hey, look, you guys, you're all on the right track, but you have to move faster. Gather these ideas that you're all talking about, but you're talking about them in different committees at different times. And when you look backwards over the last 8-year cycle, the estimated need for affordable housing from 30% of the area median income to housing that is serving 120% of the area median income was about 6,000 units a year. The estimated need in Los Angeles is jumping up to about 37,000 units a year of affordable housing. How do we increase affordable housing by 22,000%? If we were to do it as a bank, we would need about $3 billion a year in subsidies for the city of Los Angeles. So we at any given time haven't had more than about $100 million a year, roughly $100,000 per unit. We don't have anywhere near that amount of funding, nor will we ever have that amount of funding. That is not going to happen. The question I'm asking is, how do you get to 30,000 units of affordable housing? Could we use public land to scale up equitable housing in Los Angeles? Private market can deliver housing cheaper, but it often delivers poorly built housing in low-income communities, which isn't equitable. The low-income housing tax credit system, it creates a great product. It is not public housing. It's housing that fits seamlessly into a neighborhood. It provides high quality housing. So the only problem with the tax credit system that I can see is that it's not a scalable system. Take sort of the best ideas out of the tax credit system in terms of the product and figure out a new way to get there. How do we drive down the cost of construction? How do we drive up the revenue so that we get to a point where you can scale development?
Yeah.
We do use public land today for affordable housing. It's very a bespoke process. We do it one parcel at a time, driven by initially a council member. Some community group or community organization says, oh, we should make housing on that site. It's not a scalable approach. Every red box is a vote by a public body. 7 times you're going to get to a public vote for this process. And every time you go to a public vote, you have to do a detailed report that gets written by the department. So So the process at a clip, when you're going as fast as possible, you cannot get through it in under 4 years. So the current approach right now is the council member makes a motion, the motion goes to the city administrative officer who evaluates the site. Then it goes to a committee called the Municipal Facilities Committee who makes the determination that that site that's publicly owned is appropriate for housing. It has the mayor, the city administrative office, and the chief legislative analyst. Then they transfer it to the Housing and Community Investment Department. The Housing and Community Investment Department then does a request for proposal. We always have to competitively bid out public assets. So we do a request for proposal to get developers to submit their proposals. We select a developer, and then we go into a project negotiation and entitlements, meaning they have to get their right to build on it. Once we have an agreed upon development where we know the timing and the financing and what's going to be built, we take the development agreement to council, it's approved, and then they can go for their financing. Get in the queue for local or city financing, and once they have that, they get in the queue for state or non-city financing, and once they have all their financing put together, they go to construction and then occupancy. And the public land has lots of problems. Public land that's declared surplus usually often has things like multiple different owners, different public agencies that own the land. It might be a parcel is owned by Rec and Park and another parcel is owned by DOT. Requirements for infrastructure that is unfunded. So if you build on a public parking lot, you can't necessarily just take all the parking away. You might have to replace that parking or some of that parking. Sometimes the cost of that infrastructure is higher than the land. There's contaminated soil, there's different right-of-way encumbrances on site. So there are lots of things that get in the way of making this a streamlined process. The CAO has done an analysis of land, and they've been asked multiple times by council members to do the analysis to find sites. And generally what's happened is the CAOs come back and said, well, there's far fewer sites than we thought. Either it was intended for another public purpose, or a certain agency was planning to use it and it was purchased with funds for those agencies. You have to repay the agency that purchased it, or find another way to expend those funds. So it's not entirely reactive. At some level, it is very council driven.
When you say the city, you could be referring to 15 different departments that have their own priorities, which are not aligned with housing.
Sometimes they have complementary interests. They're not focusing on housing. And each of those agencies has different funding mechanisms. The Department of Water and Power has a lot of land, but their land is for utilities. So that also is tied to different outcomes, very specific public outcomes. There's not really a one person or one entity that is looking across the entire system and trying to use public land in a very strategic way. Trying to have a conversation about, can I use your land for housing, can be very complicated because it takes a long time for an agency to acquire land. They don't give it up readily to other uses. They try to maximize their own public purpose on the land they're holding. The nature of the city is that there's a lot of leadership. The mayor does not have unilateral control over all decisions. So the mayor, I think, has the best potential to align the interests of departments, to set a priority. That's the mayor's role. Doing development in a crisis, it is hampered by the legislative process.
To be as equitable as possible in deliberation, in building equitable housing, you actually end up building less equitable housing.
Exactly. I think that is exactly the problem. It's changing the process completely. Instead of going through this process for 1 acre, you'll go through this process once for 100 acres. It's using land differently. It's thinking about land as a scalable input. The idea here is, first of all, to marshal 300 acres of public land. So stop thinking about land as one parcel at a time. Let's talk about 300 acres. Let's plan for 10,000 units of housing. Let's go forward and start planning for the full, for at least 10,000 units. Let's develop a scalable housing model, something that's replicable and scalable, and create an infrastructure fund. At a high level, it's assembling and entitling enough land for housing developers to build at scale, not just at city land, but at county land, at state land, at federal land, and potentially even donated land. I'm kind of flipping the question. If we wanted to put 10,000 units somewhere, what's the best place to put it on public land? How I got to 300 acres is our typical development model is about 50 units per acre in Los Angeles.
300 acres sounds like a lot, but it's only 0.1% of the city's landmass that's being impacted per year in this plan. 1 every 1,000 acres being developed in the city.
To an extent, this is the redevelopment agency type of work that used to exist. It bought land, brought it into the public sector, and then turned it around for development. What need to be resolved is what agency would be responsible or could be responsible for this. There's legislation at the state that would enable the creation of this kind of a community revitalization department. The state legislature has actually pushed for partnerships between public agencies in the form of a joint powers authority to create cross-cutting authorities. The other piece of this is visualizing what could be built and using this technology that we call parametric modeling, which is the firm IBI is the firm that we partnered with at HCID, and you can start to analyze what opportunity sites are out there. You don't necessarily have to tie yourself to a parcel. It could be a whole series of multiple sites. You're using the model to look at massing, to look at potential densities, and to also look at location advantages. So the idea here is to leverage the capacity of identifying enough public land and thinking in advance how we get to 10,000 and using that scale to drive pricing down. The other piece is designing a scalable housing model. There's plenty of evidence to show that if you build 1,000 units of modular housing, you're going to start dropping those prices down considerably. We're going to not buy 30 units, but we're going to do a 10,000 unit run of housing. We're looking at developing a pre-approved housing typology, coming up with something that also using technology to enable building and safety to do much more rapid permit approvals so that you're really shortening the cycle of time that it takes for the city to do its permitting. We want to buy something that costs $300,000, not $550,000 or $600,000. The idea here is to let go of some of the rules, not all the rules that we've created, but some of the rules and constraints and sort of allow flexibility and innovation. I don't think there is a single supplier that could supply all of this now. Also allowing the public sector to make some early decision-making that advances the speed of development. So I'm thinking about what's achievable on that site. Like how much could we put on that site? And the government has the ability to amend its zoning on its own land in a way that it doesn't necessarily have on privately held land. By the time we're making this land available for an RFP, we've already kind of cleared away a lot of the hurdles. So you're reducing the risk, which also increases speed and decreases cost. The public sector is starting to put together a plan to create 10,000 units of housing. Could that housing also be a job creator for the local economy, creating a workforce plan that is tied to the housing production plan to both prepare the sites as well as to build the housing. In the early modeling that we've done is recognize that if you get average rents to about $1,700 a month, you can support about $300,000 in costs. I've been fascinated by Vienna in particular because 60% of the people in Vienna live in subsidized housing. And it's kind of this model. It's a model of a mixed income community. It doesn't necessarily mean every building has to be mixed income. So you could have groups of buildings that have different sort of ways. So this is the piece. Public land is generally not clear and ready to be built on. It's going to require some investment in infrastructure. You look at 300 acres of land, it's equivalent to about $1 billion. The fund is about half that. So about $500 million that could be used for community engagement and pre-development. Some of that early soft cost goes into the designing and planning and entitling of sites paired with the public land. So you're using these funds to get the land ready and to also make some of the investments that are going to need to be made.
We're talking about the city stepping up, putting the money in, the $50,000 per unit to get the ball rolling, to get the project going, and not coming in at the end to close it out, but really starting the production line.
Exactly. So instead of doing 300 transactions, we would do 10 transactions. Instead of doing multiple development agreements that have to go to multiple committees, you do one development agreement for 1,000 units. Here's the land, here's where it's going to go. You've already zoned for it, identified the linkages that are potentially there. You've taken a lot of risk out of the process. And then creating an equitable housing land trust. So putting that land that we've identified into a trust so that it's affordable in perpetuity. The city doesn't have a land trust. Lots of cities do. Irvine has all its affordable housing on a Irvine land trust. This really isn't about eminent domain here. I think you do need a public sector capable of purchasing land. And I think eminent domain should definitely be a tool that is worth discussing. But I don't think you lead with that tool. I think you lead with a tool that the city already has a lot of land, the state has a lot of land, the federal government has a lot of land, and a lot of that land can be used in a much more strategic way than it currently is. Will require a reframing of the work of the city.
So this would be a RFP that HCID would initiate.
That's right.
How many more steps are there to the RFP launch?
Left this with funding and a team in place to do this. The question is whether or not the department is prepared to take this on. It's completely doable within the next 12 months that they can identify land for 1,000 units. The city's job is to make sure the land is identified, the sites are cleared, and that the risks are reduced.
This isn't necessarily just a pitch to Los Angeles. This is any city or county could take the initiator approach.
That's right.
Helmi, I appreciate the overview.
Okay, great. Thank you.
People come for the triplex, but they stay for the high-density commercial corridors.
Right. The big picture is that we're simply not building enough housing, or actually even more important than the eliminating single-family zoning. It's really important to allow development as of right without any special permission. Getting to that idea of what all city planners have to do is change the zoning, and massive change happens, everything redevelops. In 2020, there were 34 duplexes and 9 triplexes. Building permits, some of those are new. That includes conversions in a city with 120,000 parcels of land. So a pretty low number. My name is Paul Mogish. I work for the City of Minneapolis. I'm the manager of community planning. Here today to talk about Minneapolis 2040, which is the comprehensive plan that has been known for ending single-family zoning in the City of Minneapolis. I served as the project manager for this effort. I've been talking a lot about it in the last couple of years. In 2018, our city council approved a comprehensive plan that set us on a path to eliminate single-family zoning. I think maybe it's not the most important thing we did in our efforts to improve the housing situation. But first, some quick context. Minneapolis has a population of about 425,000 people, and that's in the context of a larger region of about 3.5 million. We have a strong regional government, the Metropolitan Council, that oversees a whole lot of things, including land use planning. 7 counties, it encompasses 190 different cities. For the first time in decades, our city population is growing again. The benefits of that growth are not being shared by everyone. We have a strong overall economy. It's a great place to live if you're white. Minnesota and Minneapolis have some of the worst racial disparities in the nation, like income, wealth, homeownership, education, health outcomes, and others. That problem was really at the forefront of city planners in Minneapolis. When we began our regular 10-year update to the city's comprehensive plan back in 2016, we had to do this update. We started doing this work. We went out into the community and we asked people about their hopes and their dreams and their concerns for the future. And there was a really clear consensus early on from those conversations that this planning process really needed to address climate change, needed to address housing affordability, and it needed to address racial equity. To be honest with you, at the time, we as planners for the city didn't know what does it mean for a land use plan to work to eliminate racial disparities. But the folks at Mapping Prejudice were doing, this came out of the University of Minnesota, they were combing through every property deed in the city to document and map racially restrictive covenants, legal restrictions placed on the deeds of residential properties that prohibited current and future owners from renting or selling their properties to non-white households. And you can see some of the language excerpted from the racially restrictive covenant portion of that deed. These covenants, they were common in the first half of the 20th century in Minneapolis and in cities around the country. And they had a substantial impact on where people of color could and could not live. In 2016, there was renewed attention on the practice of redlining. The University of Richmond launched an online portal around that time that displayed high-resolution scans of redlining maps from cities around the country. Maps were created by the Homeowners Loan Corporation in the 1930s, and they were used to guide loan officers in making decisions about mortgages. And under this guidance, lenders would only provide mortgages in the whitest parts of town, essentially, the green and blue areas shown in this map. For our planning process, we used these two projects on covenants and on redlining as a starting point for educating ourselves as planners, our elected officials, and the larger public about our nation's and our city's history of racist housing policies. So this is that same redlining map. So I'll take out the red and the yellow areas to illustrate a point. Lenders would only provide mortgages in the whitest parts of town, to the green and blue. Overlaid here in gray is where we had single family zoning up until last year. It's almost a 1-for-1 match. So the message was, white people, we have your back. You can get a mortgage for your single family home, and we won't allow apartment buildings and the non-white renters. The real estate developers at the beginning of the 20th century followed suit with racially restrictive covenants. See that the red areas are individual dots showing racially restrictive covenants that the Mapping Prejudice Project found. People of color were clearly left out of these neighborhoods, and the wealth building opportunity is clearly a substantial factor that contributed to the racial disparities that we see today. Look at what is the current racial makeup, and the areas that had restrictive covenants are still primarily white. Redlining is not legal in the overt geographic manner of those redlining maps, but it's not exactly a distant memory. And other predatory lending practices continue to this day. Racially restrictive covenants aren't enforceable anymore, but it hasn't been that long in the arc of our history. And as I showed before, those areas are still primarily white. And of course, most cities still have, the third layer being zoning, most cities still have large swaths of their city zoned only for single family homes. To start generating a discussion, we used the 1930s redlining map to show where they live. A pretty remarkable thing happened. We started seeing and hearing comments like, eliminate all R1A and R1, which is single family zoning, and include all buildings 1 to 4 units by right. Residents were asking for more density along transit routes and legalizing missing middle housing, and they were pointing out specific areas of the city that they viewed as having exclusionary zoning. This was pretty remarkable to us veteran planners who were more accustomed to not in my backyard sentiments coming out of public processes. Why is housing getting so expensive in the first place? And if you ask a developer that question, you'll get a lot of responses that are probably true, like construction costs, facing permit fees that are too high, expensive to build parking, there's lots of things that go into the high cost of housing. But the big picture is that we're simply not building enough housing overall. In Minneapolis and many other metro regions across the country, housing production simply isn't keeping up with population growth. The law of supply and demand takes over, rent goes up. And when the rent goes up, it goes up for everybody, but that disproportionately affects people of color. From 2000 to 2014, housing gets less affordable for everyone, but Hispanic households can only afford a few neighborhoods near the center of the city. And for Black households, not a single Minneapolis neighborhood is affordable. To try to tackle this from the standpoint of a land use plan was threefold. First, the plan ends single family zoning. We viewed this partly symbolic, looking at those three layers of racist housing policies. Single family zoning was one of them. But also from a practical standpoint, we expect that we will see that move opening up housing choice across our city and making it at least a little bit easier to build different types of housing in places that were previously zoned just for single family. Specifically, allow up to 3 units to be built where previously only 1 unit was allowed. And that's about half the city. The second is where we reintroduce the concept of missing middle housing, not a whole lot in between. Single family homes, larger apartment buildings. And then finally, we make it easier to build dense, multi-story, multifamily housing near transit to really try to tackle that supply and demand problem. The outer neighborhoods, now you can build up to a triplex or convert an existing house to 2 or 3 units. or add an ADU in the back. Yes, you can build up to 3 units, but we didn't expand the building envelope that you're allowed to build in. So all of the rules that applied about building height and bulk and setbacks and so on, that applied to single family homes before, also apply to 2 and 3 unit build. I'm pretty confident that there's going to be enough building envelope to really accommodate 2 and 3 unit buildings, but we're going to be watching it closely.
Why 3?
Our first proposal was 4. Back of the napkins, we think you could fit 4 units on a typical lot in Minneapolis, which is about 5,000 square feet. Then after releasing that, we did some more detailed work to look at the architectural fit. And we realized 4 is just tough. It's just tough to fit 4 units, especially given maintaining the bulk and height and setback regulations, which our policymakers made very clear to us was going to be required. It was actually us as staff who dialed that back to 3. We have a maximum floor area ratio of 0.5. We exempt below ground habitable area, and we exempt the half story at the top of a house from habitable floor area. You can actually get 4,375 square feet of habitable area on a 5,000 square foot lot. You divide that into 3 units, suddenly you have a pretty livable unit.
Could that be an ownership opportunity? Like, can you condo map that?
You can, and anecdotally, we've seen some interest in that. To be an owner occupant in one of the units and get some cash flow from the other 1 or 2 units.
Just allowing parcels to be fragmented into smaller pieces of ownership will bring it to be more attainable to more people.
That's the hope. That's the hope. And we'll be tracking this, over the next 10 years before we do our next plan update. And we'll see how successful it is at that. We're optimistic, but we're going to be honest with ourselves and transparent about it. The second piece of this is in our inner neighborhoods closest to downtown. These are the places that were already a walkable mix of housing types that have been made illegal over the past few decades, now have reintroduced the possibility of building that full range of missing middle housing. The city decided to kind of freeze that in amber and say, we're done. This is what we've got. And what we've done now is open that back up so those neighborhoods can continue to evolve.
Unthawing process towards growth again.
And finally, both in our downtown and along the major bus routes and light rail throughout the city, dense multifamily, multi-story development is allowed as of right. No special permissions needed. This is really where we hope we can tackle the supply and demand problem. So whereas the first 2, ending single family and introducing missing middle, is primarily about housing choice, this one is really about tackling that supply problem. Another thing that went into place on January 1st of 2020 was our inclusionary zoning policy that requires a certain percentage of units in multifamily housing projects above 50 units to be affordable. There was a lot of concern, as you would expect, that would perhaps slow down the market. Early indication is that it didn't. In 2020, our Planning Commission entitled about 6,000 new units of housing, which is far higher than anything we had seen in the previous decade. Something that's really core to this approach is the concept of predictability. It's really important to allow development as of right, as I mentioned, without any special permission. And I think this factor is actually even more important than the eliminating single-family zonings. Have design standards, yes, have a robust development review process, but we really need to allow in our zoning what we say we need to allow in order to achieve the goals. We've accompanied the traditional future land use map. So if you look at the comprehensive plan for just about any city anywhere, there will be a land use map that says this is where the housing can go, this is where the commercial can go, this is where the industrial can go. We've accompanied that with a parcel-specific built form map. So for each of the 120,000 or so parcels of land in the city, each one of those is assigned one of, I think, 14 built form districts that lays out in very clear and plain language the building types that are allowed and the building height and bulk that's in this example, in the Transit 20 built form district, you can see that it has an allowable height range of 6 to 20 stories. You submit your application for a building that's within that range, you will be approved to build that building. It's just clear what's allowed. There is a bit of an expansion of where dense multi-story multifamily housing is allowed. The maximum heights in each of the zoning districts were pretty low, 6 or 7 story apartment building, like they'd have to get an exception to the maximum height in almost every case. There's a lot of steps in the process that are discretionary and gives a planning commission or a city council a lot of opportunities to say no. We've tested this predictability approach on a smaller scale in neighborhood plans around the city. In places where there are real redevelopment opportunities, like this example here along the Midtown Greenway, which is a bike and pedestrian trail and a trench through the city, it's worked. That predictability approach results in a lot of really high quality infill development. The land use planning piece of this, but that's just one piece. We're very clear when we talk about this that the regulations are not enough. We just leave it to the zoning, we will still be leaving people behind from a housing standpoint. We need to continue to invest proactively in affordable housing. A whole list of strategies that our city is undertaking, that the zoning rules are absolutely essential. You have to get that right, but it's just a first step.
Several silver bullets deployed all at once to address this.
This is clearly about more than housing. We need places for those jobs. If we're going to do something about climate change, we need complete neighborhoods where people can meet their daily needs, making it easier to say yes and harder to say no when a proposal comes in that helps you achieve those goals. What made this work? How did you actually get your city council to approve this? 2.5 years, we put a lot of resources behind it. We made it fun and engaging for folks. So having that racial equity goal up at number 1 and having a housing affordability and choice goal, city council approved these goals at the beginning of the process, essentially telling us as planners, here is your charge. Work with the community and bring us back a draft plan that works towards achieving these goals. Advocacy groups started being created, and existing ones started focusing on these housing and affordability and choice issues. Main political champion, the city council member who is now the president of the city council, Lisa Bender, she is a city planner by training, and she stepped up and led her colleagues to a yes vote on this. We ended up with a 12-1 vote in favor of this plan.
As far as KPIs of how this is tracking to goals around homeownership or racial equity or housing affordability, how are you tracking that?
We have formed a partnership with the Minneapolis branch of the Federal Reserve Bank. They have a community outreach and kind of research arm on a pro bono basis, do some really in-depth tracking of the outcomes of this over the next 10 years with a series of housing indicators with counterfactuals. Compare what actually happens to what would have happened if we hadn't initiated these policy changes. The Minneapolis 2040 plan went into effect on January 1st, 2020. So we have a year of data now. In 2020, there were 34 duplexes and 9 triplexes. Building permits, some of those are new. That includes conversions in a city with 120,000 parcels of land. So a pretty low number. Throughout the planning process, there was a lot of concern that this change would have just a massive effect and that there would just be bulldozers, clearing neighborhoods and triplexes being built everywhere. We tried to reassure everybody at that time that we really expect the outcome of this to be pretty incremental. In year 1, that has proved to be true. We don't make a projection. We just let the market do its thing, and we'll report on what happens.
Paul, thank you so much for the presentation.
My pleasure, Charlie. It was great talking with you today.
co-living you used to do as a student. This concept might go on. I mean, why not using it while you're working or while you're older, and why not having like several generations in your house? And that's exactly what, when we come to the cluster, and it's exactly the idea of the living. And there was one guy who told us, look, I met more people in 7 days within the project that I have met the last 7 years. It's 100% site built, but nevertheless, we have calculated the blocks as standard elements, so you don't want to cut it on site, that we are very fast because we don't have to adjust it on the building site.
It's like a kit of blocks.
Exactly. My name is Henrik Siebenpfeifer. I'm working for Duplic Architects. I'm one of the partners of the company. Projects which is called in German More Than Living, which we could translate Mehr als Wohnen. The project was done by Anne and Dan in 2007 with this company called Futura Frogs as a partner, architectural partner firm. They won the competition and were the first big project of the Zurich office. Duplex Architects is based in Zurich in Switzerland, founded by Anne Kessler and Dan Schurch in 2007. And now we have offices also in Germany, in the northern part of Germany, and in Paris. So I'm one of the operating partners of Duplex Architects. The delivery was in 2013 and 2015, because that's part of the project, that's a real long process of discussing and developing the different parts of the project. So we develop different projects with the same approach. But what is really interesting is that the idea of More Than Living is that it's not only housing, but it's also a whole urban area we are developing. There's a kind of density which was quite interesting already in the project More Than Living, and which is the density is the ratio between the area, the land, and the square meters you can build. And so in More Than Living we are around 1.6, which was okay, which was normal. And now we're going for 2.6, so we try to densify the project to get more space, quality space from less land. So the project is basically, this is the zoom of the Zurich area. So you have the Zurich Lake, the airport. So just in the middle between the city center and the airport, kind of more industrial site. Used by the Swiss television, next to a motorway, next to the railway road. So it was not the best quality site. 75 hectares. Today, when you see the satellite, everything is built. 12 years ago, really like an industrial site. So it was interesting to do this kind of lighthouse project on this site. It was detected by the cooperatives. And the cooperatives, there's a large tradition in Switzerland about this Genossenschaften, how we call them, to celebrate the century anniversary of those Genossenschaften. They grouped together to say, okay, we want now, it's like 100 years, we are building in a way that we group clients around a project, and we want to have the lighthouse new project. They created this group called More Than Living, Mehr als Wohnen, to do this, to run this project on this site. In Switzerland, you can't own the land. So you have this, what we call a leasehold for the land. So the city gives the land and you pay just the rent for the lifetime. So they had spotted out this area to run a competition to show the 100 years of tradition. There was no state funding used for this project. Those cooperatives, they're private companies, but non-profit. The future owner of the houses are part of the company, and they're running this project to exactly to have like that you just pay the real cost of construction. And that's the idea of those cooperatives. Our approach for the urban layout was not like to fill up the land with the standard use of housing, but to create blocks, very massive blocks, what we call fat blocks. We create a lot of outer space, the exterior, and we have a huge density within this kind of construction blocks. Normally, when you do housing, 40 to 50 feet is the average size or the depth of a building. And we have some of them which are going for 100 feet. So they're really really big and new typology. And so we won the competition. Then the other architects came on board. Each block has a different approach to the constraints because the blocks are big, they're deep, you need to bring sunlight inside. That was the challenge for each office. They took our typology and they took our design to develop their own typologies. So we have like a really kind of huge range of different solutions within the project. The power of this project is as well that is not like asking for new urban rules, which is a long procedure. We stay within the actual rules. So all the distance between the buildings, the way, the distance to the road, the distance of the views, everything is developed according to the normal standard urban rules. Cluster living, what we have developed is like, it's like a box in a box. You have like your small entity, which is the most private, is like your bed and your private room. But you have a bathroom, you have a small kitchen. Next layer is then a shared space. You have a bigger kitchen in the common space. Then you have the staircases, which are a different type of shared space. And then you go to these workshops because there are lots of workshops foreseen or spaces which can use for birthday parties or for bike repair, whatever, or a recording studio. And then you have those outside spaces. Each building is nearly composed as a small city.
Each building is about 100 people, 35 units.
13 blocks and 450 units. A kindergarten, 3 restaurants, a bakery shop, laundry room is in the basement and it's common. Everyone uses it so you don't have your washing machine in your apartment. Like this co-living in a student, what you used to do as a student. This concept might go on. I mean, why not using it while you're working or while you're older, and why not having like several generations in your house? And that's exactly what, when we come to the cluster, and it's exactly the idea of the living. It's like a very small neighborhood, like different degrees of neighborhood, and you have those you are living within one cluster, and then you have those you are on the same staircase, and then you have the surroundings. So you see that those 6-story high buildings with a very strong neighborhood. When you want to build with the cooperative roughly $33,000 you have to pay to get in, and then you're part of this story and you're allowed to get one of the apartment. And the rules are defined, and then within this project and within lots of projects, you need to engage that you will not own a car. The time you're living there, you won't use a car. You engage yourself on car sharing, on mobility. The number of parkings we have foreseen are for guests or for other reasons. So there's no parking space, no more parking space than really the minimum needed. And each of those groups, they are organized in a way that it's an own association. So the cluster, what we call cluster, which is like, in this case, for example, you have like 7 different groups joined together with this common space. They have created their own association with their own rules, with their own bank account. You're really living together. You care about the other one, and everyone engages in case of fire, for example, to care, to look after the other neighbor. And that we explained that to the fire department, and that's why they said, okay, we agree not to apply the hotel fire regulations, but really the living. These way of putting the clusters together, they can change within the story. So they're slightly changing. So we have 2-1 plus a small one here, and on a second floor we have like 4 clusters.
It's like 6 units sharing a bank account and being part of like the extended family.
It depends
18 people. The fire department is determining the sense of community, family psychology. How many people can you actually really care about?
You have this kind of the shared areas in between the units, and this is one example. I mean, it's been furnished by the cluster inhabitants. You can watch television in your own room, but you can also share. And this is I think this is what's really interesting. And there was one guy who told us, look, I met more people in 7 days within the project that I have met the last 7 years.
Who is forming these extended families?
We did workshops, but also choose like a more traditional layout, but able to choose your your favorite apartment and what suits you well. And normally it's a lifetime project, stay within your cluster. And it's not, normally in those kind of housing, you don't have a large turnover.
You leave, what happens?
It goes back to the community, kind of owner, because you can't be kicked out of your apartment because you own it for lifetime. You can't give it to your children. If you want to move out, you get your entrance fee back, but that's all. And then you're just off. And then the organization, the cooperative, they do have an office within the building. And here the investor, which is the cooperative, they are running the project. So they have the funding, they know, they have the experience. The banks are financing projects. They have all this knowledge, professional knowledge to run a project. Gathering together and doing the project and having the professionals doing the project for them. Second typology we have built, which is the building M. We created a large staircase. It's nearly free space. And the interesting part, staircase, it's like a plaza, a courtyard, and we started to create openings, windows towards the staircase, which is not usual normally. The disadvantage of having those large blocks is totally turned around into an advantage because you get this extra space. And this allowed ourselves as well to get like those details of a kind of sculpture within, bringing light into the buildings. This block allows to have a good energy performance, just 5 kilowatt per hour per square feet. The thickness of the walls on the outside, it's 50 centimeters, which is 1.6 feet. So we have really thick walls. It's a kind of brick wall. Inside the brick, we put in insulation. So we have volcanic stone inside the brick, and it's like a traditional brick layering. And inside, it's the thermal insulation. So you can put on the outside, you just have your normal facade, and on the inside you have a plaster wall, and that's all. We have supported other architects on the side. A standard balloon frame. There's one house with foamed concrete. Inside the concrete you have foamed glass elements, which they're doing the insulation. So that was quite experimental, but it worked really out well. It's 100% site built, but nevertheless we have calculated the block as standard element, so you don't want to cut it on site because it takes lots of time. So we have adapted the openings to actually the size of the bricks, that we can use full bricks and we don't have to cut them. So this was all designed that we are very fast because we don't have to adjust it on the building side.
It's like a kit of blocks.
Exactly. It has the advantage of everyone can do it. I mean, you don't need special technology. It's like brick structure as we use. So almost every worker, craftsman can build up those houses, and they are completely at the end of the life cycle. You can completely recycle them. Philosophy of our company is use simple materials, respect the materials, don't try to put everything together, don't glue things, don't like composite materials. Stay simple but clean, and then you can recycle it as well. We have a kind of crossover of different ways of living, creating office spaces today, hotel lobbies, and they look like a living room, or we are creating restaurants like kitchens, and be more flexible about new living forms, new way of living, and let us give the power to the people to create their own way of living. And let's say if you're developing above 10,000 square meters, you need to have more architects together.
What would you say is the most innovative aspect?
3 points: students, apartments, put that into operation on a larger scale for different generations and different ages. I think this is socially very interesting. And the second point is that we have, by being very generous about the whole setup and having big blocks, lots of space over. So if you reduce everything on what is just necessary, we design space however the inhabitants would like to use it. Even for the outside, we had some spaces we just say, okay, we are not planning them, and now you have gardens there. The third aspect, which was more architectural theory, is the idea of a competition at the urban scale and on the very low topology scale. The same philosophy of the small detail you can find in the larger scale.
The exterior common areas are sort of like the living room between each of the 13 houses.
Exactly.
Same cluster shared space on a molecular level that's repeated all the way up through the 3 scales, the unit, the cluster, and site plan.
Exactly. And the public space within your apartment is at the same range as the public space outside the apartment.
Hendrik, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay.
It really comes down to the detailing. It's really about the building envelope that really determines how successful the structure will be, regardless of if it's wood, steel, or concrete. It isn't really so much about how does one product beat out another one. It's more around what makes sense for the space and what they're trying to do. There's kind of the misperception of deforestation that they hear 6 stories of wood for 63,000 square feet. It looks like a lot of wood when you're looking at it, but our forests in US and Canada will regrow that in 5 minutes. The scale of our forests, this building is a blip. Thanks for having me. I'm Bill Parsons with Woodworks, Vice President of Operations. Woodworks Wood Products Council is a nonprofit in the wood industry focused on helping architects and engineers, contractors and developers build with wood. Woodworks is actually a virtual organization. We've been doing that since the beginning. We've officially headquarters in Washington, D.C. have a field staff that is out in market that covers each metro area. Our entire team is really staffed with architects and engineers, design professionals to help design professionals. I'm a professional engineer registered in California. So Woodworks' role related to the wood industry is to provide that technical support element, and we are funded by the Softwood Lumber Board. It's a checkoff program that's part of USDA. And the way that the government is really set up to market commodity products, just like the Got Milk campaign. We are the part of the lumber campaign, but the American Wood Council handles the code side. They kind of create the landscape of building codes and work with ICC, what the rules are around wood, how do we maintain life safety requirements that are in the building codes. Think Wood is the kind of broad marketing arm that gets people interested. Gives examples around what wood can do. We bring back concerns from designers and help interface back with the code system. And really we help in all different levels, from basically, can I build this building out of wood, down to I got stuck at the job site with the code official wants a certain piece of information. Multifamily is really our bread and butter projects that we work on, helping people go beyond just what they believe is the code limit of wood and helping them expand into that. Softwood lumber is really the structural lumber that gets used in the US. So it's the main player of wood that's used in buildings. Pine, Doug fir, hem fir, southern pine in the south. Each wood basket around a mill has specific softwoods that are grown, but mostly in the west and in the southeast. But as you transition north, there's more hardwoods, mixed forests. Wood traditionally is used in residential construction really because of the optimized system that it is. The 2x4 and the 2x6 are one of the most optimized way to build a structure because we've been doing it for so long. This first one is actually what most people think about around wood construction is type 5 construction, which is capped out at 4 stories. But the last few code cycles, going back probably the last 15 years, type 3 construction has really started to go in where you can have 5 stories of residential wood overall. There's rules in the building code related to sprinkler systems, what the areas can be. Type 3 construction looks kind of like this when it's just basically built at grade construction. But then as we go to this, you can also add mezzanines into it. So you have this additional kind of higher level area. It doesn't count as a floor in residential. And so you can get up to actually a 5-story residential building with a mezzanine on top of a podium, which could be quite a large. This is almost a 7-story building if you count the stories just as a layman, but by code, it's actually a 5-story building. By adding, simple fire, 3-hour fire separation, you create those 2 buildings. And then over time, we've really seen that to evolve into what can be above and below, what can happen, how many heights can the podium go, where now in 2015 code, it was moved to be basically no restriction related to the number of stories. You still have a maximum height. A good example of that is actually in Sacramento, 1430Q project, a 6-story wood plus mezzanine over a two-story podium. So it's a 6/2. This is really one of the first of its kind in the US. It creates, a very economical building, ways to kind of navigate the code to allow this to happen. Woodworks has a case study related on this entire project, but it's a great example of kind of taking what, as the code has evolved, taking those code limits and understanding what can be done with them to create a larger, more dense structure for housing.
How are the building code officials like the ICC getting more comfortable with higher rise wood construction?
Codes are there really for life safety of the occupants. So there's requirements that kind of get layered on that we're not going through that are part of that discussion to make sure that it is a safe way to build. Depends on what the firefighters have, what happens related to what their equipment evolving over time. So that stuff is part of this evolution. I think if you go back 50 years to what the rules were versus what's now, it's kind of the new technology around fire and fire safety that is allowing light frame tall buildings to continue to evolve. The mass timber side of things, that product having inherent fire resistance that's what really allows us to go taller than the structure here, is because you have built-in fire resistance. You don't have to cover up the wood to protect it, where the wood is not exposed in these structures. You've got protected with drywall. There's floor wall assemblies are built and tested that are required for these types of structures. The exposed wood side of things just adds a whole nother level of new technology to it. But this evolution on the podium side, I think, is really just more around just the understanding of what it can do. Building materials and construction make up 11% of our emissions, and how do we really kind of affect that? And that's really where wood does play a key role into it, related to thinking about all of the sustainable benefits. Carbon is becoming even more of an important part of that story. A tree is growing, and through photosynthesis, it's holding carbon, and half of a tree's weight is carbon. You're really storing that carbon for long-term storage, and wood buildings as a carbon sinks. There's kind of the misperception of deforestation that you hear because you're thinking of forests realistically, that are thinking like these other places there's forests. If we look at where the structural wood comes from, again, softwoods that are used in the US are grown in North America, and the North American forests actually growing volume in flat area. So the forests have been continuing to grow and not being harvested. Actually, there's more volume today than there was in 1950 on the timberlands. Most of the forest land in the US actually is privately owned, which they have an incentive to keep it going, that they will cut something down, but they'll replant in order to be able to harvest their product again. It's similar to harvesting corn, it's just on a much longer cycle. We've really always harnessed the forest here to build housing. 6 stories of wood for 63,000 square feet, not even a giant building by any stretch, but it looks like a lot of wood when you're looking at it, but our forests in US and Canada will regrow that in 5 minutes. Right, so we've got at the scale of our forests, this building is a blip.
That's crazy. So the U.S. forests are growing like a 6-story, 100-unit apartment building every 5 minutes.
Yeah, thinking about it that way from a sustainability perspective. Other benefits related to wood, especially some of these mass timber projects and the exposed wood, the biophilic side of things, make you feel connected to nature, and having that natural material can have profound impact on how the occupants feel. Large prefabricated panels that come in are being installed with smaller crews. The ability to build buildings with a lot less labor, 4 to 6 people on a mass timber job compared to on a poor day at a concrete job could be up to 30 people. Cost side of things is that the light frame system, has been optimized for hundreds of years, and through that optimization is really the most cost-effective way to build a building of the 6-story range. You can get to a very cost-effective structure because of these construction cycle savings, and using the structure as the finished materials, see some additional savings in these areas where wood traditionally hasn't been able to play.
What do you hear as the main criticisms of wood construction?
Well, I think as everyone thinks about wood, you're like, oh my gosh, it's going to burn, right? I think that's the first thing that everyone thinks about. Well, there's specific assemblies that have been tested and have that structure as a way to maintain it and protect it in a fire from a life safety perspective, and sprinklers, and there's layers of protection that have been built into it. And similar to that is the exposed wood related to mass timber has similar built-in fire performance. So the char of the wood itself is protecting it Just like you would have to spray on intermescent coating on a steel beam to protect it, wood's got that built into it basically. So you can design that in the structure, and we've to have lots of testing and examples of it being successful when fired. How long is this thing going to last is a big question. Well, we've got, same thing. We've got pictures of the pagodas in Japan that have lasted thousands of years and have been around. So it really comes down to the detailing. It's very similar to why does any material building get torn down in 10 years, and why there are lawsuits about water coming into apartments and condos, because it's really about the building envelope that really determines how successful the structure will be, regardless of if it's wood, steel, or concrete.
Wood seems to also have, I guess, a negative rap on permeability.
Most architects kind of recognize that wood is really good from an overall, it doesn't conduct heat like a steel stud does. Assemblies for wood, for just normal building envelope, are different than steel because of that element of their difference of how much they conduct heat. It depends. I think it comes down to the building envelope design more than anything. You can get to a particular, R rating, use it for passive house. We've got lots of multifamily passive house examples that have, specifically in the Northeast, there's quite a big movement related to multifamily passive house. So it's totally can be done, and it plays really well. And the conductivity of the wood certainly plays into it, in that you can make a really great building envelope with wood involved. Residential housing, single family housing that we have in the US is made of wood, which isn't necessarily the same way around the world. The prevalence of residential in the, I guess, kind of historic context in the US of using wood for residential isn't necessarily there in kind of the middle of Europe. It's mostly around using brick, stone. They're very historic. Their time scale is so much different than ours. So with that, it is kind of a different perception around housing. So with that, we have quite a head start, I would say, related to understanding how we can build multifamily out of wood, because we're used to living in wood in single family houses. Many places, their codes are more performance based than the US, and the ICC codes are very prescriptive. And so the main difference there is that you, as a design professional in Europe, you can kind of say, okay, this is what the rules are that I need to meet, and I can kind of describe how I want those, how I'm going to meet those. On the US, we more or less kind of do it more like a cookbook. We say, I'm going to build a type 3A building, and that type 3A building is going to have X, Y, and Z components that have to be met to go into it. So it's more of a kind of, I'm going to pick the structure and the types of fire requirements based on what that fire type is, building occupancy is. And so then those are the ingredients that have to go in. So we have kind of a little bit of difference on this, which changes a little bit of how we look at going taller with wood, is because we basically now in the 2021 code have put in the rules related to tall wood and from a prescriptive basis, where around the world, they've been going at it the same way they normally do their codes related to performance based. So, hey, if I can justify it, I'm going to try to do it. Here in the US, that's a lot more work. It's going to be adopted more by developers and architects if there's more set up firm rules, which are now available in the 2021 code.
I guess talking about the future of wood construction, so mass timber examples or prefab or...
And mass timber is really just a kind of another style of panelized construction where you're cutting in all the holes, you're pre-planning everything. You've got a digital twin of that building before it's built that works out all the clashes and all the potential problems. So when you get to the job site, you're just installing the pieces and parts. And mass timber in general is, made up of technology that has kind of been around for a while. Like the glulam timber is like 100 years old. It's been around and used in buildings going back decades. Cross-laminated timber, CLT, has been used in Europe for about 20 years. So we're kind of taking this idea of gluing together large pieces of wood and then like taking a 2x4 and 2x6 and 2x8 and gluing it together and making a panel out of it. There's other technologies, down laminated timber, and laminated timber, glue laminated timber, that are also kind of options in the mix. And we've seen this really meteoric rise of mass timber buildings over the last just a few years, really since this goes back to 2013. Now we have about over 1,100 buildings that are active, either under construction or in design of mass timber, pretty well everywhere in the US. We've launched a Woodworks Innovation Network, which goes through how you, the design teams, and how you find somebody that's experienced with mass timber. See some examples, you know, and what's been happening. Brock Commons was really kind of one of the first upper North American tall wood projects. Munges Starnet in Norway. It's kind of a mix of hotel and apartments and office. The Ho building on Austria is also built around housing. There's actually 5 projects in the US that are now kind of tall wood. The Carbon 12 building in Portland, it's an 8-story, 85-foot tall condo building. And this was kind of the first start of it. And from this, it's kind of set the provisions that now became part of the 2021 building code. So it's kind of started, at least was the first built example. The Intro project in Cleveland, an 8-story timber over podium, apartment building and mixed use. Ascent is going to be the largest wood building in the world in Milwaukee, like 25 stories. So it's 19 floors of timber over a 6-story podium. You know, exposing that biophilic aspect of timber. And I think it depends on where you are in the building and how big they are. But, you know, the fire performance is built in, so you have to oversize them a little bit to make that work. Kind of some common space and restaurant will look like. And then ADM in Washington, D.C. is actually an overbuild project. It's a 3-story overbuild over top an existing 7-story building. It kind of sets up for this interesting idea that timber is so light and its strength to weight ratio is very, very good. And so you can build extra stories on top of buildings.
Every concrete steel building is really a podium.
Kind of what it was. They were the developer was trying to figure out, what do I need to do with this building? And they could only build like one other story of an alternative material, but they could get 3 with wood. And DC has special requirements about how tall you can be overall. So you can really only be in this little area. And so with timber, they were able to do that and not really modify much of the structure below. Depending on where you're at pricing it, that wood and steel and concrete are going to come in very similar to each other. Sometimes the upfront material cost for mass timber will be a little bit higher, but you're going to make that up on this prefab side of construction cycle savings. So you're going to be done months earlier, or you're going to be into the building months earlier, collecting rent or occupying it, or the hotels, you know, and apartment buildings, or just office rent. So you're into it so much sooner. And then there's also fit out, the cost of like, what does it take to do this when you don't have to put in a fake ceiling, when you've got a really beautiful existing ceiling that's just an exposed structure. The elements related to that time savings on the job site related to general conditions. You don't have your dumpsters there. You don't have your, you know, the oversight of the construction site for that long. Those percentages in large buildings really start to make timber very cost effective. I mean, here in the US, we're not just doing those 1,100 buildings that are on that map just because that everyone's like, oh, I want to make it look good. It's going to pencil out. In my opinion, that's really what we're starting to see, is that it's all penciling. So that's why we have this giant momentum happening. It isn't really so much about how does one product beat out another one. It's more around what makes sense for the space and what they're trying to do. Work's role in this whole idea is just helping people understand what their options are and how do you build a cost-effective structure that can be great for the occupants. And really, wood's got a part of that story, from everyone's single-family house all the way through, you know, a multi-story, multi-family building, and now going up to 18 stories. Wood can be a part of that conversation, and we're happy to help anybody kind of work through that and getting more affordable housing out there. I think it's a great thing to do.
Amazing. Well, Bill, thank you so much for the presentation.
Happy to be involved.
This was the first time that in Spain public land was given to make cooperative housing. This was the first building made of wood in Spain. It was done for a sustainable reason, and instead of being rewarded, we were punished because we lost 1 or 2 units. My name is Carlos Vajas. I'm a member of La Corne, which is an architects cooperative, Habitan in La Borda, which is this housing cooperative in my back. The building was finished at the end of 2018, so we've been 2 years living here. My office, like all, was in charge of the design. I'm a housing cooperative that started the project. It started in this site where we are, which is an old factory called Cambadio. So in 2011, a group of people gathered together to manage one of the buildings here. And from that, there was a group of people concerned in housing that started the housing cooperative. The land where the building is now, there was 3 old small houses that were demolished to make room for social housing. So actually the plot now belongs to the municipality, and we have a leasehold of 75 years. All the area was part of a urban transformation from the old factory that included the 3 small houses. For instance, here on the other side, there's also rental public housing, social housing, and over there there's some leaseholds, and this was the first time that in Spain public land was given to make cooperative housing. Barcelona has been quite pioneer on this new wave of cooperative housing. Spain did have cooperative housing since especially the 70s, but at that time the end was to make it owner-occupied, so it's not cooperative anymore. Now we are in a new wave of what actually it's considered cooperative housing, more like the zero equity. Barcelona was pioneer on doing this type of projects, especially in public land. There were few cases in Spain in private land, so that means less affordable. Here has been the first case, but now it's more like a public policy here in many other municipalities to give land to cooperatives to make affordable housing, but based on a community. So the residents, we have a share in the cooperative. We have our share as members, but this is not a share that would relate to a property title. We are only have kind of a deposit in the co-op. The property of the units belongs to the cooperative as a whole. So this way, we are sure that there's no way to speculate or resell the unit.
It's like a golf course membership in
kind of, I guess. It's like a club. Here, the idea also was that this price never goes up. Previous examples of social housing in Spain was that it was affordable for the first ones, but then it went to free market prices. So the new generations had to pay more money for that. And this is something that we didn't want. Tenants do now is we pay a monthly fee that is set by the cooperative, and the idea is to make it as cheap as possible, but only to pay back the loans and for maintenance or improvements. The rental market in the last 5 years has increased like 60%. In our case, has increased 0. So it was already cheaper at that time. So now imagine, it's even cheaper compared to the free market.
There's 28 units. Is it mostly families or is it students or kind of mixed?
It's mixed, and that's what we wanted. So we have the younger have 20 some, and then there's people who are retired already, and many families with kids or young couples or singles. Because the land belongs to the municipality and it's social housing, there's a maximum income that you can have, and you should have not any other property. It's 4.5 or 5 times the minimum income. No, even less. There was at the beginning of the project 2 high school professors, and they were out of the project because their salaries combined were higher than the limits. Even if the fees are not that high, we still have to put this deposit, and we know this is a barrier. So we are working now with government and with social banks to make it even 0 if possible in the cases of people who have no means for save money. In the case of Barcelona, this started as a pilot project, and now they developed like a public policy where almost every year they make a call offering plots to new communities. So now it's 5 more that are under construction and 3 more projects are being done. And this system has been copied to other municipalities, especially in Catalonia, but also in some other places in Spain. Different sizes, like from 10 to 50, maybe. But we also found it problematic when it's too small, because it makes it harder to make it affordable, because the basic cost that you have to pay for a building here, the elevator, all the starting cost, it's a burden for the smaller projects.
Is the city charging the co-op rent?
We pay annual fee for 1,000 euros per year. Now the new projects, they even pay less than that. But obviously compared to what we should pay for this land, it's almost nothing. That's going to be a public park, yeah. Now there's only like sport fields over there. This was the building made of wood in Spain. This also led to like a push to CLT construction in Barcelona. So prefabricated wood from the north of Spain. This is more sustainable. Obviously, all the concrete needs energy, water, resources that are very complicated to recycle. During the construction, we don't use that much energy, materials, CO2. It's actually a little bit more expensive than concrete or steel. The construction was very quick. So it took only 6 weeks to make the structure of the building. So every week they would build the floor and only 4 people needed to do the assembling. Less risk, less time, less money at the end also when it comes to construction. The core is made of wood as well. So this is our entrance. We don't have car parking. We managed to change the regulation in Barcelona that forced us to have underground parking for cars. Instead, we have bike parking at the entrance. And here in the ground floor, we have one of the communal spaces, which is the kitchen and dining room. Most of us don't own cars. Yeah, there's only 8 families that have a car, and they already had a spot in the area because people who live in social housing tend not to have cars here in Barcelona. We are 3 minutes from a subway station and then 10 minutes from the biggest train station in Barcelona. So Barcelona is super well connected. It was a law done during the 90s when the car ownership was increasing. There was this policy to try to remove the cars from the street. So the idea was to put them underground. But they never revisited this policy after decades. And now in many neighborhoods, there is a surplus parking spaces, which actually leads into more cars. Because if you have more availability of parking spaces, you are actually promoting the use of cars. And this is going up in opposite direction to the current ideas on how the city should behave in Barcelona. So the units do have a kitchen inside the house, but we wanted a bigger space either to have meals. So now every Wednesday we take shifts and we cook for all the community here. But also it's a space that we can use for our guests or when we want to throw a party or a dinner. Obviously, we didn't design it thinking on a pandemic, and we found it behaved beyond our expectation during the restrictions of movement, complete other dimension compared to the people living in more regular building. All these networks of support, they existed here already. This is the stairs, wood, as I promised, and the elevator core is made of wood.
The wood feels like it's like a lodge, like instead of a concrete like bunker.
So this is a multifunctional space that we have, like the bigger communal space that now is basically taken by the kids of the community as a playground. Leads to the end of the stairs. We have 2 guest rooms. We finished the communal laundry as well. We have to admit that kids were not very included in the process of designing the building and the project. But now we are very happy because they are the ones that are more free and use the building the best. And this space is a proof of that. And actually we're now also doing improvements, can use it more freely without causing disturbance to the others with the noise and this type of things, because this space is open to the courtyard. There's going to be a curtain here in the future. You can see this is on top of the courtyard. We have a winter house to control the heat in winter, so it helps to prevent that we lose some heat in winter. Totally self-controlled by sensors, and then when it's hot, There's some shades and there's the openings in the windows that open. And here we have like one of the two communal terraces. This one is basically for laundry, but also for there's some tables. And here on top of this part, we have a green roof and the solar panels. This is the courtyard of the units, mine unit, which is a medium size. Or the smaller one, if you only have these two spaces, like this space at the entrance and another one facing the future park. In the middle, you will have the bathroom. Behind this giant door, there is our bedroom. That makes that we have a medium apartment, which is like 60 square meters. The smaller ones are 40 square meters. And if we would have a bigger apartment, we would have another bedroom here, making it 75 square meters, 3 varieties of typologies. And then the idea is that there's a lot of diversity because depending on where you put the kitchen, like we put it here on a L shape, but if it would be as a line or maybe here, the result is that we have 28 units that are completely different, although they come from the same matrix. But some people actually do have the living room there or the bedroom there, depending on how they did the layout. The wood panels, the problem that they have is that they are so light that they carry the sound very well. And because they are panels, they go from one unit to the other. Walls, there's a lot of layers of acoustic isolation. So there's no problems when it comes to air noise. When it comes to impact noise, was not as good as we wanted, although it's better than any building I lived in my entire life. Probably one of the biggest investments that we did that pay off very well were the windows and the doors. So they're made of wood, but they close very well, and they have different ways of closing. And these actually help us to keep heating consumption very low. The heater, it's super small. So heating, we estimated that the consumption, the total consumption of the 28 units was similar to a one big single house, lower environmental impact and a cheaper price because electricity and gas prices in Spain are very expensive. The construction code, the only thing that requires you is that the building doesn't fall down after, in our case, 90 minutes of fire. And we could prove that this was the case here, and that was it. Fire brigades and all the technical members of the government, basically because they like it and they find it more amusing than any conventional construction you have to see every now. We could not fight every single battle. For instance, one problem that we had with this winter house I showed you was that because of the Barcelona code of building, this count as a construction site, not as a square meters that we built. So we lost 1 or 2 units because the patio was counted not as open space, but as a built space. And here we were very disappointed because we were doing something that it was done for a sustainable reason, and instead of being rewarded, we were punished because we lost 1 or 2 units. In certain things like the parking, we won the battle, and in many others, we didn't have the time and energy to change regulations. On the street facade, we only have 4 stories, while here we have 6 plus the ground floor. And here in the 5th and 6th floor, there's a step back from the building. So this, for instance, could have been more housing space. Our first idea was to give the units very bold, but the problem is that the code here requires you that everything is working and the plumbing and the electricity. So we only could just not put the paint on the walls or the inner walls or the kitchen in a very basic condition. But what we did was to leave the communal spaces unfinished. And this, we've been doing it the last 2 years with self-construction or hiring ourselves the professionals, but little by little when we save the money. So, for instance, the communal kitchen was completely finished only a few weeks ago before it wasn't completely finished. Or there's other spaces, for instance, in each floor there is a storage space, and you see that we still don't have the doors. So we try to save money and then do the next improvements. It's already included in the fee that we pay.
In the monthly fee, so you're sort of just waiting for that account to accumulate.
On one side, and then on the other side, that we have time to do it. The average, like our case, is 500 euros. The bigger, they pay around 600, and the smaller, less than 400.
There's a 20% deposit that you pay.
18,500 euros per family. This is something that we put up front in different years, and then if you leave now, you get it back, and the next person or family that comes in put it for you. There's a lot of inspiration in the cooperatives in Switzerland, like in Zurich, buildings done in Belgium and France with Lacaton in Basel, more when it comes to sustainability. Cooperative housing model, the main inspirations here were Denmark and Uruguay. Pillars of the critical things to consider land, funding, and the people. At least here, we still don't have like public banking that can give loans to social housing in a small or even zero interest. Housing that we are proposing here with the cooperative housing, it relies a lot on people, and not everybody is prepared to be part of this type of projects that takes a lot of energy and time. People understand all the effort that this takes, but also that there is professionals that are willing to help this type of project. Before moving in here, we already knew each other. In our case, it was like a 5-year process of working on this. Because we are responsible of this project, we are forced to meet and to discuss and to do things together. Sometimes we have to rely on professionals when there is a specific case of conflict. Hard for us because we are part of the community. There's a lot of learnings on the communal spaces, on the sustainability aspect, on the ownership model that can be transferred into other projects. All of us who are here, we did renounce to be homeowners because we saw what home ownership model has done to people in Spain with the foreclosures and the people being evicted of their houses, losing their homes. Us, we could not even afford, but even if we could, we would not want for us.
Thank you so much for a tour, Carlos.
You're welcome. I hope you can get something from us.
Take care.
Have a nice day.
We'll have concrete go head-to-head with wood in the next episode.
I would love that. What I often say is that a code-compliant building is the worst building that you can legally build. You've got to meet the code. That's the lowest common denominator. We can do a better job and keep people safer without spending more money. Often we don't stretch to try to reach anything above and beyond. Resilience matters. I'm Greg Lewis, Executive Vice President with the National Ready Mix Concrete Association. Wanted to chat with you today about the Build with Strength program, an initiative formed by the National Ready Mix Concrete Association to bring building better, safer, more resilient, and more energy efficient and sustainable structures using concrete. NRMCA is the concrete mixer truck that you see driving down the road with the drum on the back that rotates. That's ready mixed concrete. The Build with Strength program is really focused on helping folks in the housing sector, whether they be architects, developers, contractors, to understand the options that are available to them. My own background, I'm an architect. I've spent a lot of time working on projects in the private sector. And as part of my tenure with AECOM, I served for a year in Haiti after the earthquake, where we did the design work to reconstruct the healthcare infrastructure, which was decimated because of poor building codes. What brought me to the concrete industry was that resilience matters. What I often say is that a code-compliant building is the worst building that you can legally build. you've got to meet the code. That's the lowest common denominator. We have seen over and over again across the US, because of the way the code system works here, buildings that aren't performing the way that they could if we simply tried to improve our code system. American Society of Civil Engineers, even very recently, given the infrastructure in the United States like a D- grade. We've got issues in this country around infrastructure that need to be addressed. Coastal communities have really gotten hammered from storms. These are examples of homes that were built to a building code and were essentially decimated. If we're going to develop in areas that might have weather conditions that could be problematic for the building infrastructure in that community, the way that those codes are developed need to be done so in such a way that we're actually able to eliminate or dramatically reduce the adverse impacts of a severe event like a superstorm. The building codes themselves are there to protect human life. Essentially, what you end up with are building codes that are designed around the idea that you need to have a certain amount of time to get out of a building in a severe situation. If the building burns down or washes away, the insurance company is going to pay to rebuild it, right? And that's part of the calculated risk of whatever the scenario is, whether it's a hurricane or a building fire or wildfire. We're essentially trying to find the balance between how much we're willing to spend to protect a human life. The truth is that we can do that without necessarily adding significant cost to each one of these projects. There is not a correlation between affordability and safety. If you're going to build a building 6 stories tall, you want to make sure that that building at least has fire separation within the building. Sprinklers are an active system. Firewalls are a passive system that works regardless of what the site conditions might be. We can do a better job and keep people safer without spending more money to accomplish the very goals that we all share. If we're going to put 100 or 500 human beings in a building and set them in there for the night to go to sleep, that we've considered the safety proposition in I think a more meaningful way than what is the lowest common denominator. Cheap construction, that's become acceptable in some places around the country.
We'll have concrete go head to head with wood in the next episode.
I would love that. Concrete offers a whole host of advantages from a safety and performance standpoint. Concrete is always local. If you're going to put concrete on a job, it's going to come from a batch plant within a very small radius or distance from that job site. Things like speed of construction, ease of use in terms of the building construction itself, energy efficiency. It's never been a more cost-effective time to build with concrete. Now wood frame prices are at historic highs, and but there was a cost competitive argument to be made previously as well. Cost comparison here between 2 identical buildings, right? 4-story, 100,000 square foot building, comparing a combustible versus a non-combustible cost of construction. They're very, very close. This comparison, if it were done today, would show the non-combustible probably 10% or more. So over time, you end up with potential on the same 4-story, 100,000 square foot building of an increase in NOI of $188,000. The insurance company has a lower liability with non-combustible construction, can reduce a turnover. The number one reason tenants move out of an apartment building is noise. And the so-called STC rating of those demising walls, you're going to have a more stable tenant population, and you won't be constantly paying to clean up that apartment for the next tenant. To get to true net zero, we want to provide the highest performing envelope that we can to heat or cool a building or buildings with renewables. But in order to make that as affordable as possible, you want to have the highest performing envelope possible. Building an envelope that's airtight, mass wall, and ultimately a high R value is going to help you to deliver that. The best way to do that is with a mass wall. And the most cost-effective way to do that is with a mass wall rather than a cavity wall. This is all constructed with insulated concrete forms. The Passive House standard was essentially met, at least as far as the building envelope is concerned, with an off-the-shelf ICF product. To achieve those same standards with a cavity wall structure, would require an amazing amount of detailing and very careful oversight of the way that envelope was being constructed.
How does this ICF panel work?
This is ready-mixed concrete as opposed to precast concrete. These are really just virtually like Lego blocks. They're very lightweight, are obviously mostly air, entrained in a EPS foam system, and they're stacked together just like Legos. And when they get the wall up to the height of the next floor, they're braced, and then the concrete is pumped into that wall cavity and allowed to set, usually a very short period of time, and then the contractor can go on and put the next floor plate on. But this build they go very, very fast, and they provide a contact point for drywall or for brick ties or whatever other attachments need to be made on the inside or the outside of the building. So the ICFs are used both for exterior walls, demising walls, corridor walls, typically not for partition walls. It virtually eliminates air infiltration, which provides the building with the best possible scenario to dramatically reduce or completely eliminate the need for mechanical heating or cooling in that structure.
Concrete examples. There are a couple that are interesting.
This is a case, Drury Inn or Drury Hotels, where all they are now building are concrete and ICF hotels. And there are a number of reasons for that. The number one reason is because the second highest cost that a hotel operator pays beyond their staff are their utilities, right? Keeping the buildings comfortable. And so having a building that performs exceedingly well in terms of minimizing costs is going to deliver long-term value for a hotel owner and operator. The Arlington, Virginia, their elementary schools, you can see the energy use for each of the elementary schools in that school district. And the one that they just finished there a couple of years ago called Discovery is a net zero energy school. And you can see those, the red line was the most recent at the time energy data for 2017. This is a dormitory project in Louisville, Kentucky. These are all affordable housing projects in New York City and are all ICF and concrete, meeting the HUD requirements and delivering energy savings there. Ontario, 315,000 square feet, reduced heating and cooling loads by 75%.
You know, the future of concrete, just sort of touching on or highlighting a few areas of where maybe it's driving down the carbon footprint, addressing some of those criticisms.
Yeah, sheer volume of concrete that's used around the world is part of the reason it's, I think, in some ways received unfair rap about how much carbon is emitted. I think if you were using anything in the marketplace, if the volumes that we're currently using concrete, you're going to have similar kinds of issues with whatever those things are. The carbon impacts, the greenhouse gas emissions impacts of the built environment is something that we should take very seriously. There are a whole host of innovators out there working in this space. Carbon Cure and Carbon Built were the co-winners of the Carbon X Prize to further develop their technologies and implement those technologies that are essentially ways to capture carbon and store it permanently in concrete mixes. There are a bunch of companies out there right now that are really, really turning up the heat to address this problem. Blue Planet, Solidia Technologies, many of the major cement and concrete manufacturers are making investments in these and other companies with the expectation, because of the early successes that they've seen, that we can dramatically drive down the carbon impacts of concrete. We're actually in the process right now of preparing to launch a couple of buildings that we're expecting to see built within the next 12 months that are going to be carbon positive concrete structures, admixtures, and a whole host of other new approaches to the way this is being done. Portland limestone cement is one of the products that's in the marketplace right now that immediately reduces the embodied carbon by 10% in the mix design. And when you start to layer some of these other innovations on top of a Portland limestone cement solution, what you're going to see here, I fully anticipate in the next 5 years, maybe less, is that concrete will become the go-to for a place to store anthropogenic carbon in the built environment. That if you have that quantity of material being placed on an annual basis, and you found out a way through innovation
to use that as a place to store atmospheric carbon. Well, now you've got the solution to address this climate issue and challenge that we have.
This large upfront carbon footprint. What's driving the carbon footprint the most?
It's the energy used to heat kilns to create that clinker, and that is the upstream component of the concrete that is where a lot of that embodied energy is coming from. And that cement is therefore turned into a mix that ultimately becomes concrete. So finding a way to be more efficient in the way that clinker is produced as it relates back to the final product, which is concrete.
As far as the other components of a cement or concrete mix, you can put like recycled plastic into the mix, or what other ingredients could be swapped in and out of this recipe to make it more sustainable or lower carbon footprint?
For many that have been used for a very long time. So the two principal supplemental cementitious materials that are being used currently and have been for a long period of time are fly ash and slag. And fly ash is a waste product from the production of coal-fired power plants. And that waste product can be brought into and put into a mix design and can offset the use of cement. It's a supplementary material. And slag is similar in that it is a byproduct of steel manufacturing, and that also can be used as a SCM in the production of concrete. Innovation in concrete, the folks that are testing different concrete mixes have been refining their craft for eons.
Well, Greg, I appreciate the discussion here.
Appreciate the time.
The biggest saving that we can make in development is actually through the development and financing. That is where the significant affordability comes from. The most tricky part of this development, not providing car parking. To get it across the line from an authority's perspective.
So this is on Florence Street and the project is Nightingale.
After seeing the state of housing in Melbourne really not improving, in design quality and affordability, it was about trying to find a new hero. My name's Bonnie Herring. I'm a Director of Architecture at Breathe Architecture. I'm going to be taking you through Nightingale 1, which is the inaugural Nightingale project, located opposite one of our preceding buildings, the Commons. You've got the Commons on one side, you've got Nightingale on the other. A slightly smaller sister to the Commons. The Commons 24 apartments, whereas Nightingale 1 is 20, and proportionately is a little bit different.
My name's Jeremy McLeod. I'm the founder and design director at Breed Architecture. So my role was project instigator and design architect, along with Bonnie Herring. Bonnie did all the hard work. It's located in Brunswick, place of urban renewal. It's an old industrial area, and it's 6 kilometres north of the centre of Melbourne. It's right next to a train station, a bike path, a bus line, and light rail. In Melbourne, we like to call them trams. Very eclectic, diverse community here. There's waves of migration that roll up north, the kind of Turkish and Lebanese quarter. We went through a rezoning process where we rezoned not just this site, but also 42 other sites in the surrounding area. So working closely with the local council about that. Yeah, there are 42 sites in the Anstey Urban Village precinct, and the Commons is one of those. It's immediately adjacent to a train station and a tram line and a bus line and a bike path. The Commons was one of the first buildings to be built. That would be kind of a beacon of hope for other developers coming in, build quality, livability, affordability, sustainability. But what actually happened was other buildings started coming up after that rezoning that were still kind of business as usual. And that's when Nightingale, the kind of evolution of the Commons, was born, to try and make sure that the Commons was seen as a trend or a pathway rather than a blip on the radar. Is the rule rather than the exception. Immediately opposite from the Commons, or diagonally opposite from the Commons, is Nightingale 1, the first evolution, and then diagonally behind Nightingale 1 is Nightingale Anstey. 200 metres to the south is Nightingale Village, which is 6 Nightingale buildings and in a carbon neutral precinct with a car share hub and 450 bikes precinct of 42 sites. There's 10 buildings like this. It's kind of the highest concentration of carbon neutral buildings in the country.
I was a project team member on this project, and having been the project architect on the Commons and one-upping it, trying to make it better in many ways. The site was purchased in 2014 and the project completed in 2017. The Nightingale one comprises 20 apartments, and it's a mix of 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom apartments. Got 2 commercial tenancies on the ground floor, not-for-profit social enterprise cafe, training youth at risk of homelessness. This is also the home of Nightingale Housing. At some point, this Green Road, affectionately known as Green Road by all of the mums in the area, will actually become a public park as well.
So this is on Florence Street, and the project is Nightingale.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Florence Nightingale was a bit of a hero after seeing the state of housing in Melbourne really not improving, in design quality and affordability. It was about trying to find a new hero.
This is the cure to today's epidemic.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the cure, but it's a cure. The proximity is pretty key. Putting 2 communities of like-minded individuals together is really something quite special that happens in terms of community exchange and sort of almost seeding community within an area. As part of the process of delivering the Commons, there needed to be a significant swathe of land rezoned to allow multi-residential unit development. As a result, this whole area started to create a bit of a boom in the development sphere, and there was a lot of new development coming through that I can't say is of very good design quality or performative quality for that matter, from financial or environmental sense. When the site became available immediately north of the Commons, it was a wonderful opportunity to really capitalise on that effort of the rezoning.
The Commons site completed before you ended up purchasing this other site?
It's continued to be bittersweet as we progress in this area and work on further projects. It's definitely ratcheting up the site value, which then tends to ratchet up the building scale as a result to make it affordable ultimately. We tend to rally together to make other development happening in the area even better as well. Initially was completed with 100% owner occupiers. There was a number of engagement sessions where we gave them options in the real design sense, their own apartment layout and materiality, trying to appeal to first home buyers and to help bridge that gap. We targeted a 5% deposit initially. It was a ballot process. So we, of course, had this prospective future resident list and balloted to them. It was literally a hard hat with people's names on it, pulling them out to get an order in which they would choose their preferred apartment.
There is some title restrictions on these condos.
We didn't want people to buy these apartments and then wait for it to be built and then flip it. Intent to try and keep this community tight, this resale caveat attached to the title.
Basically what it does is it says that if you resell a Nightingale apartment, you can resell it for the price you pay plus the indexing of housing in the suburb. The Nightingale was sold at a capped return on equity investment. We delivered that at cost with a cheaper cost of equity, which then meant that we could sell at under market. It was sold at about $90,000 under market. So the Nightingale is a more successful financial model. But if we're selling under market, well, obviously we wanted to make sure that that affordability piece was passed on into the future. So the resale caveat was then designed to cap the upside. It's meant to run for 20 years.
If the average home price in the suburbs goes up by 10% per year.
Absolutely right. So one of the problems with the caveat is that because it's linked to the price of housing, after we get to about year 5, we find that the caveat doesn't actually do what we intended. Houses are getting back to about market price after about year 5. So the caveat is not a particularly successful tool to do that.
But I guess at the same time, these are very highly desirable units that would go above the median price appreciation.
That's true. That's true. And it definitely works for the first 5 years.
Yeah, it just limits the uplift to make it more accessible for other future residents to take advantage. Primary design strategies is to build more with less. Both buildings don't have any cars. Enables is an opportunity to activate the streetscape, where with these narrow sites, you would ordinarily be lost to a crossover and a very unfriendly pedestrian experience. There's literally no space for the human to occupy.
Not building car parking this time around versus the first time?
It was significantly more difficult as we progressed. The most tricky part of this development was actually to get across the line from an authority's perspective by not providing car parking. Some vexatious community commentary that delayed us ended up adding significant cost to the individual apartments as a result of we did modify the design to accommodate 3 car spaces that have yet to be occupied because it just doesn't actually make functional sense. It's tucked around the back, given no love whatsoever. Brunswick is gritty, but there is an inherent charm. So we've got these kind of Meissian or Bauhausian gridded steel and glass facade. The main entry in the centre, social enterprise cafe, and office architectural studio here in the front, and materials that are pretty raw. It has little pockets to perch, view into Nightingale Housing's office actually. It's in place of community overlap. You know, you run into your neighbours. Hi, Dan. It's a pretty utilitarian space, but it does the job. And, you know, this is where our cars, you know, could be, but aren't right now. This one is about 80 square metres. We precast concrete. We do have a proportion of cement replacement to make our concrete more environmentally friendly. But we do have a little bit more concrete in this particular construction because we've got our concrete slabs, but we've also got more concrete blade walls, a strategy around constructability and building projects like a bit of a Meccano set that perhaps might change as we go through project to project.
How did you choose the way that this is?
Find the most efficient construction and time on site. We used it here primarily for a structural reason in terms of its fire performance. So fire and acoustics and constructability were the reason why we used it so much here. Not only construction timing that we were saving on, but the labour and the additional materials. Both the cost of concrete has significantly increased over time, but also our concern around its embodied carbon in the cement process. So we would like to do less concrete. This particular layout repeats 4 times. You are able to use quite a simple system like this. We've got recycled timber floorboards, reclaimed hydronic panels from another job we were working on, concrete bench tops, brass hardware, tapware, and fixtures. I mean, the brass fittings have been selected because of their lower energy requirements in their manufacture. Not chromed also means not going through a carcinogenic process. It's particularly special because it's got first level and podium level, so it has a significantly more external space. Next iteration of Nightingale coming up right behind me. Hello, Nightingale friend, is due for completion toward the end of this year. So this is a typical bathroom, external courtyard, Australian bluestone flooring, hardwood bench tops, concrete basins, and brass hardware isn't the cheapest when it comes to reducing emissions through reducing its embodied energy. But ultimately, the biggest saving that we can make in development is actually through the development and financing. That is where the significant affordability comes from. It's a very bare bones structure. We're really letting the structure do all the talking. Finishing, I mean, this particular concrete's great, but you know, it's just raw. You got these marks from construction. That's how it comes. There's a lot more tactility and human touch points. Even just the glancing view toward landscape is just incredibly restorative. All right, shall we head upstairs?
Who has the better roof deck? There's a rivalry between the two projects of which better roof deck. You are obviously in the profession of building housing product. Now you get to live in it, experiencing the impact of your design. You see how the community interacts based on the structure that you made.
100%. You know, it's been incredible, from material usability, thermal efficiency to test flight. But I think the biggest takeaway is really from a community aspect, what can we do in the architecture to augment a successful community? Even things like the bin room becomes really, really important pieces of social infrastructure. The laundries here, that's where you meet people, and because washing your clothes, it's a wonderful equalizer, from a social standpoint. This particular space became so key during lockdown, and as a loophole in lockdown, this became a space where they could interact. And as a new mum myself, that was incredible. I got to learn from my neighbours, and they got to help me understand how to parent in this crazy COVID world. The landscaping shifted to add more grass so that we had places for kids to play, because in that delay of construction, we had more babies born into our future communities. So we changed the design. We added more grass to play on. Under these lids are some sand pits. So the play space was really emphasised as we were able to deliver this rooftop. Dining areas, so that you can have multiple parties up here, using the space at the same time. Space is great for play and for productive gardening. We've got a mud kitchen here again, which is a godsend in lockdown on here. So we've just got a communal crop. I'd say the key difference between this particular project and the Commons is that this one is carbon neutral in operations. It's fossil fuel free. We have a really high coefficient of performance packaged heat pump in here with hot water, domestic hot water, and all of our hydronics heating system. This piece of infrastructure was really key in delivering on that objective. The most innovative component of the delivery of this project has to be the financial model. Through that not-for-profit mechanism, reduce investor profit and delete the developer profit, pass on the savings to residents. There was upwards of 20 ethical investors, impact investors, that assembled together to purchase this site and to mobilise the project, using another consortium of impact investors to enable this project to come to pass. We didn't have a financial history of delivering these projects. The idea of social, environmental and financial affordability.
A nonprofit building market rate housing is an unusual combination.
Managed to remove the development risk from that construction finance because we had pre-sold 100%. Typically the pre-sale requirement might be, half that. Banks have to factor in a level of risk, but when you have 100% pre-sales and a pretty long list waiting for the next one, we were able to de-risk the project. The objective was to deliver housing at cost or below market. We're able to achieve that here. We're always trying to do better. So in the next project, there's directives to deliver social housing products to be blended with the rest of our products. So it's evolving all the while, and all the while trying to improve its impact and house more Melburnians.
Fantastic. Well, good luck with the next phase of Nightingale.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
This is 60% AMI to 120% of AMI. This middle is very difficult to create and finance because it lacks the subsidies that are available for the lower end of the affordable housing spectrum.
Beautiful thing about this is you're creating mixed income project with just one source of capital and just one type of subsidy.
So the city is giving up short-term property taxes. It's providing rental savings as a multiple of that. The equity is growing in this project that will ultimately go back to the city.
This is a capital markets execution, funding the entire project with the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. In the 150 to 200 units and higher, $65 to $70 million range. There's no maximum limitation for projects.
We have projects coming in Northern and Southern California at about $1.5 billion in anticipated pipeline that could close here by the first half of this year. My name is John Penkower. I'm a managing director with the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, the CSCDA. And we're excited to talk about one of our new innovative financing programs for workforce housing throughout the state. So just as background, CSCDA is a joint powers authority. It's comprised of more than 500 cities and counties throughout the state and was created back in the late 80s by the League of California Cities and CSAC to provide innovative financing tools for their city and county members, helping to build infrastructure, hospitals, affordable housing, and quite a number of other programs. Over 33 years, we've issued more than $65 billion in bonds, making CSCDA the largest joint powers authority in the state of California and one of the largest within the United States. We have leasing programs for cities and counties, a road improvement financing program to securitize sales tax revenue. The workforce housing program rolling out over the past year grew out of our efforts in the traditional affordable housing space. Whether we're issuing bonds for a hospital or a low-income housing project, we see a CDA or the governmental entity in the middle. You'll have a nonprofit or the developer, what we would call the sponsor. You'll have a bank, a private lender, or you will have an underwriter who's marketing bonds to capital markets, various attorneys, bond counsel, an essential part of all of these transactions, investors, bond trustee. CSCDA essentially sits in the middle as the conduit. Have issued bonds for nearly 900 very low and low income projects throughout the state. So you have programs available, subsidies that exist for low and very low properties. Cities are able to get developers to build market rate properties. But then you have the middle. You've heard the term the missing middle, middle income housing, moderate income housing, 60% AMI to 120% of AMI. This middle is very difficult to create and finance because it lacks the subsidies that are available for the lower end of the affordable housing spectrum. These are first responders, they're city and county employees, they're teachers, they're recent school graduates. They earn too much to qualify for traditional subsidized housing. They don't necessarily make the income that's required to live in many of the communities that they're working. In conjunction with the city or county where the project is located, CSCDA has the ability to own assets. And it's not limited to workforce housing, so that cities and counties can benefit from having that available within their communities, but it's not a direct ownership for the city or county. It's not on the city or county's balance sheet. And so we're able to do that with middle income housing, where CSCDA, through its affiliate, can acquire new or existing apartment buildings that have recently been constructed or they may be under construction. And we're able to then bring the rents down, restrict the rents, restrict eligibility for middle income residents. We do that by putting a regulatory agreement on the property, similar to most of our other affordable housing projects. Essentially, CSCDA owns these properties during the financing period in trust for the city or county. It's not an investment. We don't have private ownership. We don't have equity investors. Private developers don't have an ownership interest. And so the future benefit, the future financial benefit in these projects will go back to the city or the county or other taxing agency. Most cities and counties are already members of CSCDA. And so in order to participate in this program, they simply adopt a resolution opting into the program, agreeing to participate in workforce housing program, and agreeing to receive the financial benefits from each of the projects through what we call the public benefit agreement. There's no cost for cities or counties to participate. There's no fees associated with the program, similarly to other CSCDA financing programs. And there's no liability that's being assumed by cities or counties. City or the county, they will adopt the resolution, opt into the program, agree to receive the future revenue. We then work with a group of sponsors that are affiliated with our program, right now with 4 different firms that we have had a history of working with, existing affordable housing developers and market rate developers. They own and operate tens of thousands of units today, so they're very experienced in managing these assets for CSCDA. They will go out and source and acquire projects and put them under contract. And then at closing, they will assign that purchase and sale agreement over to CSCDA. The property would have to be owned by a government entity. They're generally market rate properties today, so they're not currently restricted. The property tax exemption is the subsidy that we're creating to make these projects available, and the addition of being able to issue governmental bonds at a tax-exempt interest rate. We're currently working with 4 national underwriting firms, and they will structure the transaction and market and sell the bonds to essentially mutual funds. We can close these transactions in 60 days from when a city has opted into the program. We document the transaction, market, price, sell the bonds. And there's no bond allocation limits. So for private activity bonds, where we're getting tax credits in our conduit structure, there are limitations. That's a very oversubscribed program right now. We're issuing governmental bonds, so they're not subject to any type of volume cap restrictions. So in that sense, the program is limitless. So we're financing the entire acquisition cost of a property as 110% loan to value, which you can't get from any bank. So the property tax exemption, that savings per year as an operational expense enables us to reduce the rents. We restrict rents for 30 years or longer, 80% AMI and below, 100% AMI in a particular community, and even up to 120% AMI. And most cities will evaluate individual projects, which projects within their community taken off the tax roll, and then what are the affordability benefits? How much rental savings are being afforded to their residents? And then lastly, what is the anticipated future revenue that's going to flow back to these cities and counties once the bonds are paid down or paid off? The most important considerations for any city or county that's evaluating this program. What are we giving up in property taxes? What are the aggregate rental savings that are going to go to that city or county's residents? And third is, what is the future financial value of this asset that is ultimately going to come back to the city or the county? Where that city or county can force a sale of the property beginning at year 15 and going through roughly year 30 or 35, the term of the bonds, have the complete discretion over what happens to that asset. Do they want to refinance it? Do they want to own it? Do they want to transfer it to a nonprofit, keep the affordability? Do they want to put it into the tax credit program maybe at that point after 30 years? But that city or county still gets all of the financial upside.
The sweet spot, kind of like you can't really do it in super high price markets and you can't really do it in low price.
To be kind of in the middle there. There are communities where we're not going to be competitive. The rents are just too high. And you're right, where there is already naturally occurring affordable housing at that income level, then this is not going to provide much value.
This is a capital markets execution, funding the entire project with the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. There is a minimum size for this specific program. Ideally, the unit mix would be in the 150 to 200 units and higher. And then from an acquisition cost, probably in the $65 to $70 million range. There's no maximum limitation for projects.
We are, really subjected to the interest rate environment, and we've seen some movement here in the last couple of weeks. And then also, available properties. We have a large project closing in a couple weeks in the city of Glendale, project in Carson for 150 units. We closed on 3 projects in the city of Anaheim, so more than 1,000 units there. 40% of all of those units, 400, are reserved for those individuals earning less than 80%. Segue right into a case study for the Long Beach property, which we just closed for $150 million, purchased from Lennar Multifamily, brand new asset, still leasing up. It's 216 units. It's right on Ocean Avenue. In downtown Long Beach, a Class A asset. We were able to restrict 40% of those units earning less than 80% AMI. And then you'll see there we have buckets reserved at below 100% AMI and 120% AMI. So the property tax loss to the city was estimated at approximately $350,000 per year. The aggregate rental savings for the residents is approximately $1.4 million. So the city is giving up short-term property taxes. It's providing rental savings as a multiple of that. Anticipated equity is growing in this project that will ultimately go back to the city.
If you were to sell it in the future for $210 million, the net proceeds would be $93 million.
Exactly, after paying down the bonds. That's assuming that it would remain affordable.
Yeah.
So if you remove the covenants, these numbers could be considerably higher. So if you take the $350,000 there, what the city was out of pocket as far as property taxes, you could grow that at 2% a year for 30 years. And then you compare that to the sizable windfall that would be coming back to them, and it'll be quite a multiple of their initial investment. Bond investors, they require that we put aside very expensive reserves for unforeseen improvements down the road. Each dollar can either go back into the project or they go down and pay down the bond principal, the only two places that it can go. So just in summary here, this is an innovative program to address the missing middle problem. The city or the county, they control the process. The properties are held in trust for their benefit, and the city and county control what happens to that property in the future. Cities are contributing that loss of property taxes, but little cost for the benefit that's derived from the program. Record low interest rates made the stars align and enable us to get out a lot of product pretty quickly here. Where we might not normally be able to be competitive, we were able to acquire projects from merchant builders and others. A lot of our city participants have been trying to move quickly to take advantage of this program, during this window, if you will. The last point I want to make is about RHNA credit. Cities and counties really struggling to meet their moderate income RHNA goals. We're working right now with the legislature, HCD, to amend that legislation, and so that cities and counties that participate in this program will receive credit in that moderate income category for cities and counties to achieve the growing need for middle income housing throughout the state.
California is the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world, and it's an incredibly important market for Citibank. LA County is a very, very important market for us. In terms of CRA needs, it's our 2nd or 3rd largest throughout the bank. Conversation about what a potential workforce housing transaction could look like. What are the sources and uses, and how do you get it built? The discount to market creates stability. Stability lets us kind of push under our own criteria. Brian Barker. I am a director at City Community Capital. I am based in San Francisco. City Community Capital is the affordable housing lending and investing arm of Citibank, developing relationships with both for-profit and nonprofit owners of affordable housing properties throughout the country. And City provides comprehensive capital solutions, both debt and equity, for developers and owners of affordable housing properties throughout the country. City is a global 200,000 plus person corporation. And we are the affordable housing lending and investing arm of Citi. We're the only part of the bank that can offer construction financing. So for Citi to offer construction financing, there has to be some affordable component to the transaction. We're a part of the ICG, which is the investment bank, and we're actually housed in the municipal securities group as well. Provides terrific synergies for our clients throughout the organization. City Community Capital is a group of about 160 to 170 professionals throughout the country. Last year we did about $7 billion of production from 150, $175 million construction loans for new properties in New York, all the way down to 50-unit ground-up new construction property in California. Average loan size is between $20 and $30 million. Some are as small as $2 million, and some are well north of $100 million. The $7 billion is all product, all rental, multifamily, residential. Nothing is for sale. So construction loans, perm loans, investment banking, or acquisition loans. If I had to guess, it's probably about $4 billion was construction. The golden rule to be eligible for CRAs, 51% of the units need to be income restricted at 80% of AMI. There's some things you can do around the periphery. It depends on if the property is in an empowerment zone or an economic development zone, but that's a good general rule of thumb. California is the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. California is far and away our largest market. I think we did a little over $2 billion in California last year. It's our largest market. It's our most important market. Cities had a large presence in California and in the affordable housing space. Goes back, probably 25 years to predecessor firms as well. California is just a crucially important market for us. Predominantly, our efforts are concentrated in Los Angeles County and the Bay Area, but we're active all the way up and down the coast from San Diego all the way up to Eureka. But LA County is a very, very important market for us. In terms of CRA needs, it's our 2nd or 3rd largest throughout the bank. We employ a number of people in LA, long been a provider of debt and equity for affordable properties, and hope to continue for a number of years. This whole discussion is about the missing middle in workforce housing. How do people that earn too much to be excluded from LIHTC properties where do they live? People between 60 and 100% of AMI. And that's a huge number of Californians. It's police officers, it's firefighters, it's a lot of municipal workers. People are really struggling to find safe, clean, affordable housing. What a potential workforce housing transaction could look like. What are the sources and uses, and how do you get it built?
So we got 235 unit project that's 100% deed restricted to this sort of missing middle income segment. Total percentage of costs, you're underwriting on 104 million total budget. How big is the construction loan?
It's kind of a high level what sources and uses would look like. And again, rough numbers, it's about 2/3 debt, 1/3 equity. Construction loan is, round numbers, call it 70 million. So 70% of cost. And that 70-30 split between debt and equity, I would say that's pretty common. The debt, which is typically between 60 and 80% of development cost, that's relatively, I don't want to say easy to get, but it's, there's a market for getting construction of permanent debt on affordable properties. The challenge is the equity side. In this transaction, there is a need for, call it, $25 to $30 million of equity. And when rents are lower relative to market, you can't generate as high of a return. So what kind of equity investor are you going to entice to deploy capital into this transaction? Socially minded and patient equity. And this is this is where the challenge is, right? Where are you going to find the equity to create these numbers of units? And that's where the rub is. And, on workforce housing deals, we've been willing to go down to a 120 debt cover instead of a 125 or 130. And maybe looking at using something else other than a 30-year amortization, i.e. a 5-year amort. However, to do that, we need to be able to show that there is a meaningful discount to market rents. Our portfolio and our history has taught us that if there is a significant discount to market rents at our property, A, it'll attract tenants, and B, those tenants are willing to stay there, and it just creates a stable operating property. There's less turnover costs, there's less volatility, less vacancy. And the combination of all those things gives us the comfort to be able to push the underwriting criteria. Mm-hmm. And we're doing it in a risk-responsible manner. But historically, affordable properties have been incredibly consistent in terms of their cash flow, right? Cash flow is just a steady line as opposed to market rate deals. We saw this time and again during the pandemic. Market rate properties were 20-30% vacant, sometimes more. And affordable properties stayed full, and people paid rent because they know how valuable that unit of housing is. About earlier, in terms of why are we comfortable pushing some underwriting criteria? Snapshot of the unit mixes, studios, 1s, 2 bedrooms. One of the columns is market, and those are the estimated market rents. And then the column right to the left is the underwriter. Here we're showing call it a 26% discount to market. That's pretty meaningful, right? And to me, what that says is, people are going to be incented to move there, right? Because they're saving quite a bit of money compared to an option down the street. And they're probably going to want to stay there. Affordable properties are very consistent in terms of cash flow. And that's really what we look for. And that's really what we look at when evaluating transactions is why would people want to live here versus the alternative?
You're basically taking $2 million off the top line rental revenue.
The affordable property has $2 million less of NOI compared to a market rate property.
Yeah.
So what are you getting? You're getting a 120 debt coverage and potentially a 35-year amortization. I know this is set up to 30. But we'd probably go to a 35 here. You're getting more favorable underwriting criteria, which will generate excess debt. Whereas if this were a market rate deal, it'd be a 125 or 130 debt cover and a 30-year amortization. If you go to a 35-year amortization, it gets you about another $4 million in proceeds.
If you're looking at like a $70 million loan, you're looking at an extra $4 million of loan proceeds.
$4 million less to raise from an equity partner. A market rate deal would have a 125 debt cover, 30-year amortization. That takes the debt down to like 64 million, and affordable, you can probably get that up to like 73, 74 million. It's $1 difference. The discount to market creates stability. Stability lets us kind of push underwriting criteria.
What's interesting with this last page is so you're not constrained by the costs, the loan to costs. You're constrained by the cash flow. You know, from an LTV standpoint, yeah, you're willing to go 80%, 80 million on a $100 million deal, but you are constrained with the cash
you're
flow.
stopped out by debt cover. That's right. That's right. You used to be LTC constrained, loan to cost, but as costs have gone up, incomes haven't gone up as much. So yeah, now you're capped out by debt cover or cash flow. I mean, what we're starting to see is cities aren't giving you the choice. It's if you want to build, there needs to be an affordability requirement. And then you kind of get into a discussion of, okay, well, maybe we can trade affordability at this site to get unrestricted at this site, and this site takes on a little bit more affordability. We are seeing quite a bit of that happening. Finding socially minded, patient equity. I mean, the group that just kind of stands out are the CalPERS, the CalSTRS, the pension funds who, I do think that they are trying to figure out a way to be an active participant in this space.
Is there any such thing as like 100% moderate income deed restricted projects that you've seen? Right?
We're starting to see them now. Yeah, this is what's exciting. The conversation has turned from deed restricting units at 60% of AMI or below, i.e. bonds and tax credits, to moving that up to 80, 100, 120% of AMI. And that's a new development in the last 12 to 24 months. And it's the whole discussion around the missing middle in California. And it's kind of the next chapter of affordable housing in this state. There is appetite in the debt markets for this type of product. I would say it's kind of in its infancy, but we are seeing Freddie Mac be a meaningful player in this space. There's also a unique structure in California specifically where governmental entities own properties and there's a third-party operator. There are kind of two parts to this conversation. One is, potentially giving banks more leeway to get CRA credit on transactions that historically haven't been eligible for CRA, and to the discussion about equity. And this is this is where the challenge is, right? Where are you going to find the equity to create these numbers of units? And that's where the rub is.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for your time, Brian. All right.
Thanks, Charlie. Take care.
The idea of IPA is you create the space. It's like an urban development competition, an environment where new ideas can come up, where you're inviting innovations, situations that are kind of out of the usual railways in Vienna. More than 60% of the people are living in some housing that has been erected under subsidized conditions. Well, if you have a city that works very well, which is the case in Vienna, especially in housing, nobody would agree that you would need to change something. It needs this extraordinary situation to be able to leave the very well-known railways. My name is Kurt Hofstetter. I'm a city planner in the city of Vienna. I am head of IBER. IBER is International Building Exhibition. It's like an urban development competition, working on new developments and innovations on the topic of new social housing.
It's led in-house by the Department of City Planning at the city of Vienna in Austria.
Yeah. We're coordinating this and working together with more than 120 different projects and even more partners, of course.
It's 2016 to 2022.
7 years in this case. Other IBA's longer time period, about 10 years. Vienna has a long history in social housing, and it's quite well known for that. So what we're doing now is not bringing something new into the city. It's more building on our biggest strength we have in the city, which is really good system of social housing. There were always, over the decades, some very major movements that really brought us into the future then. Red Vienna, that's very well known, that it has a long history and it needs this history, otherwise it wouldn't work. So Vienna is about 1.9 million inhabitants at the moment, the second largest city in the German-speaking area, Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. In the time when we had the Red Vienna 100 years ago, it was and about the same amount of people living in the city, almost 2 million. In the 1970s, it was only 1.5 million. Since then, we are growing, and we didn't stop growing, which is quite a challenge. So we are using much more land, taking more space. That's why we have to create a lot of new buildings as well. And also climate change is quite a big pressure. So that means we cannot just go on as we used to do in smaller steps and see what's needed, but bring in some more innovation in a special area where it's welcome and easier to just bring in ideas. We call it IBA. It's coming from Germany, the idea and the whole concept. And it was invented as a kind of king level of planning methods, of the model for IBA. You build something, then you show it, and you say, see, that is what we are trying to do in the future. It was not done very often in Germany, but it always had a major impact for the future. In the last 5 to 7 years, there is a lot of cities having IBAs at the same time. The idea of IBA is you create the space and an environment where new ideas can come up, where you're inviting innovations and situations that are kind of out of the usual railways. So it's not used very often, and it takes a lot of effort, and it's not easy to understand, because if you talk to normal people and say, we are thinking about things that you might be able to see in 7 years, then they say,
Were these more recent ones led typically by city planning?
Yeah, there is also a lot of more regional planning aspects. So some of the IBAs that are currently running dealing with a regional topic.
Is this the first time that Vienna's city planning department has led an IBA?
Yeah, and it's not even a city planning department, it's the housing department. I'm working with the head of housing department, and I'm reporting to the leader of the housing department as well as to the political leaders. My team is 5 people, a mixture. It's planners and people with social background and public relations and administration. Vienna is kind of a number one in social housing. Many cities, especially in Europe and even from Asia, are coming and having a look, what are you doing? Vienna is doing well, that's a fact. And at the same time, we just saw we cannot just go forward in a linear way. That means you have to think about it. What do we have to do? What is the new kind of planning we have to do and the new ideas we have to bring in? And being proactive rather than having to react at a certain point.
What was like the first item that set this in motion?
It was the impression of another IBA that was finished in 2013 in Hamburg, where our mayor was there and was very impressed and said, I can see that this really helped the city to make a step forward. And I think we should do that for Vienna as well. If you have a city that works very well, which is the case in Vienna, or that especially in housing works very well, nobody would agree that you would need to change something. When you come in with new ideas, they say, oh God, we heard that, or we don't need that, or whatever. So you need something bigger. You need an instrument that invites people and says, oh, we're building a platform. We know you have a lot of ideas. Just bring them to the platform. Let's look at them and let's see how could we develop further. What can we use? What can we take? It needs this kind of extraordinary situation to be able to leave the very well-known railways.
So the welcome mat for new solutions on behalf of the city, you're welcome to take a first step forward in presenting new ways to develop.
Two ways. One was the kind of welcome, bring in your ideas. First, we wrote a memorandum so that it was clear, this is what we're aiming for, this is the criteria, this is what we are looking for. It was published. And then we were inviting people to bring in their ideas according to this memorandum. The second way was to work together with a company that is creating the tenders for our competitions. It's like an urban development competition. What do you have to do to fulfill the need, maybe win this competition? Building a team. Planners, investors have to work together with landscapers and social experts. Then they create this idea, having read the tenders and knowing what is expected. They create an idea and then they bring it in, and then competition is going on. There's a jury. If they're winning, they have a chance to build the idea, to realize it, and also to get funding. The main thing is to get the land, because the land is so expensive. Meanwhile, only the subsidized competitions offer you land for a price that you really can offer then affordable housing.
When you say social housing, how do you define the income?
Well, from 0 to 45,000 a year net income per person for a one-person household. After tax, 2 people, it's about 60 something.
80% of residents of the city qualify for that.
More than 60% of the people are living in some housing that has been erected under subsidized conditions.
Yeah, that's fascinating. 60%.
It's important to understand when we talk about social housing, it's completely different. Mixing people. When you know the address of somebody, you shouldn't know is the rich or poor person. Some of them can be bought after 10 years, and some of them are just limited for 25 years, and then they are kind of free in the market. Vienna has a very high rate of renting, and not so much ownership. That's part of this system. Then we really put the effort to not subsidize the person, but more the house. 18% of all the money that goes into funding for housing, that is to help people to be able to afford their rent. 82% is going just in funding the house to avoid speculation. If everything goes to people, then the owner can ask for more and more, and he always gets public money. Recently, in the last few years, we are going more into this direction. The land belongs to the city, and you have allowance to build on it.
Like a ground lease.
Yeah, exactly. The funding or the subsidizing aspect is that you can get money from the city, very low interest. Finance crisis, that is not very interesting because the money is so cheap. It was a real difference before.
How much per unit is the city covering towards the development costs?
For 100 square meters, which would be 4 rooms, it's between 50,000 to 60,000. Now it's more the fact that you have access to cheap land. It's about building flats for people who need them and not building flats for people who want to earn money with them. Well, the financing model is about 500 million income and expenditure. Income is mostly coming, maybe half is coming from repayments from long-term loans, 25 to 35 years, and the rest is coming from federal funds. The expenditure is mostly going into buildings. We had years when it was 700 and we had years where it was 400.
Kind of like a endowment spins off a certain amount of income to reinvest in itself. The equity portion that's covering the portion that's not covered by the city funds and is not covered by a loan, is that sort of your typical institutional investor?
The nonprofit investor. The difference is that they are investing and they also want to have some money coming back, of course, and some return, but it's limited and they have to reinvest it again. So it's a system that always runs on and on, for the purpose of building more houses. When you are a nonprofit organization, you are a nonprofit investor for the rest of the life of the company. You get your money to pay staff and whatever you need. The company cannot take money out. They can just build a stock to reinvest. That's the secret, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to build such an amount to offer affordable housing, really. What we usually understand as free market, it's not free market, because free market will destroy the situation very quickly. So just an overview, what are we doing in IBA in Vienna? We have 9 neighborhoods and 15 single projects, and in each neighborhood we have 12 to maybe 20 projects. So in total it's more than 120 we are working with, collaborating with. All these projects are contributing in some way for a good neighborhood. We're talking about neighborhoods, not that every single house has to be a lighthouse project, but they have to work together from the beginning, and that is where we are coming in as IBA, helping to bring them together to make sure that the ground zone, pedestrian zone is well equipped, a neighborhood that's very well balanced from the beginning. For example, the Biotop City, Wienerberg, these are maybe 8 projects of the 120, 1,200 flats. 50% social housing and 50% free market housing. There's a school in there, and there's a kindergarten, and there's shops. A dense neighborhood that's also green air that's going into the whole neighborhood. It should leave the neighborhood by 2 degrees cooler. All the measures that are needed for that have been modulated in a special tool that was developed for that, the Green Pass tool, to find out in the planning phase where does it make sense, for example, to build a green wall. where does it make sense to keep the water back and how could we do that. It's a certification, and you can get whatever a gold or platinum status if you reach a certain level. So this project we can see here, Biotop City has just reached platinum. There was a contract with the city. There was a deal with the city to be very innovative and to build a model for the future to be allowed to build such high buildings. One with more than 20 projects in Aspern-Seestadt, a very interesting development. It's quite huge and it's going phase by phase.
How do you coordinate that when every individual project in the neighborhood is on a different timeline?
Part of the contract is that they are not on different timelines. A fixed date where they have to finish, otherwise they are paid.
You are coordinating the development timeline as well.
You have one system of coordinating the technical infrastructure to bring all the ideas together, then put it on one map. Because first in the competition, every investor only looks at their own plot. Of when it's finished, we bring them together, make a huge plan, and say, okay, look, this is what you have suggested. Then we look at it. Where does it match? Where does it not match? Or could we become better, improve the interaction between the different? In the end, everybody should profit from it. So there was a master plan for the whole thing. The master plan took 2 years, and then you can go into detail. 1 year to do the competition, and another year to have the zoning planning. Then you can go into construction. Thing is maybe 6 to 7 years.
Do you find that you also get economies of scale?
Usually it's getting cheaper when you do the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure, sewer system and roads, and when you do it in one, you need one huge company or a good coordination between several companies, and it's done. You can share the costs between the different plots. The building costs are easier because there are synergies. It's some effort, but it comes back. It's worth it. We have solitary projects. This is temporary housing. And we're doing a lot with energy, of course, trying to implement new energy models that are not dependent on district heating, for example. It increases the development costs by maybe 5%. And it's the question, how many years does it take? They have come back and then it's getting a bit cheaper. The problem is that development costs are getting higher for the investor and the running costs are getting lower for the renter. We have to find some balance to ask the renters to pay more in the beginning so that it can be balanced. That's not solved. That's under discussion at the moment.
To implement all these pioneering green building technologies, it's going to be a negotiation between the developer and sort of really the renter who has to help pay for it. Developers capped on their profits.
Yeah, we need a legal structure. This is not a neighborhood. This is interesting because most of it is privately financed, but also with a contract. They only got the building permit if they made something special in the pedestrian zone. Huge variety of ground floor use. We found people who were coordinating these startups. So you have maybe 17 startups in one house with very small units, and the investor only has to talk with the coordinator. Very colorful and lively. You would never get that if you just leave it up to the market. No chance.
How does the whole IBA culminate in 2022?
The end of June, and it will take about 5 months to the end of or midst of November. This time we have a center in an old hall where you can go there in an exhibition, see all the projects. You have events there and presentations. Also have guided tours through the neighborhoods, through some houses, through some developments. Understand what was it, why is it special. We have some documents that are available on our website.
And when it's all said and done, like how many new units of housing will this IBA end up impacting?
It's about 10,000, but I don't know exactly yet.
Any city could copy this model of doing this coordinated master planning and hosting a competition and then coordinating all the development at the same time. Has this also changed or streamlined or helped how city permits or reviews projects? What do you see as the lasting impact?
One is definitely communication. Getting to know better what the others are doing is not part of the everyday life. 80% of our job is communicating. People talking to each other and finding out, that they have good ideas, we should work together more. Or it's somebody who just sees that another project has been successful and they take courage and say, okay, we can do that as well. It's getting quicker and cheaper as well.
Kurt, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, have a good day.
There's a phrase that developers say where something doesn't pencil. What they're neglecting to say is it doesn't pencil enough. I don't look for any outside money. I don't want public funds in my projects because they come with strings attached. It's easy to do affordable housing without subsidy. I don't use subsidies when my costs are low. It's pretty simple. It's also super affordable by what I'm not doing. My expenses are way cheaper because I don't have conditioned corridors and I don't have an elevator expense, all these other things. Kevin Kavanaugh, and I own Gorilla Development, a development firm here in Portland, Oregon. I just do quirky projects here, infill projects, mostly small to medium scale. Half of them are adaptive reuse projects, half of them are new construction. We've got 24 projects. A dozen of them are completed, and a dozen are on the boards or under construction. I've been doing this for 20 years, trained as an architect, one of the 50% of architecture grads who isn't a licensed architect. I chose the development path. I don't want to call myself a real estate developer because that's like always the bad guy in the movies, but that's my profession. Guerrilla development came out after the last recession. It's guerrilla like, guerrilla warfare, not like the animal. We get a lot accomplished with a little. We punch above our weight class because of that mindset. We do office, retail, a lot of restaurant, a lot of food, residential. We don't do industrial. Portland has the smallest city blocks in America. I end up taking on little 50-foot by 100-foot lots, and I try to do a lot with them. They end up being boutique infill products. I'm doing like 2x6s and slab on grade and back of the pickup truck contractors. It's easy to do affordable housing without subsidy. I don't use subsidies when my costs are low. It's pretty simple. Huge general contractors who have a ton of overhead and your construction typology is pretty expensive. These are always long-term holds, also manage our properties, and we never want to sell. These are annuities. When you don't sell a property, it doesn't matter. If a product costs $1 million, it has to be worth $2 million for a developer to do it and flip it and sell it and make $1 million. I don't look at it that way. If it costs $1 million, it has to be worth 1.2, 1.1. I don't care. As long as it spins off income and I can keep it. 10 years from now, it's going to look silly. It's going to be amazing. So I don't have to have the same kind of focus that a traditional flipping mindset developer has.
So you're a long-term hold neighborhood infill placemaking developer.
Every product I do is an experiment, showing that artful design can also be profitable, or how can I help combat the social ails that have kind of ravaged Portland. It's my first homeless housing solution. It's a 6-unit project. One of the 6 units is an 11-bed SRO. Purple building that we see, that has the 2 market rate lofts upstairs. The blue building in back, half of the ground floor is the ADA room and also the common rooms, the living room, dining room. And upstairs, there are another 10 bedrooms, individual shower, individual toilet, washers and dryers. It's one of the market rate lofts. So that rents for $1,800 a month. And the retail spaces, the coffee shop, the cupcake baker, the hair salon, they are all paying a lot of rent, and they help to internally subsidize the homeless housing unit. So there are now 11 people that called this home, they're formerly homeless, pay some rent, but they have a stipend that covers it. And this is profitable. It makes a 7% distribution for all the investors. Next year it'll be 8%, the year after 9%. It just slowly creeps up because those market rate units, their rent goes up. The Dumbbell is the first crowd-funded new construction in America. It's office over retail. I spent $200,000 in legal fees. I had to wait a year and a half to get all the paperwork done and raise the money. And I only raised $1.5 million. It would have been significantly easier and more profitable if I didn't do that. That's very artful and very profitable. And I'm proud of it. I want the city to have more of those kinds of projects. So I have a lot of restaurant and a lot of food and beverage. And the Zipper is a neat example. 7 units, new construction. The Zipper for $106 a square foot. Yeah, there's a full bar. It's visually interesting and it makes a crap ton of money. And I'm proud of both. All of my stuff tends to be close in East Side Portland. That we're going to look at today are kind of straightforward projects. What's interesting about them is the affordable housing and the financial mechanism of how I can get them across the finish line. But I bought a 100 foot by 200 foot half a block. The Portland blocks are 200 foot by 200 foot. My site, which is a quarter block, is an existing 1-story building. That's what we're looking at to the right. I'm keeping that building on the remaining parking lot, a little bit less than 10,000 square feet. It's my only opportunity zone project. It's simply a 4-story wood frame, split level walk-up. 39 units, no elevator. It doesn't have a common heated and conditioned corridor. Very low cost. It's allowed, just no one does it. Again, it's the whole idea of looking in the rearview mirror versus looking forward. But the cool thing is, it was done this way 100 years ago. The code allows it, People just assume that nobody wants to lug a bed mattress up 4 flights of stairs. You could build a 5-story walk-up by code right now. Super green by what I'm not doing. It's also super affordable by what I'm not doing. My expenses are way cheaper because I don't have conditioned corridors and I don't have an elevator expense, all these other things. And it allows me to spend money. Those windows right there are massive. There's precast concrete that's kind of holding up that area that juts out. This is the only part of town where you can build out over the sidewalk. In case a car hits it or in case anything happens, this could be modular, but I'm just stick building it. And it's going to come in at a pretty good price. We're through design review. We'll probably be breaking ground in 60 days. Everything I do is allowed by right. 15 months from now.
From acquisition all the way through completion.
3 years is super slow for me, but it'll be 3 years start to finish. Everything else will take under 2 years, start to finish. 15 years ago, the city decided that any site that was within 500 feet of mass transit, whether it be light rail or a bus, all parking regulations went out the window. This is going to be something that other developers take the nexus or the idea of what I'm doing, but you're not going to be able to mimic them exactly because there is no parking in any of my buildings. And that's a tip of the hat to the city of Portland. I'm really proud of the city for that because I've given lectures in other cities. And the first thing they say is, yeah, we can't do this. The only pushback I get when I present to a neighborhood is somebody, so maybe two, like, hey, like it's gonna make parking hard. When you bought your house, 2 things you certainly don't have rights to are your view and the parking space on the street in front of your house. But the other thing I say is, when we go on vacation, where do we want to go? Paris, we want to go to Amsterdam. New York City, we want to go to San Francisco. We don't want to go to Bakersfield, Phoenix, Des Moines. The last 3 cities I've mentioned, parking's really easy. They're very sprawly. Do we want Portland to be more like Phoenix or more like Paris?
Paris of the Oregon coast.
All of my stuff is open source. So if you go on my website, click on the Proforma, for example, and you can just download my Excel Proforma right there.
Yeah.
My capital stack involves money from individual investors, usually in the neighborhood, in the community, a loan from a bank, and then my sweat equity. Yeah, nothing weird about it. My 10-year IRR, what is it, 14? It's like kind of low for me, but that's not counting the tax benefit from the opportunity zone. And hearing from other developers, that adds 3 to 4% onto the return.
This is notable because the mix of tenants here, 10 units, 10 of these units have this internal subsidization.
For foster kids. Maybe 3 units on this would have been required to be affordable. I'll likely master lease those 10 units to an agency that knows the best 18-year-olds aging out of their system would make the most hay out of this location and this benefit. I don't look for any outside money. I don't want public funds in my projects because they come with strings attached. I don't want to pay prevailing wage. I don't want my contractors to be forced to pay prevailing wage. Usually I'm building closer to $220 a square foot for something like this. So I've left some room for higher value materials. There's a phrase that developers say where something doesn't pencil. What they're neglecting to say is it doesn't pencil enough. But when I reached out to my investors, said, do you want to do this project? It's a 14% return and we're housing 10 18-year-olds who are aging out of the foster care system because they're more inclined to become homeless and they're more vulnerable. And this is a great location. They're great jobs and it's close to Portland State University. Every single investor that I approached said, of course, no brainer.
How do you pick your risk return threshold?
There's no magic answer to that question. There are some investors who they don't even care what the return is. And Jolene's cousins, they're like $25,000 chunks from investors. Great Scott Trio, it's more like $500,000 chunks. So 14%. I've got 230 investors in the dumbbell. That's too much. Great Scott Trio has 7 investors. That's a lovely amount. An unaccredited investor can't get a 14, or in the case of the Zipper, a 33% annual return because I'm not allowed to talk to her. Her retirement options are mutual funds. That's what's broken with the wealth strata in America. And I love that the dumbbell could philosophically bring people into the room that were otherwise not allowed in the room.
Love it. That's great.
I run away from institutional tenants, but also institutional investors. I don't want institutional money. I don't want money that comes from folk who only look at yield as the only answer. A friend of mine, Mishi Slick, once said, you explain the capital stack to me, and I'll tell you almost exactly, even down to the color, what the building looks like.
You have an incredible Rolodex of investors that are willing to step up. But what are your major keys? Part of your business model that are critical to your success.
With my DNA, my wiring, I have a massive risk appetite. And I know that that's paramount to do what I do. When you pair a large risk appetite with a build and hold model, it really becomes much more conservative, because I know I'm going to make mistakes, but I can tilt into whatever windmills I want. Eventually, it makes plenty of money. Ideally, it makes money right out of the gate. Sometimes it might take 5 years to make money. And that's acceptable when you hold something for decades and decades. The combination of that risk and a long-term hold are paramount to my projects. So the bottleneck in the beginning of my career was finding what I refer to as enlightened investors. There's more money than there are people like me. So once I realized that I could be picky, and it's just like dating. I want to know how you deal with conflict. It's been the bottleneck. That's the hardest part, is all those cups of coffee, finding the enlightened investors, and they're an investor on multiple deals, and it works out really well. That paired with the risk and the long-term hold, it's pretty damn easy what I do.
Well, Kevin, thank you so much for the 2 tours, overview of Portland.
Thanks, right back at you, Charlie. It was fun. It's always fun talking to you.
There's not a Black architecture per se that's established, but there's a Black art that's established, and it's not one thing. You know, there's every type of Black art. You can't pigeonhole it. And I want the same to be for Black architecture. Now we're repurposing these burglar bars around it to be the focal point of the facade, turning off the ugliest thing into the most beautiful thing that's Black.
Hi, my name is Damar Matthews, the founder and principal of Off Top Design Studio out of Los Angeles. Unearthing a Black aesthetic. It's based out of
developing an architectural language that is derived purely from Black culture, different Black neighborhoods in America. So where we're starting off with house number 1 is in Watts, small neighborhood in South LA. Common aesthetics in Black culture, really things that are specific to Watts as well. The acronym that Watts has kind of been known by, we are taught to survive. Known that like my whole life, but I just never realized. True in Watts is true for a lot of Black neighborhoods. We are taught to survive when all the other communities or people are being taught to thrive. As I look at this as an adult, how do we allow Black architecture to speak to allowing Black people to thrive? Here's where I kind of started to really form the aesthetic. And so to begin, I made this taxonomy of Black architectural characteristics. So I would take words, which were kind of descriptive words that I would get from film, music, from poetry, etc., but always from Black people describing Black people or describing Black culture. And I would take one word at a time that they were using, and I would just put it on all words that Black people use. And first began by taking buildings or designs from Black architects and African architects. And then on the other taxonomy, which is one of Black art aesthetics and techniques, I started to apply that same rule to art. So here you'll see Titus, Farr, Fahim Wiley, Ernie Barnes, Oren Halsey, Basquiat, etc. Then I was also heavily influenced by Afrofuturism. Of course, architecture is always imitating art, but I don't think it's been true that there's been architecture that's been imitating Black art. Like what does a Basquiat painting look like in an architectural form, or a Titus Kaffar? I really focused on these 3 for this project. Afrofuturism piece that you see here, what I really appreciate about it is certain colors that they use that highlights Black skin, and also the gold disc that they're constantly putting around the Black person's face or the subject's face, and they're doing that to speak to, which of course is a nod to classic painters. The way that they do it and why they're doing it is for perception. So you are seeing Black person or the Black skin as royal. We're just getting that look, but we're getting it a lot later than everyone else is getting those looks. Same reason Titus Kaffar was painting over all the white people in classic paintings, but leaving the slave, who is typically the one who is visually the lowest. So it was very heavy to try and bring out things like this in the art, abstractions that artists are doing, because there's not a black architecture per se that's established, but there's a black art that's established, and it's not one thing. You know, there's every type of black art. You can't pigeonhole it. And I want the same to be for black art. And here by Ernie Barnes, he's speaking to body language of black people in such a specific way, how fluid the movements are. No other culture could have this painting to reflect their dance. It's not going to look like this. It's going to be a little different. Their body is going to be contorted a little different. I think this one is particular to our style of dance. But how can I celebrate our dance and architecture and structural elements? And lastly, this piece by Fahim Wiley is really the most powerful thing about this is what he did in taking a black man in his natural image, right? This seems like something he'd wear every day because it's a common, you know, it's just a sweatsuit and Timbs. I can automatically assume he's from New York. And to see him represented in this way kind of seems royal. And I think that that's very uncommon in a black man is seen as royal. And really, if this background were taken off, if this slight kind of surrealist view of him was changed, then people are not going to see him the same way. A lot of people are going to see him as a thug because he got a sweatsuit and Timbs on. But what the art did and what his background did, it changed perception. And that's what I'm interested in. But not for the user, more so for us. You know, I'm interested in the self-perception shift because I'm wondering how he saw himself after this. I think if I were trying to create something just from scratch, I don't think it would be as effective. I think here, if we use not only black art, but things like established black techniques, aesthetics, or ideas of beauty, black experience, that shared experience, certain traditions. I think that all of this, of course, art has been able to translate that already, but I don't think that it would be simply an art. I think art is a strong component in something that hasn't been translated into architecture in terms of black art, but I don't see it as the only translate. I see it just being one of the things in the mix. This definitely takes a nod from Ernie Barnes and the Sugar Shack painting. I think of if I was a column, you know, if a black man is a column and we're basing it off of this dance, if this is a black dance, what does this image look like for a Mexican culture, for one Chinese culture, European culture? To see what is that for columns, what's black culture columns? How do we speak to our body language, posture, to our dance, to our handshakes? This is kind of some of the various established techniques, things like our hair, but for us especially, our hair. So for women, box braids is very popular. My niece, my mom, my sister have all had box braids or have them. And they're, you know, my niece just turned 13, but she's been doing her own hair since she was 8 years old. And to do these really meticulous designs that have these sort of geometric patterns in them, and you know, they look really perfect. There's like an art to that, but it's not even celebrated as much. You know, how do I celebrate this? How do I celebrate this black technique in architecture? How do I celebrate the ability to get these waves? Understanding this process, when I used to have waves, I am brushing the hell out of my hair for a month and a half, you know, and you got to have a do-rag on so tight at all times, you know, and it's these things that I can say names about these waves that somebody else may not get that I'm talking about waves. It's like this coded language, you know, to these things. And so I want to just bring both of those into architecture. So here is the site, and it's directly next to the towers. We have about 13,000 square feet. Currently, you'll see there's about 15 to 18 different fruits and vegetables fully grown. Most Sundays, people come down there and grab some food when we're there. So I translated it and kind of abstracted it into a flat pattern. Really, this now is the architectural skin that hangs onto the facade of the building. Material is actually repurposed. It's the same metal bars that you would see hanging from the doors and the windows. Now we're repurposing these burglar bars and allowing it to be the focal point of the facade, turning off the ugliest thing into the most beautiful thing. That's Black. Idea of hosting space. Image is kind of a story related to it. I was at a Destination Crenshaw's groundbreaking. There's a bunch of people dancing. There's music playing. There's some families just lined up along the curb, kind of dancing a little bit, but they wouldn't get off the curb and participate. And I was wondering why. And they all happen to be white families, and this was a really Black neighborhood. And there's a lot of Black and brown people there. I'm asking one of my classmates why, and he says, well, that's not my space. I wouldn't have felt comfortable. And I'm looking around because I was the only Black dude in my grad class for 3 years. I asked him, you think that I feel like this is my space, or I feel comfortable here? So really how often would he come into that neighborhood? If he's uncomfortable, just like the people who were not ready to fully dive in, experience that culture, experience that dance, while we're building a very Black architecture, unapologetically Black architecture. We still want an inclusive community. We want everybody to be able to come into the space. It's really important to be able to establish a place of commerce here that allows people to spend money and allow for the community to grow, but for them to be the ones who are taking advantage of that growth.
Building a bridge to welcome more people in to learn about it and experience it and have pride in it.
Exactly. And there's not many Black landmarks. If there are, it's only for us. Nobody else is going to go take a picture by it. When you go to Beverly Hills, if you got 30 things to take a picture by or post, you're going to go there and you're going to spend money over there too. But you need to spend money in the Black neighborhoods as well. This is the rendering kind of in between the ADU, which is new construction, opposed to makerspace, power tools, welding machine, spray paint, and to fabricate, 3D printers, a workspace, and a little podcast center and a restroom. These are a couple of the newer benches that we have right now that'll allow calm, serene space looking at the front of the ADU. We have a pretty long fence line. It's almost 300 feet. Usually the fence is just seen as barrier or a wall. How can we now make it this living thing that has something to offer everyone? How do we start to allow the public to have access to all these vegetables and fruits that are growing? We made them available for free along the fence line with this new design. The next section of the fence is the public library, sort of little covers on them for the rain. That section of the fence is broken down and it's for the community. Hopefully kids, for the most part, are able to exhibit their own work, show their art, a place to display fine art just on the exterior. Architecture and Design Museum of LA, they are the fiscal sponsor. They're a 501c3, so everyone who donates will be fully tax deductible. And in terms of design partners, for the ADU, I designed that. Steinberg Hart is going to be the AOR for ADU, and Gensler is partner for the renovation and design of the existing Shotgun House, and Studio MLA just came on as our landscape architect. Hopefully by the end of May, we can break ground. We really are trying to provide a space to come in and stay at Watts, stay in the towers, public exhibitions, public teaching. How do we just reactivate that and allow this a place for exchange?
Well, Damar, thank you so much for your time.
Oh man, no problem, man. Thank you. We're working together, man. We're partnering through this thing to take it and go.
It's really important to have enough pilot projects or examples with different housing types and see how they also could fit in within a neighborhood. Have a triplex on a block doesn't mean that it's completely changed the character of a neighborhood, or maybe it has changed it, but in a positive way. You've developed a series of financial tools that really support investing in your home and building wealth through it over the past century, but by comparison, we've given very little thought to alternatives there might potentially be.
We're talking about Brave New Home with Diana Lind.
I'm Diana Lind. the author of Brave New Home, Our Future in Smarter, Simpler, Happier Housing. I'm also the executive director of the Arts and Business Council for Greater Philadelphia. Cities are starting to recognize that there's a bunch of social, economic, and environmental factors that are pushing different housing types. These are becoming too expensive for many people to live there, and there's just simply a limit of the kind of housing that you can create if it's all single-family homes. There's certainly a greater awareness of the perils of climate change at this point. People want to address that and build more sustainably. More shared living in general will allow people to live more sustainably so that they don't need to have every single home have its own set of appliances and furniture and share more resources. People are tired of living in isolated communities. They don't have a sense of kind of connection or interdependence. People are looking for ways to have a bit more of a sense of community. Examples like co-living, that people want sort of a built-in community as part of the experience of just living in an apartment.
Your call to action with this book is for policymakers to, it's not so much let's end the single family housing that's already built, it's more like let's elevate other types. Allow us to live in other ways. You only have two choices right now. You're just saying, give us more freedom.
Yes, exactly. I'd say the call to action is policymakers should be open to different housing types, recognizing that there are other housing types that are worthy of being built in their cities, and that there's a lot of single family homes that could be contributing more, frankly, to their cities. I hope that the book opens up people's eyes to seeing what other housing types are out there and what some of the benefits might be, and recognize that the demographics of today and the sort of cultural wants and needs of today are much more really diverse and fragmented than we've had in the past. For a country that is no longer full of families of four, we need to build housing that looks as diverse as the people that are living in the country. Simply recognizing that and thinking about ways to open up the zoning code to allow more of that kind of housing, I hope that that's the main takeaway. The first example that I give in the book is around co-living. People have their own private apartments or bedrooms, but also have a focus on shared living spaces and a focus on intentional community. Pre-pandemic became very popular among young people moving to cities and were more interested, frankly, in experiences rather than things, enabled people to kind of quickly access a city, especially if they're moving to a new city and they don't know anyone. Much like we used to have single room occupancy buildings across cities, co-living kind of rebrands that style of living and might make it more possible for single room occupancy buildings to exist in cities in a new way. And you're starting to see some cities look at co-living as a way to create some new affordable housing options. The next one is backyard cottages. In-law suites are another great example of how you can kind of use the single family home as a building block, develop something more that has other social and economic benefits. So families who want to live with their family members to potentially access some additional income or just make better use of the property that they already own. It's a way for people to have a bit more flexibility in the way that they're living. There's also even programs that are specifically geared towards creating more affordable housing into neighborhoods without having to have large affordable housing projects built in a neighborhood that might get a lot of neighborhood pushback. Accessory dwelling units is sort of perfectly paired to the tech industry right now. In 3D printing, there could be much more affordable ways of actually building this kind of housing. It's not such a cost burden for people, and it's also not something that requires a tremendous amount of policy savvy in order to figure out how to build one of these things in your backyard.
A neighborhood of just single family homeowners, it becomes kind of a mixed income neighborhood, renters and homeowners in the same neighborhoods.
Allows a different set of people to actually access that neighborhood. The next one is multi-generational housing, really growing in the US. I think at the last count, it was something like 64 million Americans are living multi-generationally. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of new models of multi-generational housing that are being built at scale across the US, but we're starting to see little bits and pieces. Big developers like Lennar have specific models called the next gen, multi-generational home, where there's essentially a single family home with an additional unit tacked on to it. Housing types that were more popular in the past, like duplexes, are really well equipped to encourage multi-generational housing. A secondary unit that some relatives or grandparents could live in really, frankly, doesn't change the look of housing in a particular neighborhood. There are, across the US, a couple of examples of grand family projects where grandparents are looking after young kids, and the housing is specifically geared towards these types of families. South Tucson, for example, had a series of small townhouses with a central courtyard that made it very easy for kind of older grandparents to look after young kids without worrying about their kids. Small design tweaks that could enable projects, if they're more specifically geared towards grand families or multi-generational families, could find ways of fostering this type of community. The fourth example of housing innovation would be wellness communities. Increasing number of communities being built around the US that are focused on encouraging better mental and physical health outcomes, trying to mitigate some of the downsides of single-family home living. An example is Serenbe outside of Atlanta. It's a series of small neighborhoods where there's an array of different housing types, ranging from single-family homes to duplexes to multifamily buildings, all with the idea of being able to kind of access your community on foot. And it's intentionally built in an area where there's great access to nature, with nature trails on site, community supported agriculture, and a somewhat new way of actually rethinking typical suburban living. Community land trust, neighborhood real estate investment trusts, those are interesting examples of how communities can better build wealth within and also kind of share the wealth. A community buying up a set of real estate or land, then renting or selling it off at low market prices, ensure that there's some kind of affordability built into those. I think those are really interesting opportunities, but they're still so nascent. I mean, there are just very few examples so far, and I think really exciting over the next decades is seeing how especially community land trusts become more popular. It also allow people to invest in real estate without having to pit neighbor against neighbor to invest in the future of their neighborhood.
More ways to give people power to pay for housing, they'll start to reflect their needs. Like a lot of these reforms are sort of a bottoms-up approach versus the form that we've always had, which has been the top-down, whether it's the ones that control the money or write our laws.
Putting power into the hands of people who live in neighborhoods, putting the investment tools into their hands is really exciting, and it's a very different model than the way we've been operating right now, which is essentially most of the power is in the hands of developers, and the only power that a neighborhood has is its sort of veto power, which isn't ultimately that productive if you want to create housing in the first place. This idea of being able to actually empower the neighborhood as investors could be an exciting way to build the housing that people actually want to see and kind of change up the dynamic of how people think about building housing in the first place. I think that this is starting to shift. A house that has the backyard cottage could house a loved one in, or duplex where you could rent out part of your home or live in a multi-generational home. The tiny home and the fact that there are HGTV shows about this, I think they're all starting to change the narrative around what a successful home looks like, or a happy home looks like. I think it's important to be able to find good examples of these styles of living that could be both prototypes and examples that people could identify themselves with.
Well, Diana, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
We call it workforce housing, we're just reinforcing this whole idea that people of a lower income than that are not even really part of the workforce, that they're either not working or they're not working well, or they don't work an important enough job to deserve housing, it's a very disturbing implication, right? And most low-income people, most residents of affordable housing, most residents of public housing, even a substantial portion of homeless folks are working, right? They're part of the workforce, and they're an essential part of the workforce. My name is Miriam Axelute. I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Shelterforce magazine. We're a national scope, 45-year-old nonprofit publication that covers affordable housing and community development for the people who are working in the field in one way or another or have a deep interest. The leading publication that's focused on this issue. Lots of people come to us and say when they got their start in housing, they learned about the topics and what they were doing from reading copies of Shelterforce. So, we send a weekly newsletter out to over 12,000 people, and many of them share it with their entire staff. The language we choose matters, and it matters beyond what we're doing right now. It might help us win a battle and make it harder to win the war. The type of housing that gets called workforce housing is that in order to get it approved, sometimes we fall into reinforcing other negative ideas about affordable housing or about the residents who might live in it by using this phrase. So we use this phrase workforce housing, and when we use it to mean, as it usually is, really moderate income housing, or something that extends from sometimes 60, but often is used to really mean 80 or 100, 120% of area median income. In many places, we really do need to figure out how to get more housing that's in that band. We define workforce as those making entry-level professional salaries. We perpetuate a false vision of what our current economy, how it works, who's a worker, and that's not going to do us any favors in larger housing policy fights and larger economic policy fights or funding fights. If we use, but it's okay, it's workforce housing, as an argument to get around objections to housing